The sky was still trembling from the echoes of battle. Smoke curled upward as the dust settled over the ruins of what had once been a church. Now, only cracked stone, ash, and scorched earth remained. Kokabeel stood amidst the devastation, laughing maniacally, his voice echoing across the empty battlefield. Ha ha ha! Truly, dragonkin are exhilarating. What splendid power! Above, the white dragon exhaled softly, wings beating gently as she hovered in the air. But Kokabeel's crimson gaze turned to the ground, where Blake stood completely unharmed, not a scratch on him. But the real show can wait until all the actors arrive. If you want a true fight, come find me at Kuo Academy, Kokabeel called out, grinning. I'll prepare the perfect stage for your grand entrance. With that, countless radiant swords of light manifested above him, raining down in a deadly cascade. Kokabeel dissolved into pure light and vanished. Whoosh! TCH. What a pain, Blake muttered, drawing Frost Whisper from its sheath. One swing, clean and precise, sent a silver arc into the sky. The air shimmered as thousands of magical energy swords bloomed into existence, intercepting the descending light barrage. Blinding flashes lit the sky like falling stars as both forces clashed in a breathtaking spectacle of light and destruction. Big Brother Blake, are you okay? A streak of white descended rapidly before transforming midair. When it landed, a small, silver-haired girl stood in place of the dragon. Kanna, her eyes wide with concern. I'm fine, Blake said with a warm smile, gently patting her head. Behind them, Zenobia and Irina stood frozen, speechless. The dragon turned into a girl? Their shocked gazes locked for a moment, wordless and wide-eyed. But Zenobia was the first to recover. Her expression hardened. Kokabeel's headed for Kuo Academy. We have to hurry. The Holy Sword and your friends are in danger. Irina attempted to stand, but immediately collapsed to one knee, a pained gasp escaping her lips. Her body trembled from blood loss, and her legs gave out. You're in no condition to fight, Blake said, calm but firm. His eyes trailed over their battered bodies, skin smeared with blood, clothes torn, breathing shallow. You need treatment. Now. Both girls hesitated, pride flickering in their eyes, but ultimately sank to the ground. Their exhaustion was too great to resist. Blake crouched beside them, exhaling softly. Your injuries are worse than I thought, he murmured. Hold still. I'll handle it. Zenobia blinked in confusion. You? But we're enemies. Though temporary allies, they were still on opposing sides. He had no obligation to help them. If anything, this was the perfect opportunity to strike. But Blake's expression didn't waver. Right now, we share a common enemy. He raised his palm, and a pure, radiant energy flared to life, soothing white light pulsing with warmth. It wasn't ordinary magic. It felt divine. Wait, that's holy energy, Irina whispered in disbelief. How does someone like you? The power was unmistakable. Its purity surpassed even their own. It felt sacred. Blake placed his hand gently over Zenovia's wound. A warm current of energy flowed into her, and her breath hitched as the sensation flooded her body. This is strange, she murmured, shifting uncomfortably. Relax, Blake said with a slight smile. It'll be over soon. His hands moved with precision, across her arm, down her side, trailing over her thigh. The warmth continued to radiate outward, tingling across nerves and sinew. Her wounds mended rapidly, the torn skin knitting itself together as though time itself reversed. Zenobia flushed, deeply. Her breath turned shallow, her heartbeat loud in her ears. Why do I feel lightheaded? Just a side effect. Let the energy settle, Blake replied smoothly. Irina stared aghast. What are you doing? Healing, Blake said flatly. Did anyone teach you? Holy energy works best with direct skin contact. Irina froze, blinking in disbelief. She had never heard of such a technique before, but the proof was undeniable. Zenovia's wounds were gone. Her strength was returning. Was this some kind of lost art? But Blake wasn't finished. "Now your turn," he said, turning to Irina. "Wah, and no, stay away from me." She tried to squirm, but her body betrayed her. One hand from Blake, and the divine warmth spread into her as well. "Ah!" Blake worked methodically, efficient and focused, his expression unreadable. His hands traced over her wounds with practiced ease, and Irina's protests faded into stammering gasps. "Why, you're doing this on purpose," she accused, voice trembling. "Would you prefer I leave you half-healed?" he asked plainly. Irina's cheeks burned. For the next few minutes, the ruined courtyard echoed with awkward silence, punctuated only by the occasional whimper, ragged breath, and embarrassed murmur. Finally, Blake stood. "Done," he said with a satisfied nod. Zenobia lay sprawled out, her face flushed, eyes glazed. That was intense." "Pervert," Irina muttered, hiding her face behind her hands. Blake simply offered a serene smile. "You're welcome." He turned away, his gaze sharpening as it settled on the distant silhouette of Kuo Academy. Time to settle things. With a casual stretch, Blake walked off toward his next battlefield, leaving the two stunned girls behind, healed, speechless, and far. "Ha-ha!" Irina collapsed onto the ground, her body slick with sweat, breath ragged and shallow. Her hands trembled around the hilt of her sword, knuckles white from fatigue. Blake stood over her with an approving nod, arms crossed and a smirk tugging at his lips. "Not bad. You're finally starting to get it." Then came a chime of system alerts echoing in his mind. Ding! Task complete. Training the untalented Holy Sword users too. Reward, plus 100 luck points. Ding! New task. Save Kibiyudo. Reward, plus 200 luck points. Ding! New task. Eliminate Kokobeel. Reward, plus 500 luck points. Blake arched a brow. Killing Kokobeel, huh? Now that was a challenge, and the system clearly knew it. But 500 luck points? That was more than worth the effort. On the ground, Irina pressed her palms together, murmuring a desperate prayer. "Lord, grant me strength." "We're done here," Blake said, stretching his shoulders. "Tom, head back. That lunatic won't wait forever." Irina blinked, still breathless, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. "He says that like we didn't just nearly kill each other sparring." But before she could speak, Zenobia stepped forward with eyes blazing. "This time, I'll personally make that fallen angel pay for stealing the holy sword." Blake chuckled. "Glad to see you're motivated." He turned. "Kanna, let's go." "Got it," Kanna chirped, shifting into her dragon form in a flash of radiant white light. Her scales gleamed under the moon, wings spreading wide. With practiced ease, the group mounted her back, and in one gust of wind, they rocketed into the night sky, heading straight for Kuo Academy. Above Kuo Academy, 7 figures floated silently in the air, hands raised high as they channeled magic into a massive barrier that shimmered over the school grounds. The air crackled with energy, a dome to contain the destruction. Tsubaki's eyes widened in alarm. "President, incoming look." Sona Citri turned sharply. Her eyes narrowed. A dragon. The glowing figure streaking through the clouds wasn't just fast, it radiated power. As if one fallen angel general wasn't enough, now a dragon was entering the fray. Before she could act, a voice called out across the wind. "President Sona, open the barrier. We're allies." Sona's brows furrowed in recognition. That voice. The dragon shimmered midair, shrinking as it descended. Kanna touched down in her human form, silver-haired and small, cradled in Blake's arms. Beside him, Zenobia and Irina landed with practiced grace. "Blake." Sona adjusted her glasses. He gave her a nod. "We're here to help." After a short pause, she waved her hand. "Let them through. The situation is critical." As the barrier parted, Sona's calculating gaze lingered on Blake. So the girl was a dragon all along. I misjudged him. Her peerage, however, stared in stunned silence. They'd read about dragons, seen illustrations, but to watch one land gracefully before them, in the flesh, it was a different reality entirely. Inside Kuo Academy, the battlefield was chaos incarnate. At the center of the ravaged courtyard, Kokabeel lounged on a throne of condensed energy, 10 black wings spread lazily behind him. His posture was relaxed, but the arrogance he exuded was suffocating. Below, a massive 3-headed Cerberus rampaged across the field, tearing through the landscape as Rias and her peerage struggled to contain it. The school grounds were shattered, craters, broken walls, shattered stone everywhere. Blake's eyes narrowed as he took in the scene. "Half the damn school's gone," he muttered. "And he summoned that." Zenobia stepped forward. "Leave the beast to me. You deal with him." Without waiting for approval, she sprinted ahead. As she ran, she reached into thin air, her hand slipping into a dimensional rift, and drew a blade radiating deep blue light. Durandal, with a flash. Shing! One swing, and the Cerberus was cleaved in two. The monster evaporated in a burst of demonic smoke. Not far off, Aquino hovered in the air, lightning dancing between her fingers. A sadistic smile played across her lips as she raised her hand skyward. Crack, boom. A bolt of divine lightning split the sky and annihilated a second Cerberus in a blinding flash. Kokabeel chuckled, completely unfazed. "Oh, how impressive. Rias Gremory and the infamous Lightning Priestess. And you," he pointed at Zenobia, "a church girl who can actually wield Durandal? Now that's interesting." Rias and Aquino froze. Durandal? The Durandal. They turned toward Zenobia. The radiant holy sword practically sang with power in her grip. Now it all made sense. Why she'd spoken with such confidence. But Kokabeel didn't flinch. In fact, he grinned wider. The air thickened with tension. Then, Blake stepped forward. His eyes swept the battlefield. Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Asia, all still standing. Worn but alive. Then his gaze landed on Kiba. The blonde swordsman stood off to the side, locked in a silent confrontation with a pale-haired youth. The air between them was heavy with hostility. Before Blake could speak, the pale figure sneered. Well, if it isn't the disgrace of the Silva family." Blake's eyes narrowed. The young man turned toward him, smug and dismissive. "I almost didn't recognize you," he said mockingly. "Living the easy life now, are we?" The words weren't loud, but they hit like a slap. The entire battlefield went still. A chill passed through the air. Blake's expression darkened. The laughter in his eyes faded. The air changed. This wasn't just Kokabeel's battle anymore. This had become personal.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Well, if it isn't the disgrace of the Silva family. "I almost didn't recognize you," the gray-haired young man said, crossing his arms. "Looks like you've been living quite the comfortable life, haven't you?" As his words drifted away with the wind, the people present reacted differently. Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, and others who knew Blake's past glared at the young man with anger. Asia, on the other hand, was stunned. She hadn't known Blake for long and was unaware of his past. Kiba quickly came back to his senses, his expression turning cold as murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This man not only dared to provoke him, but also had the audacity to expose Blake's past wounds in public. Zenobia gripped her holy sword uneasily. The sudden shift in atmosphere left them momentarily speechless. But unlike them, Blake remained calm. His expression showed no sign of emotion as he simply gazed at the gray-haired young man, as if looking at a clown. "Interesting. Really interesting," Kokabeel said indifferently. "The dirty deeds of the Silva family? Before this war begins, this might be an amusing distraction." And Kokabeel's laughter echoed through the air, making everyone frown. "Kokabeel, I'll deal with you later." Blake's tone was indifferent as he glanced at the arrogant fallen angel, who lounged in a throne of light, looking down on them with a condescending smirk. "Quite arrogant, aren't you, kid?" Kokabeel grinned, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. But he made no move as Kanna, the small yet powerful dragon girl, was keeping a close eye on him. "Why? Are you getting angry?" The gray-haired young man sneered. "Well, it's only natural. After all, you, the so-called eldest son of the Silva family, is nothing more than a useless disgrace who was expelled. How utterly pathetic." His words dripped with mockery as he watched Blake approach at a leisurely pace. He couldn't believe his luck running into the former heir of the Silva family in such a place. Memories of his own miserable experiences surged within him. Despite his extraordinary talent, he had been treated as an outcast within the Silva family. Ignored, rejected, cast out like trash, forced to wander the world alone after defying his so-called family. His hatred for the Silva family ran deep. Even though Blake had nothing to do with his suffering and had been abandoned by the family, just like him, it didn't matter. The young man needed someone to take out his frustration, and Blake was the perfect target. "What an ugly man you are." Blake's cold voice cut through the tense air. He ignored the twisted expression on the young man's face, an ugly mixture of resentment, jealousy, and anger. "Still acting high and mighty, are we?" the young man roared. "You're nothing but a useless outcast." His voice trembled with rage. The next moment, to everyone's shock, he lunged at Blake with a holy sword in hand. His speed surpassed even Kiba's at his peak. And then, he split into four. Four identical figures rushed toward Blake simultaneously. Kiba's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he swung his magic sword at the figure on the far right. But, whoosh, his blade cut through nothing but air. A fake body. Die! The remaining three figures yelled in unison, their holy swords slashing down at Blake in perfect sync. This was ancient magic art that made it nearly impossible to distinguish reality from illusion. Only those well-versed in such techniques could see through it. Otherwise, even a Satan-class being would be forced to counter with a large-scale attack. And then, slash! A sharp, sickening sound echoed through the battlefield. Ah! A blood-curdling scream followed. The gray-haired young man's right hand, along with his holy sword, was severed, blood spraying in a gruesome arc. His arm hit the ground with a dull thud. Blake stood there, unmoved, his frost whisper dripping with fresh blood. Using ancient magic to deceive an opponent who doesn't understand it might be a clever trick, Blake said coldly, but it won't work on me. The young man trembled, cold sweat pouring down his face as pain racked his body. Ha! That's right, he suddenly laughed, his voice strained with agony and resentment. Who would have thought I'd run into the former young master of the Silva family here? Ha ha ha! His expression twisted further, jealousy and hatred flickering in his eyes. Jealousy is such an ugly thing. Blake's crystal blue eyes flickered briefly before he raised frost whisper once more. The Silva family valued blood purity above all else. Those with impure blood were treated as mere servants. Though Blake didn't know exactly what injustices the young man before him had suffered, he didn't care. To him, the Silva family meant nothing. The only ones who had ever mattered to him were two people, his late mother and his little sister. And as for his enemies, Blake always made sure to eliminate them completely. Wait, you can't kill me. The young man's voice was laced with desperation as he stared at Blake's icy gaze and the sword slowly descending upon him. Despite his overwhelming jealousy and hatred, there was one thing he feared more than anything: death. Blake ignored him, his grip on frost whisper tightening. If you kill me, you'll lose vital information about Lias Silva. The words left his mouth in a frantic rush. And then, slash! Frost whisper, gleaming with silver light, stopped just at his throat. A thin line of blood trailed down his neck. If Blake had been even a second slower in stopping his blade, the young man's head would have already hit the ground. The battlefield fell into stunned silence. Everyone stared at the scene, exchanging bewildered glances. So much drama, someone muttered under their breath. And it wasn't over yet. About Lia? The crystal blue eyes that was indifferent about his life finally showed a ripple, and Blake raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a deep voice, "As long as you let me go, I will tell you this important news." The gray-haired young man said with fear on his face, Go ahead. Hearing this, Blake was silent for a moment. Then he removed the frost whisper from his neck and said in a deep voice. Seeing Blake's attitude, the young man gritted his teeth and became uncertain. Blake did not agree to let him go, but the young man knew that if he didn't say it, he would become a corpse in the next moment. However, Blake could easily obtain this information that was not a secret. Miss Leah is being forced into marriage by the elders and leader of the family. She will hold a competition in 2 months. Whoever wins first place will have the right to challenge Miss Leah, and if they defeat her, they can marry her. This time, the challengers are not limited to the family's geniuses. Outsiders are also allowed to participate. At least on the surface, everyone has a chance. Then, the young man said with a trace of desire, admiration, and loneliness, Leah is undoubtedly an idol in the eyes of the young generation of the Silva clan and even other forces. Everyone wants to have her, and this is also the reason why the young man turned to help the fallen angel. He wanted to obtain the fused Excalibur and strive for the meager possibility of victory. He was jealous of Blake from the bottom of his heart. Why can such a useless person be cared for by Leah, the proud and talented woman? Just because the two are siblings. To be precise, it's not just him. All the young generation in the Silva family think so. Forced by them, outsiders participating. After hearing the words of the young man, Blake's face sank. The Silva family, which values bloodline more than anything else, would actually open to the outside world and to marry the princess of the family. No matter how you think about it, there is something wrong. Moreover, Leah is being forced? What a joke. Leah, his sister. Unlike him, she is a true genius. 2 years ago, she was close to the power of the high-class devil, and her skills in ancient magic arts are comparable to those of the old monsters in the family. 2 years have passed. With Leah's talent, at least she should have reached the ultimate class. This kind of power that is only slightly lower than the few great elders in the family will be forced. However, it is said that everyone is given a chance, but I know that this marriage was already decided. With that guy participating, we had no chance at all, and I can't accept it. She is the princess of the Silva family. Why should she marry an outsider? At this moment, the young man with light gray hair suddenly became angry and said with gritted teeth, "Who is that person?" Blake said coldly, "Chow Chow. I heard that he is the host of the number 1 Longinus class Sacred Gear, Holy Spear of Longinus. With this guy here, how can we have a chance of winning?" The young man with light gray hair gritted his teeth. Chow Chow. Hearing this name, Blake's pupils shrank instantly. His face was extremely cold, and his whole body burst into murderous intent. No one of those old guys actually compromised. It turned out that this guy was behind it. Or did the elders of the family plan to cooperate with the Cows Brigade? Thank you for your information. I will let you die now. Puff. The next moment, before the youth could react, Blake's frost whisper had pierced his heart. God. Looking at the thin sword piercing his heart, the young man gave an expression of disbelief and then lost his breath of life. He looked at Blake unwillingly, as if questioning why Blake broke the contract and killed him. I never said I would let you go. Blake, with a cold face, drew his sword, swung it, and put it away in one go, saying indifferently, Blake, Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Asia, Kana, and others all looked at Blake's cold face and showed worried expressions. Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's solve the trouble here first. Hearing the voices of the girls around him, Blake couldn't help but take a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, looked at the direction where a certain light source was getting brighter, and said in a deep voice, Haha, it really was an interesting show, but my stuff is also completed. At this moment, Kokabeel suddenly laughed, breaking the dull atmosphere and turning it into a sinister one. The golden magic circle suddenly distorted, and the 4 Excaliburs at the center of the school began to radiate an intense, blinding light. The 4 Excaliburs have become one. Holy light surged across the entire school as the fusion of the sacred swords gave birth to a new, even more powerful Excalibur. At that moment, an old man in a divine robe, standing nearby, spoke in a grave tone. The merging of Excalibur has unleashed its light, and as a result, we will move to the next stage of the plan. In less than 20 minutes, the city will collapse. If you wish to stop it, your only option is to defeat Lord Kokabeel. Not far away, an old man in a white robe said, while walking towards them, shocking everyone. Valper Galilei, I've been looking for you all over the world, but you didn't show up until today. You made me wait so long. Kiba showed a terrifying smile and told the white-haired bishop, his tone full of hatred. Looking for me? I don't remember having any contact with you. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but show a puzzled look. Of course you won't remember, but you shouldn't forget that Holy Sword Project, right? Listening to Galilei's words, Kiba's expression became even gloomier. Haha, Holy Sword Project is my dream since I was a child. How could I forget it? The old man, named Valpur Galilei, showed a yearning smile on his face, and people who didn't know might be confused by it. Dream? But your dream is built on those innocent lives? Innocent lives? No, they're just experimental subjects. We can have as many of them as we want. The old man's indifferent words made Kiba appear extremely terrifying, and Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, and the others looked worried. Blake's matter had just been revealed, and now Kiba is on the verge of exploding. Zenobia and Irina also looked at Kiba and Blake with doubtful eyes. They could feel that the two were too dangerous now. Only Kokabeel above was watching this scene with interest. Really? However, the experimental subjects you abandoned seem to want to seek revenge on you. The moment the words fell, a black knight sword suddenly appeared in Kiba's hand, twisting constantly and releasing a breath of despair. It seems that you really want to kill me, but unfortunately you can't. With Lord Kokabeel here, you all will die, and I will continue my Holy Sword Project. Valper Galilei looked at Kiba's appearance and was not worried. Instead, he smiled and said, "Do you think a fallen angel cadre would care about the life of someone like you who has no value now?" Hearing this, Blake sneered, and this also made Galilei's expression stiffen, and he looked at Kokabeel, who was looking down at him from the sky, with no interest and no sign of taking action. Lord Kokabeel, noticing that something was wrong, Galilei finally panicked and could not help but retreat backwards. Watching the retreating Galilei, Kiba directly exerted the speed of the knight, and in an instant he came to Galilei and cut off his arm. "You can't kill me. No, don't kill me. I want more." Then a shrill scream that made people's scalp numb sounded, and Galilei was directly slashed to death by Kiba. And when he died, a black wave appeared on the magic sword, turning Galilei into ash. This scene did not make people feel sympathy for the old man. Blake and others knew about Kiba and Galilei past. And as for Kokabeel, he was not worried, not to mention, to him he was just a human with some value, and did not care if he died. At this moment, something happened that shocked everyone. From the place where Galilei was turned to ashes, a burst of white light suddenly appeared, forming one after another white and transparent human figures. This group of innocent-looking children smiled at Kiba and then turned into light spots and sank into Kiba's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, Rescue Kiba, and the reward is 200 luck points. The host's remaining luck value is 696. At this time, in Blake's mind, a burst of prompt sounds also sounded, causing Blake's eyes to fluctuate. Haha, what a good entertainment. However, since the entertainment is over, let's start the real fight. As an appetizer to start the war between the three factions, the death of a dragon, the Holy Sword users, and the sister of one the great Satan must be very interesting. With an amazing momentum bursting out of his body, Kokabeel laughed wildly in the air. Start a war? You said you want to start a war. Hearing this, the expressions of Rias and others suddenly darkened, and they questioned angrily. That's right, I thought that if I stole Excalibur fragments, I could fight Michael. But I didn't expect that only a few small exorcists and 2 Holy Sword users to come. Too boring. It's really too boring. So, I'm going to make a scene in the place under the control of Satan Surzex's sister. Look, it's interesting, right? Kokabeel stretched out his hands, as if he had thought of something that made him excited, and the expression on his face became excited. Lunatic, Blake ignored Kokabeel and gave an evaluation in an instant. With less than the pseudo-Satan class of strength, Surzex could kill Kokabeel in an instant. Is this hard to understand? I was bored to death after the previous war. Azazel and Shemhazai were both quite negative about the next war. On top of that, they started collecting some boring sacred gears and started researching them. How could that kind of garbage become our decisive weapon? At this moment, Kokabeel looked at a place below. This is the best place to release the power of Excalibur. It can be used as a battlefield, as long as you destroy them all here, together with sister of the Satan Lucifer and Leviathan. Even the Satan Lucifer will not tolerate it. Ha ha! Exclamation point. After listening to Kokabeel's words, Rias was very angry and her body trembled. The time has come. Kokabeel stood in the sky with his 10 wings spread out and said with a big laugh, "Come." Hearing this, Rias and Aquino gritted their teeth and different powers emerged from their bodies. The next moment, bullets full of destructive aura and golden lightning attacked Kokabeel together. Facing these two powerful attacks, Kokabeel just laughed and easily blocked them with a barrier. At this moment, Zenobia and Irina also jumped to a high place and launched attacks on both sides of Kokabeel. Durandal and the Holy Sword of Mimicry slashed at Kokabeel's left and right side respectively. Swoosh! Ding! As two sounds like metal collisions rang out, Kokabeel actually caught the two holy swords with his bare hands under the shocked eyes of Zenobia and Irina. Too weak. It really makes me lose my patience. Then, while saying this contemptuously, Kokabeel directly threw Zenobia and Irina along with the holy swords, forming two large pits on the playground. Zenobia and Irina lay in the pit and coughed uncomfortably. Obviously, they were seriously injured. Huh? It actually managed to cut me. As expected of the fabled holy sword, Durandal. But the wielder's strength is far too lacking. Looking down at Zenobia, Kokabeel raised his left hand, looking at the wound on it, which was not too big, and the blood flowing out. He couldn't help but say in surprise, "Kokabeel, don't underestimate us." At this moment, two more attacks made of destruction and lightning in red and yellow colors bombarded Kokabeel, which startled Kokabeel and quickly blocked it with his right hand. Don't forget, we are still here. However, the next moment, a blonde-haired man and a white-haired girl suddenly appeared behind Kokabeel, slashing at Kokabeel's back with a sword and punching him respectively, with mixed black and white sword slash and fist shadows flashing by. Damn kid. Feeling the movement behind him, Kokabeel frowned, pulled away to a distance, turned around, formed two light swords in his hands, and shot at Kiba and Kaneko, who attacked him. Ding! The next moment, just when the two were unable to dodge, Blake appeared in front of them, holding the Frost Whisper, and directly chopped the two thick light swords into pieces, turning them into light spots all over the sky. Kaneko, Kiba, are you guys okay? After repelling Kokabeel's attack, Blake turned around, holding Kaneko in his arms as he landed steadily on the ground. His voice was soft, filled with concern. "Senpai, I'm fine. The main thing is, are you okay?" This time, Kaneko didn't resist Blake's embrace. Instead, she looked up at him with her golden eyes, worry evident in her gaze. "Don't worry, I'm not so fragile that I'd be knocked down so easily." Blake gently patted Kaneko's head and shook his own. Seeing this, the women watching him finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Haha, a holy demonic sword? Such an unnatural thing actually exists? Well, I suppose it's not surprising after all. God is gone. Looks like this mission wasn't in vain. How delightful." At that moment, Kokabeel stroked his chin, his gaze locking onto the black and white sword in Kiba's hands, a weapon infused with both holy and demonic energy. His laughter was filled with arrogance and amusement. Kokabeel's words plunged the battlefield into an eerie silence. Everyone except Blake seemed as if they'd just heard something they never should have. Eyes widened in disbelief. All turned to stare at the laughing fallen angel. God no longer exists? What is he talking about? The next moment, Zenobia and Irina, the two devout holy sword users, visibly trembled. Their expressions wavered, their faith shaken to its core. Kokabeel only laughed harder, his voice dripping with mockery. Ha ha ha! That's right. That's right. Let me enlighten you all in the Great War. Not only did the 4 great Satans perish, but even God himself died. Double what? What did he just say? Except for Blake, whose expression remained indifferent, everyone else looked utterly dumbfounded. It's only natural that you don't know. Kokabeel continued smugly. None of the 3 factions wanted this information to get out. Even among them, only a handful of top officials know the truth. God is dead? That's impossible. There's no way. How could that be true? Lies, they're all lies. Not far away, Zenobia and Irina, who had just been healed by Asia, collapsed to their knees, strength drained from their bodies. Disbelief painted their faces. They were devout believers, God's servants. Their entire existence revolved around serving him. And now, with God gone, what reason was left for them to live? Azazel also lost most of his subordinates in the war and declared, "I won't start another war." Can you believe that? If we had just pressed our attack, we would have won. Kokabeel's expression twisted with frustration. The power within him surged, radiating outward like a raging storm, turning the academy grounds into a whirlwind of oppressive energy. The intensity of his aura jolted Rias and Aquino from their shock. Their gazes hardened as they focused on Kokabeel with grave expressions. Although they had become strong in their own right, the overwhelming power Kokabeel emitted felt 10 times greater than theirs. Compared to Rias and Aquino, who had gathered themselves, Asia, who wasn't as attuned to power levels, simply covered her mouth in horror. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Even though she had become a devil, her faith had never truly disappeared. The Lord is gone? The Lord is dead? Then, what has been guiding us? Kokabeel smirked as he responded to Asia's question. Exactly. It's only natural that God's protection and love have faded because God is no longer here. Michael has taken charge of the angels and the church in his absence. Though the system God left behind is still operational, prayers, blessings, and exorcisms only work to a limited extent. The number of believers it can support is far smaller than when God was alive. The reason that devil Brad over there, he motioned toward Kiba, was able to create the holy demonic sword is because the balance between God and the Satans has collapsed. Originally, holy and demonic energy could never coexist. But now, with both God and the Satans gone, strange phenomena like this are bound to appear. Kokabeel's explanation made Kiba tighten his grip on the holy demonic sword, his expression complicated. Asia, on the other hand, staggered backward before collapsing to the ground. Just then, a cold voice cut through the oppressive air. "Are you done with your nonsense?" Blake's tone was devoid of interest, his expression unbothered. "I don't care whether God is dead or not. It has nothing to do with me. What I care about is putting an end to this ridiculous spectacle." Kokabeel's arrogance faltered for a moment. His gaze snapped toward Blake, irritation flashing across his face. This brat actually dared to interrupt his speech? Unforgivable. Blake ignored him entirely, instead addressing the others. Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Asia, Kiba, Zenobia, Irina. He looked at each of them. "How about you let me handle this guy alone?" His tone was calm, too calm. "I'm absolutely pissed off right now, and I need a good punching bag to vent." Kokabeel's expression froze. Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko simultaneously placed a hand to their foreheads, sighing. Meanwhile, Zenobia, Irina, and Asia snapped out of their respective grief, looking at Blake in shock. His face was cold, but his intent was clear. And Kokabeel, for the first time that night, felt the slightest sliver of unease. "Brat, did you just say you'd use me as a punching bag?" Kokabeel's voice was filled with rage. "You're arrogant. Don't think for a second that you can defeat me just because you took my light sword. That attack was only a tenth of my strength." The battlefield was still tense from Kokabeel's earlier display of power. The pressure he exerted had nearly crushed the spirits of everyone present. But now, as they steadied themselves, they saw something that made their jaws drop. Blake looking down at Kokabeel as if he wasn't even a threat. That was enough to push the fallen angel over the edge. His fury erupted, and his energy surged wildly. The sheer force of his aura sent shockwaves through the air, making Kaneko and Asia struggle to breathe under the crushing weight. And yet, Blake didn't even flinch. He barely acknowledged Kokabeel's tantrum. Instead, he calmly unleashed a surge of magic energy just at the level of a high-class devil, but far purer than anything they'd ever seen. Boom! Without hesitation, Blake sheathed Frost Whisper, tucked it into his spatial ring, and whispered 3 words. Instantly, a whirlwind of green energy wrapped around him, the magic of his apprentice, Ace. Then, bang! Blake launched himself forward. It wasn't a simple movement, it was an explosive burst of power. The sheer force of his takeoff carved a crater several meters wide into the ground. One moment he was standing still. Next, he was right in Kokabeel's face, moving so fast that even the most experienced fighters in the area couldn't track him. A single clenched fist slammed toward Kokabeel's chest, the air itself screaming as it was torn apart by the raw force behind it. Bang! Crack! Kokabeel's eyes widened. He barely had time to react, hastily summoning a golden barrier to shield himself. But it was useless. Blake's punch didn't just hit it, but shattered the barrier like fragile glass, the pieces dispersing into nothingness. Before Kokabeel could process what had happened, wham! A devastating whip kick connected with his abdomen. The force of the impact sent him rocketing backward, vomiting blood as he crashed through a building, reducing it to rubble. The battlefield fell into stunned silence. He's that strong. Rias, Aquino, Zenobia, Irina, Kaneko, and Kiba could barely comprehend what they had just witnessed. They hadn't even seen Blake move. And yet, the Kokabeel a cadre-level fallen angle, someone they had barely scratched despite fighting him together, had been thrown around like a rag doll. Was this really the power of a human? Damn brat! A furious roar shattered the silence. The collapsed ruins exploded outward, sending debris flying. Kokabeel emerged, his 10 crimson wings flaring wide, his body trembling with rage. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He wasn't unscathed. Blake's attack had done real damage. Even for someone as powerful as Kokabeel, it was impossible to ignore. And yet, Blake wasn't even at full strength. His body, already tougher like a dragon's, had been further enhanced by magic aerial. His energy had been converted into Tuki, amplifying his physical power even further. Every advantage stacked together, turning his body into a living weapon, one that even Kokabeel struggled to deal with. On top of that, Blake had another trick up his sleeve. His unique magic, perceptual distortion, had been silently affecting the battlefield this entire time. Kokabeel's reactions, movements, and battle sense were all dulled by half. And that was more than enough for Blake to take advantage of. Asshole! Kokabeel's fury reached its peak. A massive light sword materialized in his hand, brimming with destructive energy. Without hesitation, he hurled it downward, aiming to obliterate everything in its path. The sheer concentration of power in that attack was terrifying. If it landed, the entire battlefield would be wiped out. Rias and the others wouldn't survive it. Asia would be erased instantly. Blake understood this in a single instant. Without hesitation, his right hand flashed with divine radiance, and in the next moment, a gorgeous holy sword appeared in his grip. Blake jumped, meeting the attack head-on. Clang! The clash between the light sword and Blake's holy sword sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Sparks erupted from the point of impact. The sheer force of their collision nearly deafened everyone watching. Kokabeel wasn't done. Golden energy formed in his free hand, and with a flick of his fingers, countless light swords rained down from the sky, cutting off all of Blake's escape routes. Kokabeel smirked. Nowhere to run, brat. But his smug expression froze, because at that moment, The holy sword in Blake's hand suddenly shone with a brilliant silver light, so intense that it nearly blinded Kokabeel. Then, slash! Blake's holy sword Excalibur sliced straight through Kokabeel's massive light sword, cutting it clean in half. Kokabeel's brain struggled to keep up with what had just happened. He barely had time to react when Blake's entire body trembled with energy. A storm of sword energy erupted around him, each strike covered in silver light far beyond anything Kokabeel had ever seen before. The fallen angel's instincts screamed at him, but before he could act, boom! The sword energy collided with the falling light swords, triggering a massive chain reaction. Explosions filled the sky. Smoke and white-hot shockwaves rippled outward, obscuring everything. Kokabeel gritted his teeth and unleashed his power to clear the smoke. And what he saw made his heart drop. 10 Blakes, all wielding the same Excalibur, all surrounded by green energy, and all charging straight for him. Magic arts? You've got to be kidding me. Kokabeel snarled, summoning dual light swords in his hands. He barely had a moment to breathe before he was forced into a desperate defense, struggling to keep up with Blake's relentless assault. From the ground, Zenobia and Irina could only stare in disbelief. Kokabeel, a cadre-level fallen angel, a warrior who had survived the previous war against God and 4 great Satans. And yet, he was being beaten by Blake. Another burst of blood sprayed from Kokabeel's mouth. Blake, sensing the perfect opportunity, pushed his perceptual distortion to the max, throwing off Kokabeel's timing. Then, with a single, precise slash, Blake severed 5 of Kokabeel's wings in one blow. The fallen angel screamed, and Blake, standing tall, narrowed. A blood-curdling scream tore through the battlefield as Blake's sword slashed across Kokabeel's back, severing his black, tattered wings. His face twisted in agony, his pride shattering alongside his body. Splurt! Before he could even finish his scream, Blake's holy sword carved another deep wound across his flesh. Boom! The next moment, Blake's right leg wrapped in swirling green wind slammed into Kokabeel's exposed back like a sledgehammer. The fallen angel shot downward like a meteor, crashing into the earth with an impact that left behind a massive crater. Silence followed. Blake landed softly on the battlefield, his expression cold and unreadable. With slow, deliberate steps, he approached the battered and broken Kokabeel, his eyes devoid of sympathy. The members of the Occult Research Club Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Kiba, and Asia could only stare, dumbfounded. Even they hadn't expected this level of brutality. Meanwhile, Zenobia and Irina stood frozen, their minds struggling to process what had just happened. The arrogant, war-hungry cadre-level fallen angel, the one who boasted about dragging heaven, underworld, and earth into war was now lying in the dirt. Damn, talk about a reality check, Zenobia muttered under her breath. This is kind of embarrassing to watch, Irina added, rubbing her arm awkwardly. Kokabeel, barely clinging to consciousness, felt his blood boil not just from the pain, but from sheer humiliation. He looked up at Blake, who now stood at the crater's edge, staring down at him as if he were nothing more than a punchbag. The anger, the shame, the fear, it all welled up inside Kokabeel until he couldn't contain it anymore. "You damn brat," he roared, spitting blood as he forced himself upright. His entire body trembled from the pain, but his rage kept him moving. He couldn't understand. How had this human, this wretched little brat, managed to overwhelm him? "It seems you're good for at least one thing," Blake said flatly, tilting his head. "You make an excellent punching bag." Kokabeel's eye twitched. "I'll show you a punching bag." Summoning every ounce of power left in his body, he conjured 2 massive swords of light. With a furious battle cry, he hurled them toward Blake at super speed, the air screaming as the weapons tore through it. Crack! Blake didn't even flinch. He simply shifted his sword, tracing 2 effortless arcs in the air. A golden light flashed. The next second, both of Kokabeel's light swords shattered like glass. Wah! Again! How? How is your power spiking at the last second? Kokobeel's eyes bulged in disbelief, veins popping in his forehead. He had seen Blake's attacks. He had felt them. And yet every single time, the boy's power seemed to amplify just when it mattered most. Blake, unimpressed, rested his sword on his shoulder. Kokobeel, he said calmly, your time's up. The moment those words left his lips, his sword began to glow a radiance so overwhelming that the entire battlefield was bathed in golden light. The sheer energy crackled in the air, thick with holy power. Then, Excalibur. A golden light erupted from Blake's blade, surging forward in a devastating arc that sliced through the sky itself. Kokobeel's pupil shrank. He barely had time to throw up a defensive barrier, pouring every ounce of his remaining power into it. Boom! The battlefield was swallowed by a blinding explosion as the light slash collided with Kokobeel's barrier, forming a massive golden pillar that shot straight into the heavens. The deafening roar that followed was like a symphony of explosions, shaking the ground and splitting the very air. For a moment, it was as if the world itself had shattered. Kana immediately formed a barrier to cover Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Asia, Kiba, along with Zenobia and Irina from the aftermath of the attack. And then, crack! With a sharp, ear-splitting noise, Kokobeel's defensive barrier fractured. Bang! The next instant, it shattered completely. The golden light engulfed him, and a horrible scream followed. The sheer force of the explosion sent shockwaves rippling outward. And then silence. As the smoke cleared, the battlefield lay scarred charred black, with a crater over 10 meters deep at its center. Lying in the middle of it all was Kokobeel. His limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, his body covered in deep burns. His once powerful wings were nothing but stumps, his strength utterly drained. Even so, he still clung to life. H-H-H-Ah. His breath came out in weak gasps, his vision blurry. I can't believe. I'm dying here. From the edge of the crater, Blake gazed down at him, unfazed. Damn, he muttered. You're stubborn. Even with all that power, all that destruction, Kokobeel still wasn't completely dead. Blake could only assume his natural resistance to light played a role. Fallen angels did have a weird relationship with holy energy, after all. Still, the guy was barely hanging on. Whatever, Blake shrugged, stepping forward. Not like it matters. Rias and the others finally allowed themselves to breathe. The tension that had gripped them throughout the battle melted away, replaced with relieved smiles. Zenobia and Irina, however, just stared in disbelief. Blake had actually fought a fallen angel cadre with a sword, and here they were, thinking they could negotiate with him earlier. You ever feel like a complete idiot? Irina mumbled. More often than I'd like, Zenobia admitted. Meanwhile, in the crater, Kokobeel's body twitched. Realizing he was seconds from being executed, he gritted his teeth and threw away his last scrap of dignity. Stop! Don't kill me! He shouted desperately. If you do, the fallen angels and devils will go to war. Blake stopped in his tracks, staring at him blankly. Then he snorted. Seriously? That's your last-ditch effort. Kokobeel flinched. You really think Azazel would start a war over you? Blake asked, tilting his head. Truth, he wouldn't. Hell, he'd probably throw a party if I took you out. And let's be real, his eyes sharpened. Kokobeel's blood ran cold. The holy sword swung down. But just as the blade was about to take his head, a sudden flash of silver streaked across the sky. Blake's eyes widened. Clang! A violent impact rang out as something slammed into him from behind. Acting purely on instinct, he twisted, raising his sword just in time. Sparks flew as steel met steel, the air around them distorting from the sheer force of the collision. Blake gritted his teeth, taking a step back. Whoever this was, they were strong. Ultimate class. And, judging by that aura, yeah. Clang. The clash of steel against enchanted gauntlet sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Sparks scattered in the air as Blake's glowing holy sword met the cyan-wrapped fist. The sheer force of the impact carved deep fissures into the earth, sending rubble flying in all directions. For a brief moment, they were locked in a deadly standstill before both combatants broke away, the force of their collision pushing them apart. The craters beneath their feet trembled as if the ground itself had been caught in the aftershock. Then, in a blink, a streak of silver light tore through the sky, carrying with it a battered figure Kokobeel. Only now did the attacker's form become fully visible. Draped in gleaming silver-white armor, the newcomer exuded an aura of overwhelming power. A brilliant blue gemstone pulsed at the center of his chest plate, with smaller gems embedded into the arm and leg armor. And behind him, a pair of magnificent azure wings spread wide, radiating energy so intense it sent chills down the spine of everyone present. The White Dragon Emperor, Rias, and the others gasped in unison, their voices laced with shock. Hovering above them with Kokobeel in his grasp, Vale Lucifer smirked. His gaze swept over the battlefield with casual amusement, not even acknowledging the stunned expressions of the Grimoire group. White Dragon Emperor, you here to bail out this worthless trash? Blake's voice was calm, indifferent. His crystal blue eyes met Vala's without a hint of fear. Not my choice, really, Vale admitted, adjusting his grip on Kokobeel. Azazel asked me to retrieve him. But I gotta say, you're a lot stronger than I expected. His words carried a tone of genuine intrigue, as if he had just stumbled upon something truly fascinating. Blake remained unfazed. His gaze flicked toward Vala's glowing wings. Put him down and leave, Blake commanded, his voice low and steady, or I'll make sure you don't leave with those wings intact. At the same time, his right eye shifted. From a crystalline blue, it turned a deep crimson, emitting a strange, eerie glow. Vale raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. You think I actually care what happens to Kokobeel? The guy's already dead weight. But orders are orders. I have to bring him back. The energy around Vala's wings rippled as he prepared to leave. He didn't seem particularly concerned about the tension in the air. We'll meet again, Vala said, a sly smirk tugging at his lips. And something tells me that day isn't far off. With that, he turned, intending to vanish into the horizon. But Blake had no intention of letting him leave so easily. A surge of violent magic erupted around him. Excalibur flared to life, its radiance intensifying to an almost blinding degree. The sheer pressure of the energy distorted the air itself. And then, whoosh, Blake poured everything into his next attack. The Excalibur burned with an intense light as he unleashed a strike amplified tenfold by his sword spirit magic. A beam of pure destruction roared upward, cutting through the atmosphere like a divider. Vala's eyes widened in alarm. Oh shit! Instinct kicked in. He abandoned Kokobeel, shifting into high gear to avoid the incoming attack. Boom! The devastating beam of light swallowed Kokobeel whole, disintegrating him instantly, erasing every last trace of his existence. But even Vale, despite his speed, didn't escape unscathed. His left wing was caught in the blast. It shattered on impact, the blue energy dispersing into glowing fragments. And yet the attack did not stop there. The overwhelming force of the strike tore through the Academy's protective barriers, pierced the sky itself, and kept going. Higher, faster, until it left the Earth's atmosphere, entirely shattering a satellite in orbit before finally vanishing into the void of space. A cold shiver ran down the spines of everyone watching. Even with Kana shielding them from the blast's residual shockwaves, Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Asia, and Kiba stood frozen, their faces pale. If that attack had been aimed at them, they wouldn't have survived. As for Zenobia and Irina, their brains had simply stopped working. Processing what they had just witnessed was beyond them. Meanwhile, in the air, Valley hovered in stunned silence, his remaining wing flickering weakly as he channeled his magic to repair it. Inside his mind, a voice finally broke the silence. Valley, you do realize you almost died just now, right? The voice belonged to Albion, the dragon residing within his sacred gear. There was a rare hint of unease in his usually composed tone. Valet let out a slow breath, his expression unreadable. Yeah, that was way too close, he admitted. If I had hesitated for even a fraction of a second, I'd be gone. The sheer holy nature of that attack made it particularly lethal to him. His devil blood left him vulnerable to light-based assaults, but that was beyond anything he had ever seen. Blake's sword strike wasn't just powerful. It was lethal. For the first time in a long while, a deep thrill ran through Vala's veins. He had been searching for a worthy opponent for so long, and now he had found one. "This is getting really interesting," he murmured, his lips curling into an eager grin. "I was starting to get bored, you know? Couldn't find anyone on my level. But him? He might actually be the real deal." I'll be inside, sensing the shift in Vala's mood. "You truly are the strongest white dragon emperor of all time. No normal person would react like this after nearly getting obliterated." Vala laughed, rolling his shoulders as his magic finally stabilized his damaged wing. His gaze flickered back to Blake, who stood firm below, his face pale, but his expression cold and unshaken. "Hey," Vala called down, his voice carrying across the battlefield. "What's your name?" Blake didn't immediately respond. Instead, he simply met Vala's gaze with the same unwavering confidence. "You should introduce yourself first, White Dragon Emperor," Blake said with a calmly. Vala chuckled. "Fair enough. Name's Valley, and as you already figured out, I'm this generation's White Dragon Emperor." He said it with the kind of self-assured pride that only came from knowing exactly how strong he was. Blake met his energy with a simple, unshaken response. "Blake." Vala grinned. "Blake, huh? Got it. I won't forget that name." There was no mockery in his tone, only raw, unfiltered excitement. "We will fight one day," Vala declared, his battle intent flaring to its peak. "And when that happens, don't disappoint me." With those final words, he turned, transforming into a streak of silver light, and shot off into the distance, disappearing into the horizon, leaving behind only the echoes of his parting words. After Vala left, Blake's body finally wavered, his legs trembling under him. He barely managed to keep himself upright by planting the Excalibur into the ground. His breath was ragged, his muscles burning from overexertion. "Blake, are you okay? Big brother?" The voices of Rias, Kanna, Aquino, Kaneko, and Asia rang out almost in unison as they rushed toward him, their faces filled with concern. A brief hesitation later, Zenobia, Irina, and Kiba followed suit, standing nearby and watching with serious expressions. "I'm fine, just a little exhausted." Blake gave them a weak smile, feeling warmth in his heart at their worry. His body, however, betrayed him. Every muscle ached, his energy reserves were utterly depleted, and his mind was running on fumes. That final clash against Kokabeel had taken everything he had left. The full-force explosion, the sheer amount of power he had wielded, it had drained his physical strength, his mana, and even his mental fortitude. In the end, he had pushed past his limits and squeezed out every last drop of energy he had. He was completely spent. "I see." Rias and the others exhaled in relief, though their concern didn't entirely fade. "Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have completed the mission. Slay the fallen angel cadre, Kokabeel. Reward, 500 luck points. Remaining luck points, 1196. Ding! Successfully plundered 44 luck points from Kokabeel. Remaining luck points, 1240. Ding! Successfully plundered 37 luck points from Vala Lucifer. Remaining luck points, 1277. Remaining basic luck plunder uses, 7. Ding! New mission. Within 1 week, rescue your sister, Leah Silva, from the Silva family. Reward, 1,000 luck points. Bonus, for the duration of this mission, the system will temporarily grant you the EX rank treasure, EA, the Sword of Rupture. P.S. If the mission is completed perfectly, EA will become a permanent reward. A rapid-fire sequence of system notifications flooded Blake's mind. His head spun from the overload of information, and before he could fully process it, his vision blurred. Then he passed out. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard Sia's apologetic voice ringing in his head. Clearly, the sword spirit magic, while allowing him to unleash incredible power, had a brutal toll on his mental energy. Blake, seeing his Excalibur suddenly vanish and his body collapse, Rias and the others gasped in shock. They barely managed to catch him before he hit the ground. From a distance, Sona, Tsubaki, and the rest of the Citri group watched the aftermath of the battle, taking in the scorched earth and massive craters that dotted the area. That kind of power. Sona adjusted her glasses, her expression uncharacteristically tense. The light pillar from Blake's final attack had been nothing short of terrifying. At the same time, high in the night sky, Valley, who had been flying at high speed, suddenly halted. A strange frown appeared on his face. "What's wrong, Valley?" Albion's voice echoed in his mind, sounding slightly puzzled. "I don't know. It just feels like I lost something." Vala furrowed his brows, his silver hair swaying in the wind. There was an odd, nagging sensation at the back of his mind, as if something crucial had slipped away from him. Doubt is unbecoming of you. The path of supremacy allows no room for hesitation, Albion reminded him sternly. "You're right." Valley exhaled and dismissed the feeling. Spreading his divine dividing wings, he shot off into the night, leaving a streak of blue light in his wake. 2 days later, my head feels so heavy." Blake groaned as he slowly opened his eyes. The soft glow of a bedside lamp illuminated a clean, well-furnished room. He lifted a hand to his forehead, massaging his temples. This level of exhaustion was borderline fatal. "Master, you're awake." I'm sorry. I shouldn't have activated the system notifications at that moment." A tearful voice rang in his mind. Sia's. She was clearly feeling guilty. Blake let out a small chuckle. "It's fine, Sia. I was already at my limit. I would have passed out anyway. You just sped it up a little. I'll be more careful next time." "How long was I out?" 2.5 days. It's 9:30 a.m. now. 2.5 days. Which meant he only had a little over 4 days left before the Silva family mission deadline. His eyes flickered with cold determination. The Silva family. That cursed clan. His fingers tightened into a fist. He had no intention of failing this mission. Not only did he have a chance to save Leah, but the system had even granted him EA, the sword of rupturing space itself. If the system was willing to loan him something of that caliber, then the mission was bound to be far more dangerous than he initially assumed. He needed to prepare properly. "Master, there's still some system notifications. Should I display them?" Sia's voice was cautious. "Go ahead." Ding. "Congratulations, Master. You have completed the mission. Convert 2 girls into devils. Reward, 100 luck points. Remaining luck points, 1377. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully guided Kiba Yudo toward awakening his true power. Reward, 100 luck points. Remaining luck points, 1477. Blake's lips curled into a smirk. 1477 luck points. Finally, I have some capital to work with. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. "Sia, how many luck points would it take to boost my energy level to ultimate class?" "Master, your current energy is at the early high-class devil stage. To reach the middle stage of ultimate class, it would cost 900 luck points." Sia's voice was soft, almost as if she expected him to get mad at the price. 900, huh? That's actually reasonable. Blake's crystal blue eyes gleamed as he weighed his options. The fight against Kokabeel had made one thing painfully clear: his stamina and energy reserves were lacking. He wasn't short on combat techniques or high-tier weapons. But his energy? It was still a bottleneck. At his current level, he could fight against ultimate-class opponents, but not sustain the battle. And this time, he wasn't just fighting one opponent. He was about to walk straight into an ancient magic family stronghold, one filled with ultimate-class and pseudo-Satan-class enemies. Even a single pseudo-Satan had drained nearly half his reserves. If multiple of them attacked at once. Yeah, that wasn't a fight. That was a one-way trip to hell. Sia, begin the upgrade. Understood, Master. The next moment, a golden light engulfed him. His entire body felt like it was burning and freezing at the same time, his energy core expanding at a rapid pace. Power surged through him like a flood, filling every fiber of his being. His aura skyrocketed, his body evolved, and his path forward became much, much clearer. Phew. So this is the mid-tier of the ultimate class. It's nearly 8 times the energy I had before. The difference between high class and ultimate class is absurd. As the dazzling light faded, Blake exhaled lightly, feeling the vast power surging within him. Master, after deducting 900 luck points, your remaining balance is 577. Is there anything else you'd like to do? Sia's sweet voice rang in his mind. Sia, let's do a mid-level lottery draw. After a brief moment of thought, Blake spoke softly. Understood. After deducting 200 luck points, your remaining balance is 377. With that, Sia initiated the process. A magnificent light flashed, and a sword-shaped symbol appeared in front of Blake, accompanied by a bold line of text beneath it. Unlimited Blade Works. Unlimited Blade Works. Blake was momentarily stunned before joy spread across his face. Unlimited Blade Works, the unique reality marble of Archer from the 5th Holy Grail War. A conceptual space capable of storing all the weapons Archer had seen before. This reality marble allowed Archer to summon weapons freely during battle, with his arsenal containing over 1,000 weapons at its peak. Though these replicas were a class weaker than the originals, they remained incredibly powerful. More importantly, with Unlimited Blade Works combined with his one sword to rule all and sword spirit magic, Blake's area of effect destructive power would reach unimaginable levels. This wasn't just an addition of strength, it was an exponential boost. I really drew a good one. Scenes from the legendary battle between Shuro Emiya and Gilgamesh flashed through Blake's mind, making him smile as he muttered to himself, "Gotcha." Just then, the door suddenly swung open, and Rias walked in, looking somewhat troubled. "Blake, you're finally awake." Her relieved exclamation sent ripples through the hallway outside. In the next instant, a group stormed into the room: Aquino, Kaneko, Asia, Kiba, and trailing behind with awkward yet smiling faces, Zenobia and Irina. "I'm fine now." Seeing their concerned expressions, Blake felt a warmth in his chest and nodded reassuringly. Blake, about last time, we were too rude to you." Zenobia and Irina exchanged glances before bowing deeply, much to Blake's surprise. "I didn't take it to heart, but why are you still here?" Blake feigned confusion, tilting his head. "Well, after learning about God's death, if we returned, we'd be treated as heretics. So, we decided to stay with Rias. Also, we want to repay our debt to you." Zenobia spoke with a solemn expression, spreading her wings slightly. "That's right. But, going from being servants of God to following the devils, our supposed enemies, it's a bit complicated." Lord, what should I ouch. Irina had clasped her hands in a prayer-like pose, but before she could finish, a sharp pain struck her, and she crouched down, clutching her head. Praying after becoming a devil. Practically suicidal. "Irina, it's all right. The Lord will definitely ow. Asia, trying to comfort Irina, ended up suffering the same fate. Blake watched the scene unfold with an unreadable expression. As expected of the church's adorable trio. Ahem. Anyway, Zenobia has become my pawn, requiring 4 chess pieces, while Irina is now my knight. Also, the newly forged holy sword created by merging 4 sacred swords has been entrusted to Zenobia." Rias explained with a small chuckle. Blake nodded, absorbing the information. "There's one more thing. Due to the Kokabeel incident, the 3 factions have decided to hold a conference in half a month." At Rias's words, the room fell into silence, tension thickening the air. Aquino sighed, shaking her head slightly. She and Rias both knew the real concern Blake might attempt to return to the Silva family, especially after the gray-haired youth's revelations 2 days ago. While Blake had shown immense strength by defeating Kokabeel, they knew the Silva family's influence was on an entirely different level. Right now, rescuing Leah was simply not possible. This was why Rias had originally withheld information about the Silva family from Blake. It would have been too cruel. She hadn't expected an outsider to expose it so bluntly. Rias, I know you're worried about me, but there are things I must resolve. Blake's crystal blue eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke. Then we'll go with you. After a moment of silence, Rias finally responded. The others also showed similar resolve. No, you should stay here. As you said, the upcoming conference is important, and you all have key roles to play. Besides, the magician families won't tolerate interference from the devil faction. Blake's tone was calm, his analysis sharp. Rias bit her lip, her hands tightening into fists. She had intended to use the conference as an excuse to keep Blake here, yet he had turned her own reasoning against her. She had no argument left. More than anything, Blake was right. Their interference would only provoke a backlash from the mystic arts families, worsening an already delicate situation. At that moment, Rias and the others felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. A national AAA-rated tourist destination was naturally bustling with visitors throughout the year. However, in a specific scenic area halfway up the mountain, known for its serene beauty, not a single person was in sight, creating an eerie atmosphere. No, a better explanation would be that anyone approaching the area would feel a sudden haze cloud their minds, compelling them to leave while erasing their memory of the location entirely. A magic barrier, huh? At that moment, Blake, dressed in a crisp white summer outfit, sensed the peculiar energy surrounding him and exhaled lightly. The next instant, he pushed his hand forward slightly, causing ripples to form in the space around him. Moments later, the barrier parted, revealing the scene within. A gracefully designed wooden gate adorned the entrance to a cave. Standing guard at the gate were a man and a woman dressed in the Silva family's traditional white robes, slender swords hanging from their waists. Young Master Blake? The pair froze the moment the mystic barrier was breached. When they turned to see Blake, their expressions shifted to shock as they called out his name in disbelief. Open the gate. Without further explanation, Blake spoke calmly, exuding an aura that made it hard for anyone to resist him. Understood. Feeling uneasy under the oppressive pressure of his presence, the two gatekeepers replied hesitantly before opening the gate, allowing Blake to step inside. In an instant, Blake's figure disappeared, and the gate closed once more. Young Master Blake seems different. After Blake's departure, the male gatekeeper, still uneasy, remarked. Though they were merely gatekeepers of the Silva family, they knew of Blake's status. They had neither shown him disrespect nor sought to curry favor, but at that moment, they had been completely subdued by his presence, obeying without hesitation. I feel the same, and I notice that the energy within young Master Blake is terrifyingly powerful. Hearing this, the female gatekeeper replied, her delicate face filled with shock. I have a bad feeling about this. Me too. Exchanging glances, the two gatekeepers left their ominous thoughts unspoken as the atmosphere around them grew heavier. Big Brother Blake, this place may be beautiful, but it makes me feel very uneasy. As Blake walked through the corridors filled with intricate carvings and restrictive barriers, Kanna, residing within his body, voiced her discomfort. We won't be here for long. Hearing this, Blake's crystal blue eyes flickered as he replied softly. The numerous restrictions in place were designed to repel outsiders. Soon, light appeared ahead, and the path opened up. Before him stretched a scene straight out of paradise, a landscape adorned with ancient, elegant buildings, lush fields of rare herbs and flowers, and vibrant, colorful birds soaring across the sky. The air was rich with spiritual energy, invigorating the senses. For an ordinary person, living in such a place would mean a life free of illness and blessed with longevity. But for Blake, this idyllic sanctuary was nothing more than a place he detested. Young Master Blake. As Blake surveyed the surroundings with a complex expression, another pair of guards stationed at the inner gate of the large cave entrance were startled to see him. Just continue your duties and don't mind me. Hearing their words, Blake responded indifferently before striding down the main path, toward a specific location without hesitation. Young Master Blake has returned at a time like this. We need to inform the family head immediately. Watching Blake's retreating figure, the two guards exchanged uneasy glances and quickly relayed the news. Blake, unfazed by their actions, had already disappeared from sight. As he walked along, many recognized him. Some were busy servants, while others were Silva family members with pure bloodlines. The servants mostly gave him strange looks, but the family members openly mocked and pointed fingers at him. Blake ignored it all, unwilling to waste time on meaningless behavior. However, there's always a type of person who thrives on provoking others. The more you ignore them, the louder they become. "Oh, isn't this our family's freakish eldest young master? You actually came back? I thought you'd spend your life hiding outside, living off Leah's resources and comfort." A tall man with black hair and eyes, dressed in white robes and exuding an air of false nobility, stepped in front of Blake, smirking mockingly. Hearing this, Blake's crystal blue eyes rippled slightly. He frowned, looking coldly at the man blocking his way. It was Joe Silva, the eldest son of Blake's uncle, Sam Silva. Because Sam had once competed against Silva Jax, Blake's father, for the position of clan leader and lost, Joe Silva had always taken out his frustration on Blake, bullying him since childhood. 2 years without seeing your cousin, and you won't even greet me? Joe Silva grinned mockingly, clenching his fist as if annoyed by Blake's cold gaze. His expression turned playful. Though his energy sense told him that Blake seemed much stronger than before, he didn't believe that this once weak cousin could surpass him. Some flies just love showing off their supposed superiority. How annoying. Blake spoke coldly as he drew his sword. Frost whisper. "Oh, you dare draw your sword against your older cousin? You've grown gutsy, haven't you? Ha ha. Yeah, looks like these 2 years have made him bolder." "Exactly, Brother Joe. Teach him what it means to respect his elders." The moment Blake spoke, Joe Silva and his followers burst into laughter, taunting him with increasingly rude remarks, showing no consideration for his dignity. Slash! In an instant, the laughter stopped. Hundreds of sword strikes materialized and shot toward the group, piercing through their bodies. The sound of flesh being cut echoed like a haunting melody, followed by screams that startled nearby spirit birds. Aya! The mocking crowd was reduced to a pitiful sight in seconds. Blake's expression didn't change in the slightest. His gaze shifted to the 3 individuals who had managed to block his sword. "Damn it, Blake, how dare you attack your own family?" The trio, Joe Silva and 2 other powerful youths with high-class combat abilities, looked at Blake with a mix of shock and fury. If not for their skill in magic arts and their ability to summon defense at the last moment, they would have ended up just as miserable as the others, lying wounded and bleeding on the ground. Even more unsettling was how they had failed to sense Blake's killing intent or malice before being struck. "Damn it, capture him and hand him over to the punishment hall." Enraged by Blake's cold indifference, Joe Silva shouted and unsheathed his sword. Energy rippled around him as he launched 3 intricate and swift strikes, each targeting Blake's energy points, intending to cripple him. The other 2 followed suit, their attacks equally fierce and precise. But in the next moment, their pupils contracted in shock. Blake had vanished. Slash! The sound of flesh being sliced apart resounded as Blake reappeared behind the trio. Without a word, he flicked the blood off his sword and sheathed it as if he had done something utterly insignificant. "Ah!" The trio screamed in agony as deep, bloody gashes stretched from their chests to their necks, exposing internal organs. Blood gushed out like a fountain. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully stealing 46 points of fate energy from Joe Silva." "Ding! Congratulations, Master." The pleasant sound of the system's notifications rang 7 times in total. Blake gained a total of 280 fate energy points, increasing his reserve to 657. He glanced indifferently at the writhing figures on the ground before turning to leave, casually sheathing his sword. To him, it was nothing more than a trivial matter. The servants, watching the scene unfold, exchange horrified glances before retreating in fear. On the mountaintop, near the clouds, in an elegant residence, Leah Silva opened her cold, dark eyes, sensing a disturbance below. Her gaze seemed to pierce through space, locking onto a specific direction. Having reached a remarkable class in magic arts level, her heightened senses had detected the commotion and two unfamiliar, powerful auras approaching her location without hesitation. Frowning slightly, Leah raised her snow-white hand, revealing a blood-red mark on the back of her palm. Moments later, a bird with feathers of vibrant green and a mark identical to hers appeared in the space. It resembled a vermilion bird and chirped excitedly. "Layla, take me down," Leah said softly, stroking the bird's head with affection. "Understood, Sister Leah." The bird responded in human language. After Leah mounted its back, it transformed into a streak of green light and shot into the distance. At the same time, in a grand and elegant chamber, three elderly men furrowed their brows, their gazes also directed toward Blake's location. First, Elder Silva. "Has something happened?" Noticing their reaction, a man in black robes with an innate aura of wickedness, Chow Chow, asked with a frown. Behind Chow Chow stood two younger boys who seemed to be middle or high school students, their presence oddly out of place. "Nothing to worry about. It's just a dispute among the younger generation of the family. The elders are already on their way to resolve it. It'll be over soon." The three elderly men replied with calm smiles. "Oh, I see." Chow Chow nodded, letting the matter drop as he resumed his conversation with the three elders. These ancient foxes, who had lived for countless years, required his full attention if he wished to gain anything from them. "Blake, you've just returned, and already you're oppressing your clanmates, gravely injuring them. You've got quite the nerve. Have you been corrupted by evil energy during your 2 years away?" On the small path, Blake swept his gaze over the servants around him. Just as he was about to leave, several angry voices rang out. In an instant, figures flickered through the air. A group of middle-aged and older men appeared, directing their rebukes at Blake. "Disciplinary hall? They sure move fast." Looking at the figures in the air, Blake frowned slightly and spoke in an irritated tone. Originally, he had wanted to see Leah first. However, being intercepted by this group of idle clan members had tested his patience, so he simply incapacitated them. Now, it seemed that following a step-by-step approach was no longer viable. If that were the case, it would be better to cause a big commotion and force Leah to appear. With this thought, Blake narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of cold light flashing within them. "Ah, Joe, you little brat. How dare you strike so ruthlessly?" "Rick, Phil." At this moment, three figures arrived together, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Their strength was clearly at the ultimate class. However, when they saw the scene below and the bloodied figures lying in pools of blood, they froze momentarily before their eyes widened with fury. Hatred and anger erupted from them like a volcano. "You brat, prepare to die." In the next instant, the three individuals, unable to contain their rage, released an overwhelming aura. White energy appeared in their hands, descending toward Blake like a mountain, as if to crush him into pulp. This caused even the disciplinary hall members to be alarmed. After all, although Blake had committed such an outrageous act, he was still the clan leader's son. Killing him outright wouldn't do. However, the next moment, something that left them dumbfounded occurred. Facing the combined attack of the three elders, Blake calmly gripped the Frost Whisper sword in his hand. A pure, powerful energy emanated from it, and with a single slash he struck toward the sky. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the enormous white handprint was sliced cleanly in half by the fierce sword aura, dissipating into nothingness. Witnessing this, the servants froze, the disciplinary hall members froze, and even the three elders, led by Sam Silva, were left speechless. Was this a joke? Even though they hadn't used their full strength, the fact that their combined attack had been so easily neutralized by Junior was beyond. "What are you standing around for? Go capture him." Having their attack thwarted, The three elders were momentarily stunned before they regained their composure. Humiliated and furious, they barked orders at the surrounding disciplinary hall members. Why, yes. Hearing this, the others snapped out of their stupor and hastily responded. Immediately, countless auras surged upward, forming a vast tide of white energy. The next moment, numerous shaped sword auras, glowing formations, and simple energy blasts densely filled the air above. So annoying. But fine, let's escalate this further. Surrounded by swirling green wind, Blake's body rose into the air, directly facing the hundreds of figures in the distance. Without hesitation, he swung the Frost Whisper. In an instant, countless pure sword auras materialized in the sky. Subsequently, Blake used sword spirit magic to amplify their power twofold. Each sword aura carried the strength to severely wound an ultimate class devil. And there were hundreds of these sword auras. What kind of technique is this? The three elders and the disciplinary hall members stared at the sky, filled with sword auras in shock, cold sweat running down their backs. Clearly, they were unaware of Blake's exploits, such as his victory against Riser Phoenix, as they hadn't paid attention to the affairs of the devil world. Damn it, what on earth did this brat do over these 2 years to become so powerful? Sam Silva's expression alternated between fear and disbelief as he looked at the growing number of sword auras in the sky. The others shared the same thought. After all, 2 years ago, Blake's departure to Japan had caused quite a stir within the clan. What Sam Silva and the others were thinking was of no concern to Blake. Whoosh. The next moment, Blake casually flipped the Ice Whisper sword in his hand. It seemed to trigger something as the countless sword auras before, above, and below him shot through the air toward the opponents. Not good. Quickly, form a formation. As the overwhelming sword auras approached, Sam Silva and the other two elders were visibly alarmed. Intricate, profound energies rapidly emerged from their hands as they began crafting a formation. Not just the three elders, but some of the stronger disciplinary hall members also followed suit. As for those already engaged in attacks, they could only grit their teeth and clash head-on with Blake's onslaught. In an instant, the collision of sword auras with opposing sword auras, formations, and energy blasts created a cacophony of sound, shaking the entire sky. The air churned with turbulence, forming white waves that engulfed the heavens. The protective barrier around the residences below was triggered by the overwhelming energy, forming a thin film that blocked the aftermath. Without it, everything in the vicinity would have been utterly destroyed, with catastrophic casualties. Not just here, tourists at the foot of a main mountain were startled by the sudden, thunderous booms overhead. Pointing at the rapidly shifting clouds in the sky, they murmured in astonishment, clueless about what was happening. Looking at the swirling white energy around him, Blake frowned slightly. The energy on his body shifted to wind attributes, bursting forth like a tidal wave. The resulting gusts dispersed the surrounding white mist. In an instant, the previously obscured scene reappeared before Blake's eyes. Despite some of his sword auras being neutralized, the remaining 900 were not so easily dealt with. Led by Sam Silva, some of the strongest individuals had barely managed to form a defensive array at the last moment. The array's shared bloodline origin gave it significant defensive strength, but even it couldn't fully withstand Blake's sword auras. While Sam Silva and the other two elders remained unscathed, but visibly disgruntled, the hundreds of disciplinary hall members were in a pitiful state. Limbs were pierced through, vital areas wounded, and scarlet blood rained down. Still alive? Your lives are unexpectedly resilient. Gazing coldly at the group, Blake spoke indifferently. Blake, you're too cruel to slaughter your clan mates so recklessly. Didn't Jax teach you how to behave properly? Hearing this, Sam Silva spoke with both fear and fury, slapping a heavy accusation on Blake. It was clear he had been thoroughly shaken by the strength displayed. If another attack like the previous one comes, he will definitely not survive. So now, he can only drag it out, waiting for the arrival of the clan's stronger warriors. He doesn't want to see this little brat turning the tables. Jack Silva? Don't even mention him. Hearing this, Blake's face completely turned cold, as if a forbidden line had been crossed. Jack Silva, the patriarch of the Silva family, had ignored his existence since childhood, completely disregarding him. In this family, only two people had ever brought him warmth: his sister and deceased mother. How disrespectful, calling your father like that. Today, I must teach you a lesson on behalf of the patriarch, Sam Silva said in a deep voice. Boom. However, before he could finish speaking, Blake mysteriously disappeared from his spot, as if stepping on the air, creating a circle of white smoke, and charged directly at Sam Silva. Phew! In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of everyone, Blake appeared right in front of Sam Silva, and without hesitation, stabbed his ice language sword through Sam Silva's body. How is this possible? Sam Silva stared blankly at the cold-faced Blake, feeling intense pain in his mouth, his mind in a state of shock. He hadn't even sensed the killing intent before Blake had closed the distance. If he hadn't instinctively tilted his body at the last moment, his heart would have been pierced through. First, boom! Ignoring Sam Silva, Blake swiftly drew his sword, sending a spray of blood into the air, then swept a leg across his abdomen. In an instant, Sam Silva, the eldest uncle, was sent flying like a missile, spitting blood mixed with internal organs, crashing heavily into the barrier of the family, leaving a trail of crimson blood as he helplessly fell toward the ground. Hit by Blake's kick, which was stronger than that of a dragon, all of Sam Silva's internal organs and tissues had been crushed, and he lost his life instantly. One move, a kill at the ultimate class. Before everyone could process the fact that Sam Silva had been killed, Blake made another move. He slashed at the third elder beside him while simultaneously kicking the fourth elder on the right like a raging dragon. Damn it! Witnessing Sam Silva's death, the two elders felt their scalps tingle, their eyes wide in fear. They forced out a breath to create a defensive formation in front of them. Boom! Crack! In the next moment, Blake's strike and kick landed almost simultaneously on the defensive formations of the two elders. In an instant, a deafening explosion filled the sky, as terrifying energy waves and gusts of wind spread violently in all directions, blowing away the injured members of the execution hall in midair. In less than a second, the defensive formations of the two elders shattered, and the immense force sent them flying, spraying blood in the air, following the same fate as Sam Silva. Too weak. Looking at the elders he had sent flying, Blake said indifferently, converting the vast, ultimate-class ether energy into violent Tukey energy that best suited his physical strength, and combining it with his dragon-like physical body. It was no doubt the power of a pseudo-Satan. This kind of strength was probably comparable to the #1 youth in the devil realm, Sarorg. Adding his ability to weaken his opponent's perception, these so-called ultimate-class fighters could no longer be considered as opponents. A freak! While Blake pondered, the surrounding members of the execution hall were utterly terrified, retreating in horror, not daring to approach him at all. What a joke! The three elders, symbolizing the authority and power of the Silva family, were eliminated in just 3 seconds. Could this really be the useless young master? At that moment, a loud bird call echoed, and a beautiful azure bird swooped in from the distance. On its back sat a girl in a white robe, her black hair flowing, her face as exquisite as an angel, with an ethereal aura, looking almost unreal. Great! It's Miss Leah! Miss Leah! Hearing the call, the members of the execution hall immediately looked toward the sky, their faces filled with relief. In their eyes, Leah Silva, as Blake's sister, would surely be able to stop his madness. Leah! Layla! Blake also looked at the sky, his crystal blue eyes flickering, filled with joy, surprise, admiration, and panic, complex emotions flooding his heart. Big brother. In the sky, on the bird's back, Leah froze, staring at the familiar figure below. Her cool black eyes rippled like autumn waters. Big Brother Blake. Before Leah could react, the azure bird, like a human, spoke and turned into a flash of blue light, darting toward Blake. In the blink of an eye, it reached Blake's front, affectionately rubbing its head against him. Big Brother. Looking closely at Blake, Leah's eyes softened, and she seemed a bit dazed, the familiar feeling making her almost forget the world. Seeing Leah, who had lost her goddess-like aura and now appeared with a cute expression, Blake couldn't help but smile and gently placed his hand on her head, stroking her hair. Feeling the familiar touch, Leah snapped out of her trance, her delicate face blushing, her black eyes filled with joy. This familiar sensation indeed, it was her brother. Miss Leah, Blake injured the first elder, third elder, and fourth elder. You must stop and be fair. At that moment, before Leah could say anything, the leader of the execution hall cautiously spoke up. This made Leah's eyebrows furrow slightly. As for Blake, he erupted with overwhelming, space-shaking power, making everyone reveal fearful expressions, not daring to move. They had a feeling that if they interrupted the siblings in front of them, they would become cold corpses in the next moment. Idiot! In a secret realm of the Silva family, the three supreme elders who had been talking with Chow suddenly stood up, their faces dark with anger, and they shouted in unison. Three seniors, what's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? Sitting across from the three supreme elders, Chow was completely dumbfounded. Then, with a hint of resentment, he spoke. What is this? Weren't we having a good conversation? Now, out of nowhere, I'm being scolded? This is absurd. Apologies. It seems the family's matters have escalated a bit. We need to handle it. Chow, please wait here for a while. Hearing Chow's words, the three supreme elders snapped back to reality, suppressing their anger as they spoke in low tones. An urgent matter? Could it be an enemy invasion? Upon hearing this, Chow was momentarily stunned before speaking in a tone of suspicion. In such a powerful and hierarchical family, ordinary transgressions by members, such as monetary issues, wouldn't warrant disturbing the supreme elders. Yet now, seeing the three with such grim expressions, Chow's keen intellect instantly pointed to the possibility. You could say that, or maybe not. After a moment of silence, one of the supreme elders, burning with anger, replied, I see. In that case, seniors, please allow my companions and me to join you. Leaving me alone here in the secret realm feels unsettling. Hearing this, a sharp gleam flashed in Chow's eyes as he spoke humbly. Very well. Hearing this, the three supreme elders squinted slightly before agreeing. Soon after, they led Chow and his companions away from the area. In full view of everyone, Leah unhesitatingly dismounted from the azure bird and threw herself into Blake's embrace. Her once aloof and icy demeanor, like that of a pure ice, disappeared, revealing an infatuated expression. Blake silently and gently caressed Leah's delicate back, as the scent of a young woman lingered at the tip of his nose. More and more people gathered around, but seeing the miserable state of the three elders and the disciplinary hall members, everyone gazed with both awe and terror at the two embracing so intimately. As for the younger generation, they stared daggers at Blake, burning with jealousy. This guy, how dare he openly embrace their goddess, Leah, right in front of them and flaunt his affection? Even though everyone knew the two were siblings, the younger generation clearly didn't care. To do something like that with Leah was something they dreamed of. Were it not for the undeniable fact that Blake had defeated the three elders, none of them would have believed that this was the once their useless young master. This was precisely why, despite their jealousy, no one dared to approach. Dread, suspicion, and fear swirled in their hearts. Brother, why have you returned? Ignoring the surrounding stares, Leah nestled in Blake's arms for a while before lifting her incomparably delicate face, her tone filled with a mix of joy and sorrow. How could your brother not come when you are in danger? Hearing this, Blake responded firmly. Brother, I will defeat Chow and crush their schemes. You should leave here for now. At that moment, Leah gazed affectionately at Blake, her red lips parting as she spoke with helplessness. She didn't want Blake to get hurt because of her. Even though he had defeated the immortal Phoenix, Riser Phoenix, and could even challenge the three elders, facing the three supreme elders and Chow Chow's trio of sacred gear wielders was still too dangerous. I have only one purpose in coming here, and that is to take you away. Even if it costs me my life, I will not hesitate. Hearing this, Blake furrowed his brows and spoke without a second thought. Honestly, brother, you've always been so reckless. Leah spoke with a mixture of gratitude and helplessness. I can't help it. After all, you are my one and only sister. Mother specifically told me to take good care of you. Blake responded with a radiant smile. Seeing his expression, Leah could only smile sweetly and say no more. For now, what they needed to do was survive together. Crack! At that moment, several intense, whooshing sounds pierced the air. Three white-haired elders, along with three youths and a dense crowd of figures, appeared before Blake and Leah. Their collective aura surged like a storm, stirring the winds and clouds of the heavens and earth. As the six figures flickered into view at the forefront, everyone present was taken aback before showing expressions of delight. Blake and Leah, meanwhile, stopped their conversation and turned their attention to the scene. The moment they noticed the young man beside the three supreme elders, their expressions turned cold. Greetings, supreme elders. At this time, everyone knelt, either to the ground or in midair, bowing respectfully. What happened here? The three supreme elders scanned their surroundings, taking in the injured clansman, the fallen grand elder, and the severely injured third and fourth elders, before finally fixing their gazes on Blake, who looked back fearlessly. Their faces darkened as one of them asked grimly, "This?" Faced with the question, the senior members of the family exchanged uncertain glances before gritting their teeth and recounting the events. As the story unfolded, the expressions of the three supreme elders grew increasingly grim, while Chow Chow's eyes narrowed, flickering with intense cunning and a trace of murderous intent. Outrageous! The three supreme elders erupted in fury, their abyss-like aura exploding outward, leaving everyone astonished. They could hardly believe that this outcast, banished by the family, had returned so brazenly, injuring numerous juniors and even daring to kill an elder. To make matters worse, Leah, a vital bargaining chip, was openly siding with this criminal, blatantly disregarding their authority. Blake, do you realize your crime? Killing your kin is a capital offense. Leah, sheltering a criminal makes you equally guilty. At that moment, one of the supreme elders stepped forward, his rage twisting the space around him, making him appear utterly terrifying. Crime? I don't see how eliminating a few despicable lowlifes constitutes a crime. In the face of the supreme elder's oppressive aura, Blake remained as calm as a gentle breeze, utterly unfazed. Then, will you accompany your brother for some chaos? Then, Blake looked at his sister beside him and spoke gently. Of course, we swore to live and die together. Hearing this, Leah smiled sweetly, retrieved the slightly anxious cyan bird, and replied without hesitation. Scoundrel! Truly insolent and disrespectful. Seeing Blake and Leah blatantly ignoring them and chatting on their own moreover, their conversation completely disregarding them, the three grand elders flew into a rage. It seems that gaining a bit of power has made you think you are invincible, daring not to respect the grand elders. Truly deserving of death. Indeed, far too arrogant. Miss Leah actually stays with him. She must have been bewitched. We must rescue her and make her realize the truth. Exactly. Blake must have been invaded by evil energy. Otherwise, how could he become so strong? He is no longer fit to be called human, but a devil. Following the Grand Elder's angry outbursts, the clan members in the air either sneered or fawned over the elders, slandering Blake as worthless and even accusing him of falling into Devilic ways. Watching the surrounding scene, Chow Chow's lips curled into a smirk, as if enjoying the spectacle. He wanted to see how Blake would handle such a predicament. Faced with the mocking remarks and high-handed attitude of the crowd, Leah's aura grew colder and colder. In contrast, Blake's calm demeanor remained unchanged. He merely spoke indifferently, his lone voice overpowering the noise of the crowd. Already at the age of burying yourselves, yet still chattering away, how annoying. These words froze everyone's expressions. Already at the age of burying yourselves, yet still chattering away, how annoying. As Blake's words fell, the atmosphere turned silent, and everyone's faces darkened, especially the three supreme elders, whose expressions were flushed with rage. While the crowd was overcome with fury and losing their composure, Blake's entire ether energy abruptly transformed into the purest form of mana energy, surging skyward and instantly shattering the surrounding oppression. At the same time, the veins on Blake's exposed skin swelled, forming faint blue patterns that flowed with astonishing magical energy. This sight left everyone astonished, their pupils constricting as they stared in terror at the razor-sharp presence emanating from Blake's entire being. Instinct told them that the current Blake was incredibly dangerous, and the truth proved to be just that. In the next moment, a chant brimming with an aura of sharpness echoed across the sky through Blake. My body is made of swords. My blood is of iron, and my heart of glass. I have overcome countless battlefields undefeated. Not once have I retreated. Not once have I tasted victory. The bearer stands here alone, forging steel on the hill of swords. Thus, my life needs no meaning. This body was made of unlimited blades. By the time the crowd sensed something amiss and wanted to interrupt Blake, the chant had already ended. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens, and everyone's vision shifted abruptly, leaving them all wide-eyed in horror. This was a world of countless sword gravestones scattered across a crimson wilderness. On the horizon danced flames, and in the distance were several enormous interlocking gears. The swords embedded in the crimson wilderness each exuded an extraordinary aura, evoking awe. Where is this? Sweeping their gazes over the surroundings, even the three supreme elders, who were usually calm, were stunned and incredulous at the sight before them. Is this a separate dimension? Chow Chow, too, was shocked as he observed the scene around him, murmuring to himself, "What do you think?" Then Chow Chow turned to the youth behind him, asking, "Yes, it's a separate dimension, but compared to my dimension lost, it's much inferior." Hearing this, the slightly delicate-looking youth nodded in acknowledgement. Ordinary youths would neither appear in such a place nor remain so composed. The boy's name was George, the wielder of the Longinus class Sacred Gear, Dimension Lost. As a member of the hero faction, he was one of Chow Chow's trusted associates. So it's as I thought. This is indeed fascinating. Chow Chow's eyes narrowed as he spoke, gazing meaningfully at Blake and Leah. Leah's power was something he absolutely needed. With it, combined with his sacred gear, true Longinus, many plans could be advanced ahead of schedule, giving him greater leverage within the Cows Brigade. However, Blake posed a hindrance. Chow Chow had to find an opportunity to either eliminate or capture him. As his eyes narrowed, a myriad of schemes flashed through his mind as he gazed at the cold and resolute Blake. Initially, Blake had always been under his surveillance. The reason for orchestrating this so-called arena battle to force Leah into submission was also due to threatening Blake's life. Although Chow Chow could directly threaten Leah to hand over her power, it felt too risky. Thus, he refrained from taking such a gamble, fearing that Leah might act recklessly. Unexpectedly, Blake defeated Riser Phoenix and then violently returned to the Silva family. This development slightly exceeded Chow Chow's calculations. Meanwhile, Leah glanced around with a peculiar expression before turning her gaze back to Blake, her eyes filled with newfound admiration. It seemed that her brother's hidden strength was far greater than she had imagined. "Welcome to my world. I believe this will serve as a perfect grave for all of you." As Blake finished speaking, his crystal blue eyes flickered slightly before locking onto the crowd of Silva family members. The moment his words fell, Before the Silva family members could respond, the massive gears on the desolate land began to spin rapidly. At the same time, the thousands of projected weapons embedded in the ground rose into the air under the shocked gazes of the onlookers, densely hovering above, their chilling glints dazzling in the dim space. Quick defend. Seeing this, even the three supreme elders, with their demon lord-class strength, felt a chill run down their spines, their scalps tingling as they frantically shouted orders. If their defenses faltered, it might truly lead to the annihilation of the Silva family's bloodline. Whoosh! Just as the three supreme elders hastily set up a defensive formation, the weapons in the sky began radiating a brilliant silver glow, amplifying their intimidating presence. The next moment, thousands of weapons shot out like a torrential downpour, scattering across all directions. Clang! Poochie, 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 poochie. Instantly, apart from the area near the three supreme elders, every direction was filled with despair as the family members were pierced through by the weapons, turning them into hedgehogs. Their defensive formations were as fragile as paper against these weapons. Damn it! The three supreme elders, struggling to maintain their powerful formation against the storm of weapons, turned purple with rage as they heard the endless screams of agony around them. These were the Silva family's purest bloodlines, slaughtered like chickens. But there was nothing they could do. Each weapon carried a powerful sword aura and a mysterious life force, making them feel alive. The result was that every weapon had the destructive power to gravely injure even the strongest upper-class individuals. Facing hundreds of such weapons simultaneously, even the three supreme elders were overwhelmed, barely managing to shield the family members around them. If their focus wavered, their defenses could collapse at any moment. Chow Chow, on the other hand, remained calm, seemingly indifferent to the danger surrounding him. He gazed thoughtfully at the extraordinary swords in the air. Some of these swords were unfamiliar, but others closely resembled the weapons used by the ancestors of the hero faction members. The few remaining family members protected by the Supreme Elders trembled as they watched the massacre, unsure of what to do. Lacking the strength to assist in reinforcing the Supreme Elders' formation, their survival now completely depended on them. If the defenses broke, they would be the first to die. Something's wrong. A stronger force is emerging. Stop holding back. At that moment, the three Supreme Elders' expressions changed drastically, their eyes finally reflecting terror. They pulled out strange, treasured swords from their white robes. In an instant, the formation's glow surged, stabilizing completely. The external weapons now could only emit metallic clinks against the barrier, endlessly reverberating. Seeing this, the remaining family members breathed sighs of relief, their faces showing joy and gratitude. However, just as they felt reassured, hundreds of weapons abruptly dispersed and plummeted to the ground, leaving everyone stunned. When they regained their vision and scanned the scene outside, their faces turned pale, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Except for the small group shielded by the Supreme Elders, the other family members had all fallen on the Crimson Wasteland, their bodies riddled with wounds and blood flowing like rivers. Countless weapons dripped with blood, creating a chilling sight akin to an apocalyptic scene. Look, what is that? At this moment, a family member noticed the golden particles illuminating the sky from Blake's hand and cried out in alarm. The three Supreme Elders, however, looked grimly at the object in Blake's hand. Their vast experience told them it was no ordinary weapon. The power emanating from it was undoubtedly capable of destroying a small nation in a single blow, making their scalps tingle. Oh, so this is the legendary original Excalibur. Its power is indeed extraordinary. Chow Chow, still calm, narrowed his eyes as if analyzing something. While he remained motionless, the area around George, standing behind him, began emitting dense spiritual mist, suggesting preparations for something significant. You brat, are you really going to annihilate your entire family? This is the place that gave you life and raised you. Struggling to maintain their formation, The three supreme elders glared angrily at Blake and roared. Family? I don't recall having one. My only family now is Leah, and that's it. Unfazed, Blake continued accumulating energy and replied indifferently. Leah, standing nearby, also looked icily at the three supreme elders. To her, it was the same. Her only family was Blake. The rest didn't matter. You. The three supreme elders' beards quivered in fury, as if they were about to burst from rage. Enough chatter. It's time to say goodbye. Before the three supreme elders could retort, Blake raised his right hand, lifting the sacred sword radiating immense golden particles. Simultaneously, his left hand manifested a long sword emanating a strong magical aura. This was none other than the magic sword gifted to him by Hephaestus in the dungeon world, capable of amplifying attacks several times over. In the next moment, Blake crossed the two swords. Instantly, the Excalibur's golden particles intensified, piercing the heavens with overwhelming radiance, shaking the very void. What? Sensing the surging power, several times stronger than before, the three supreme elders' faces turned ashen with fear. Even Chow lost his previous composure, his expression shifting dramatically. Whoosh! Crack! In the blink of an eye, Blake crossed the swords and swung them toward the three supreme elders. A golden wave of light as vast as the sky erupted, moving faster than the speed of light, carving eerie traces through the air. The void itself groaned as if on the verge of collapse. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the golden slash collided fiercely with the array that the three supreme elders were exerting all their strength to maintain. The sound was deafening, and violent winds suddenly appeared, blowing everything around them away. Crack! How could this happen? Facing this attack from Blake, the faces of the three supreme elders turned purple, and they let out unwilling roars. But no matter how much they yelled, they couldn't stop the array from emitting a sound of strain under the immense pressure. Boom! Crash! After several seconds, under the desperate expressions of everyone, the cracked array finally collapsed. Everyone was dumbfounded as they were directly engulfed by the golden wave. In that instant, Blake immediately created a barrier using his skill one sword to rule all to prevent being affected. The tremendous explosion spread throughout the surroundings of the Mountain Silva family, shaking the heavens as if a high-level earthquake had occurred. The entire mountain trembled. The clouds above, covering an area of several dozen miles, were dispersed by the enormous energy, and the resulting gusts of wind spread out from the high altitudes of mountain in all directions. If it weren't for the numerous permanent prohibitions and powerful barriers placed here, mountain would have been flattened, causing massive casualties among ordinary people. Hey, what's going on? Why is there such a strong wind suddenly? Also, that explosion sound and the golden flash just now. It's so strange. It must have been a big explosion somewhere. We need to leave quickly, or it'll be dangerous. No, wait. This vibration must be an earthquake. In the tourist spots of mountain and nearby towns, everyone was startled by the sudden noise. They squatted on the ground, holding their ears, feeling discomfort. Some of those closer were even blown away, falling in a miserable heap. They anxiously discussed among themselves. Shock, fear, terror, excitement, all sorts of human emotions showed on the faces of the tourists. Most of them screamed and ran towards the outside of mountain, and stampedes were happening nonstop. At that moment, at the Silva family residence, Blake, panting lightly, looked at the area that he had flattened, with scorch marks everywhere and rubble and broken stones piling up. It was no longer the previous fairyland-like residence. He let out a deep sigh. Brother, are you okay? Looking at Blake, who had a slightly pale face, Leah also came to her senses from the earth-shattering attack and asked with concern. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Upon hearing this, Blake felt a warmth in his heart and spoke softly. After clearing out the execution hall and the three elders, most of his energy had already been depleted, but that wasn't a big deal. However, using the unlimited blade works earlier, controlling all the weapons with the sword spirit amplification attack, had drained a lot of energy. That last attack had consumed most of Blake's strength. Normally, he could have used the sword spirit magic to amplify the attack, but that would have consumed too much mental and energy, so Blake chose to use the magic sword instead. Even so, there was less than a quarter of his remaining energy. After all, defeating 3 Satan class was not easy. Blake had used his full strength from the start to force the 3 Supreme Elders into a defensive state, preventing them from using strange, ancient techniques, as those could be unpredictable and dangerous. I see. Hearing Blake's words, Liao let out a sigh of relief. That previous attack was so terrifying, and the fact that the consumption wasn't worse was already good. After all, some ultimate moves often come with shocking side effects. Blake, your power has exceeded my expectations. Truly, you've surprised me. At that moment, the gray smoke in the distance finally dissipated, and a confident yet arrogant voice came from inside. This also caused Leah's expression to change slightly. After all, with her previous perception of immortal techniques, she thought that the energy signatures of the 3 Supreme Elders, including Cao Cao's, should have been completely extinguished under that attack. Did you use the power of the mist to block the attack? As for Blake, he wasn't surprised that Cao Cao had survived. He simply looked at Cao Cao and the white mist surrounding him, his expression calm as he spoke. Correct. That attack was indeed dangerous. It startled me for a moment, but I didn't expect that you could really go to the extent of exterminating your own clan, even your ancestors. It seems you and I are indeed of the same kind. Cao Cao scanned the surroundings where the 3 Supreme Elders had seemingly evaporated, slightly tilting his mouth with interest as he spoke. For enemies, I always exterminate them completely. As for so-called clansmen, they mean nothing to me. As long as they dare harm the people around me, I would even kill a god. Ignoring Cao Cao, Blake put away the holy sword and the half-damaged magic sword into his spatial ring, his aura becoming sharp and domineering, as if he could pierce through the very sky itself. Indeed, we are of the same kind. So what do you think? Want to come to my side? Hearing this, Cao Cao suddenly smiled. Same kind? Do you think you have the right to be my equal? The cold, piercing gaze from Blake's crystal blue eyes shot towards the seemingly happy Cao Cao as he spoke dismissively. As for joining you, you are not worth it. Seems like the negotiations have broken down. Well then, there's no choice. You'll just have to become my pawn. Blake's sharp words made Cao Cao's face stiffen, turning as black as charcoal. He then stopped pretending and revealed a chilling smile. With your remaining energy, facing the 3 hosts of the Longinus class sacred gear, it's truly pitiful. As he spoke, Cao Cao's hand produced a long, domineering spear that twisted the space slightly, emitting a terrifying aura that spread throughout the sky. It was the number 1 god destruction artifact, one of the 3 sacred relics, the Dusk Sacred Spear. 3, huh? It's indeed a bit troublesome. But considering that the other 2 are just little brats, the real enemy is just you. Calmly looking at the sacred spear in Cao Cao's hand, Blake spoke nonchalantly, shocking everyone with his words. What? While Cao Cao and the others were in shock, Blake poured ether power into his right eye. In an instant, his originally crystal blue pupils began to fluctuate rapidly. A layer of crimson red quickly covered them. At the same time, a red gauntlet appeared on Blake's right hand, with a large green gem in the center, radiating powerful spiritual energy. This is the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet? You're actually the current Red Dragon Emperor. Looking at the gauntlet on Blake's right hand, Cao Cao froze for a moment, then exclaimed in shock. Blake had been hiding this Longinus class sacred gear and fighting all this time? Not only Cao Cao, but also George and Leonardo, who also had Longinus class sacred gear as the hosts of the Annihilation Maker, stared dumbfounded at the scene, unable to react. Brother? Leah's eyes widened, her gaze fixed on the gauntlet on Blake's right hand that exuded a strong, almost tangible presence, causing her emotions to fluctuate wildly. Blake, meanwhile, furrowed his brow as he felt the strange sensation emanating from the gauntlet. Boost! Blake summoned the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, and a heavy silence descended upon the area. The eerie quiet lasted until a sharp, resonant voice rang out from the gemstone within the gauntlet, snapping everyone back to attention. This moment, like the triggering of a bomb, instantly transformed the atmosphere into one charged with Leah's eyes, like autumn water, widened as she looked at the gauntlet on Blake's right hand that radiated a strong sense of presence. Her emotions fluctuated. Meanwhile, Blake frowned slightly, sensing this strange feeling. Boost! Blake summoned the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, causing the surroundings to fall into an eerie silence. It wasn't until a loud voice echoed from the gem in the gauntlet that everyone was snapped back to reality. And this, like an explosive bomb, instantly made the atmosphere turn perilous. The ability of the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet is that every 10 seconds, its power doubles, so the battle must be finished quickly. Hearing the sound coming from the gemstone, Cao Cao's eyes flashed with a glint of light. He was naturally familiar with the ability of the Heavenly Dragon, which had appeared many times before. George, Dimension Lost Barrier. The next moment, Cao Cao spoke in a low voice to the young man beside him. Understood. Hearing this, George also solemnly activated the power of the divine annihilation artifact Dimension Lost. In an instant, the entire area was enveloped in white mist, creating a world of fog. Now you can't escape. I believe you've heard of the Dimension Lost Barrier, right? Even an Ultimate or a Satan class would never be able to break out. With this, your escape route is cut off. Although I'm a bit surprised by your identity as the Red Dragon Emperor, we'll still be the victors. Standing in the world of fog, Cao Cao sneered at Blake and spoke coldly. Boost! Unmoved by Cao Cao's taunts, Blake ignored him, looking on indifferently. At the same time, he once again increased his strength twofold. Leonardo, create a horde of magical beasts to block Leah, but remember not to hurt her. George, make sure to scatter the battlefield and cover me. After being ignored by Blake, Cao Cao was slightly annoyed, but he gave orders to the two people beside him. Understood. Hearing this, the two nodded gravely. Roar! The moment their words fell, a strange gleam appeared in Leonardo's eyes. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of magical beasts gathered around, roaring loudly. Each one had the power of a mid-class devil or higher. Yeah, just deal with the magical beast for now. Kill them without getting hurt. If you get injured trying to win, I'll be angry. In response to Cao Cao and the others' movements, Blake solemnly warned his sister beside him. Brother, can you stop treating me like a child? Hearing this, Liao was moved, but also dissatisfied as she spoke. I'm not treating you like a child. Upon hearing this, Blake rolled his eyes. Meanwhile, his strange blue-red eyes subtly glanced at his sister's proud figure. 2 years had passed, and her figure had grown significantly. Indeed, women change a lot with age. Blake seemed to forget that his sister was a master of magic arts, so those small movements were clearly not hidden from her. Brother, where are you looking? How could you have such impure thoughts about your own sister? You pervert. Blake's white face instantly turned bright red, filled with a mix of shame and anger, and Leah turned her face away with a cold snort. However, if one looked closely, they could see an unmistakable sense of joy in her eyes. After all, if Blake had feelings for her, it meant he saw her as a woman, not just as a sister. Brat, enough. In the distance, Cao Cao's face alternated between green and white as he watched the scene, almost choking on his anger. Blake and Leah. This pair of siblings not only completely ignored him, but at this crucial moment, they dared to show off their twisted, immoral affection in front of him. What's more, Leah was the woman he had chosen. Boost! Noticing Cao Cao's reaction, Blake's eyes narrowed, and the gemstone in his hand rang again. With 3 times the power increase, Blake could now defeat even the ultimate class opponents with just his physical strength alone. Boom! Feeling the overwhelming power in his body, Blake's dual-colored eyes flashed with brilliance. He stepped onto the mist-formed ground, causing a huge sound, and then launched himself toward Cao Cao like a missile. Roar! As Blake charged, the magical beast created by Leonardo to seem to be triggered by something and began charging forward, roaring angrily. On one side were humans, and on the other, there were magical beasts that were hundreds of times more numerous and 8 or 9 times larger. In most situations, one would assume the magical beasts would win. However, the reality was completely different. Facing the impact of these powerful magical beasts, Blake merely threw a punch and then kicked, sending their huge bodies flying like footballs, crushing them to pieces. This caused the situation to change as Blake charged forward, constantly clearing a path by sending magical beasts flying in every direction. Leonardo controlled the magical beasts. Don't worry about him. Just focus on obstructing Leah. Watching this, Chow Chow furrowed his brow, his face serious as he spoke to the young man beside him, who seemed to be in a standoff. I understand. Hearing this and sensing Chow Chow's authority, Leonardo shivered and quickly began directing the magical beasts to scatter and charge. Meanwhile, George's figure became ethereal, as if he had blended into the mist. At the same time, mist also started to swirl around Leah. Just then, Chow Chow seemed to sense something, and his eyes narrowed. He immediately blocked with his holy spear in front of him. Clang! As Chow Chow raised his holy spear horizontally, Blake, who was tens of meters away, transformed into a shadow and appeared in front of Chow Chow. His right fist, covered by the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, slammed heavily against the holy spear, producing a tremendous sound. The surrounding mist was blown away, creating terrifying gusts of wind. Boom! Although Chow Chow blocked the attack with the holy spear, feeling the enormous force from Blake's punch, his face uncontrollably changed. He was directly blasted away, his arm feeling numb. This strength is too terrifying. Chow Chow's face twisted as he thought. The next moment, Chow Chow's face changed again because Blake charged at him again, throwing a punch with a powerful sonic boom, unhesitatingly aiming for his head. If this punch hits, he would probably explode like a watermelon. However, things are never that simple. A strange mist appeared in front of Chow Chow, attempting to block Blake's attack. Blake, with his strength having increased again, only took less than 0.1 seconds to shatter the mist defense. Ratana. However, this brief moment was enough for Chow Chow to make a move. His face twisted in anger as he roared inwardly, and 7 different orbs appeared behind him. One of the brightly colored orbs collided fiercely with Blake's fist. What appeared to be a fragile orb actually blocked Blake's powerful dragon punch, merely causing a slight tremor. But this wasn't the end. The next moment, the strange orb began to glow brightly, as if something was about to happen. As Blake's fist smashed into the floating sphere, a smug grin spread across Chow Chow's face. He was convinced that Blake would be overwhelmed by his attack, suffering heavy injuries. These 7 spheres, part of the subspecies balance breaker of true Longinus, were known as Polar Knight Longinus Chakravartin. Each possessed a unique and devastating ability. Kakaratana, will treasure destroys weapons upon contact. Ithratana, gem treasure. Asratana, horse treasure teleports the target it touches. Chow Chow could also use it on himself to instantly reposition. Manaratana, wish-fulfilling jewel redirects incoming attacks in another direction. Hathratana, elephant treasure grants overwhelming lifting strength. Gahapataratana, householder treasure. Paranikaratana, general treasure the strongest of the 7, capable of unleashing a devastating attack. However, it has restrictions and requires certain conditions to activate. Though the full capabilities of the Gahapati and Hati Ratana were still developing, their raw power alone made them formidable weapons. The sphere that blocked Blake's attack was the Mani Ratana, which absorbed the force of his punch. Chow Chow's confidence swelled. Any second now, the stored power would be unleashed right back at Blake, delivering a crippling blow. After all, this was the first real battle where he had fully utilized his subspecies balance breaker. Boom! But the next moment shattered his confidence. Just as the absorbed force was released, aimed straight at Blake's head, Blake effortlessly dodged, shifting to the side as if he had anticipated the counterattack. Chow Chow's eyes widened in disbelief. How'd he know? Before he could react, Blake had already closed the distance again, his movements precise and relentless. Without hesitation, he delivered a brutal spinning kick, tearing through the air with a deafening sonic boom. Damn it! Chow Chow had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he activated Asaratana, teleporting just in time to evade the strike. But Blake was already moving again. As if reading the battlefield perfectly, he adjusted mid-motion. Another sphere, Kakaratana, lit up in Chow Chow's hand, unleashing a devastating shockwave. Yet, the same eerie pattern repeated. Blake, seemingly unbothered, stomped the ground hard, launching himself into the air with perfect timing. He flipped midair and delivered a crushing axe kick. Clang! Desperate, Chow Chow raised True Longinus to block the blow, but the power behind it was beyond anything he had expected. After all, Blake's strength was now amplified fourfold by the boosted gear. A crushing force, like a mountain collapsing onto him, surged through Chow Chow's body. His arms buckled, pain ripping through his muscles. Blood spewed from his mouth as he crashed to one knee, his face turning pale. But Blake had no intention of stopping. His body blurred again, a violent gust swirling around him as he launched another brutal kick straight toward Chow Chow's head. He's too fast. Chow Chow's expression twisted in panic. At the very last millisecond, the Mani Ratana finally reactivated, absorbing Blake's attack. Then, in an instant, it released the stolen energy, launching it right back at Blake. Whoosh! But Blake was already moving. His body became enveloped in a swirling green wind, pulling him out of the attack's path with perfect precision. Taking advantage of the brief opening, Chow Chow gritted his teeth and activated Asaratana again, teleporting himself to safety. Though the battle seemed long, in reality, it had lasted less than a second. Blake and Chow Chow were warriors at the pinnacle of human combat, their speed almost impossible for normal eyes to follow. How? How do you know my abilities? Chow Chow, still struggling to regain his breath, stared at Blake in shock. His voice trembled with disbelief. Blake had countered him at every turn. His secret techniques, ones that should have granted him an overwhelming advantage, had been completely seen through. And now, Chow finally understood. Blake hadn't returned Excalibur and switched to the boosted gear just on a whim. No, Blake knew. He knew that Kakaratana could destroy weapons. He knew that Mani Ratana could absorb attacks. Instead of gambling on weapon strength, Blake had adapted. He had chosen raw power. How? Tell me. Blake smirked. Why? Probably because you're ugly. The real reason? Anyone who had watched High School DxD in a past life would recognize Polar Knight, Longinus Chakravartin, and its 7 abilities. In the original series, these orbs had pushed the protagonist team to the brink. They had even been powerful enough to clash with Azazel, a being at the pinnacle of the Satan class. Blake wasn't just fighting. He was rewriting fate itself. But something was still off. Why hasn't Chow Chow used the Ithratana, which seals female abilities? And why hasn't he used Gabpadaratana, which creates clones? It didn't matter. Blake had already won the mind game. George, change of plans, retreat. Stall Blake with everything you've got and capture Lia. Chow Chow might have been arrogant, but he wasn't a fool. He had lost the element of surprise, taken serious injuries, and his ultimate trump card, Paranacaratana, wasn't ready. There was no point in continuing. Understood. From the swirling mist, George's voice rang out. The fog world churned violently, expanding to engulf Blake. Chow Chow, glaring at Blake, let out a bitter sneer. Blake, once I master all 7 treasures, I'll be back. And next time, I'll take my revenge. His figure slowly faded into the mist. You think you could trap me here with dimension loss? Blake barely spared him a glance. The fog swirled violently, its mystical properties forming an inescapable labyrinth. Chow Chow scoffed, gripping True Longinus with arrogance. Dimension Lost may lack offensive power, but its defensive and trapping abilities are unmatched. There's no crack. Chow Chow's words froze in his throat. His eyes widened in sheer terror as he saw Blake's left hand. Space itself twisted and warped, and within it, emerging from the distortion, was a weapon unlike anything he had ever seen. It wasn't a sword. It had no blade. The hilt connected to a round, three-section platform, each part spinning in reverse, defying conventional logic. And yet, the mere sight of it sent a chill down Chow Chow's spine. For the first time, he felt true fear. Blake smirked. "Let me introduce you to something far beyond your little tricks." "What is this weapon?" Chow Chow looked at the weapon held by Blake, his back chilled and his mind in turmoil. "This is the first time I'm using you. Let's fully unleash your power." Blake, holding the weapon in his hand, said expectantly. In an instant, the treasure named EA trembled, its blade's spirit excitedly cheering. With the tremor, the three rotating blades that formed the sword body suddenly began to spin, creating a red space crack pressure. The red space crack pressure grew more intense, eventually transforming into a red storm, which surged down from the sky and swept toward the ground, blowing away the surrounding white fog. "George, defend with all your might." Watching this scene, Chow Chow yelled with all his might, his face filled with intense horror and unease. Without needing Chow Chow's command, George, the user of Dimension Lost, felt a soul-shattering fear as the EA was pointed at him. Without hesitation, he activated the Dimension Lost with all his power. However, this had no effect. Watching the turmoil in the purple mist, Blake smirked, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Heaven and earth divide, Enuma Elish. With the sword EA spinning at high speed, Blake violently thrust it forward. The red space crack pressure condensed into a towering red storm, cleaving through space, slicing through, carrying a pitch-black space fracture that easily blew away all the surrounding fog. Boom! A booming sound, as if shaking the very dimension, reverberated through every corner, shattering eardrums. Countless chaotic air currents surged in all directions, each one powerful enough to shred anything in its path. Crack, crack, crack. The space of Dimension Lost, fragile like glass, cracked and shattered under the violent red space crack pressure. The pitch-black space fractures appeared where the red storm passed, trembling as they devoured everything in their path, annihilating everything into nothingness. Wind? No, this is cutting space. Chow Chow, horrified by the scene, his face filled with fear, frantically ran toward the distance. As for George, the user of the Longinus class sacred gear, Dimension Lost, the dimension in the fog was easily crushed, causing him immense damage. The sole impact made him scream in agony, his voice filled with misery. Holding the sword, which constantly rotated its three blades, releasing red space crack pressure, Blake looked at Chow Chow's horrified expression and sneered. "Half right, the reward is your life." The true power of the sword, EA, was to form space fractures, then open heaven and earth, cutting through the world, recreating the hellish scene before the birth of heaven and earth. After speaking, Blake poured the remaining vast majority of his magic power into the sword, like a surging torrent. Boom! An even more violent red space crack pressure erupted from the three blades of the sword, EA, expanding explosively. It formed a storm that pierced through space, tearing through the barriers of space and carrying pitch-black space fractures, violently charging toward Chow Chow. It was as if the entire sky was split in two by the pitch-black space fractures, which, like a dark galaxy, surged across the sky with a violent, unstoppable force. At that moment, a chilling sense of impending doom exploded in Chow Chow's heart. The shadow of death loomed over his mind like an unstoppable force. His pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, and his usually composed, handsome face twisted in sheer terror. The Holy Spear, the true Longinus, the Spear of Destiny. Asterisk, summoning the power of the King of Titans sleeping within me. opening the boundary between blessing and destruction. Declare your will and transform into light. Asterisk. In the most critical moment, Cao Cao snapped back to reality. A divine radiance erupted from the true Longinus in his grasp. Golden light flooding its surface as sacred inscriptions surfaced, glowing with overwhelming might. Pushed to the brink, Cao Cao had no choice but to unleash his ultimate trump card, the forbidden form of his Longinus class sacred gear. Balance breaker, truth idea, the radiance of supremacy. Boom! The next instant, divine energy imbued with the will of the god violently clashed against the crimson space-time rift, where black fractures of distorted reality churned within. Boom! Crack! The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves through the artificial space of Dimension Lost, causing it to tremble under the unbearable strain. Golden and crimson-black energy waves spread in every direction, warping the battlefield into a nightmarish storm of destruction. Boosted gear gift. Blake's sharp eyes gleamed with resolve. The emerald gem embedded in his right-hand gauntlet, the legendary boosted gear, suddenly shone with an intense green light. The energy within surged into the crimson rift, amplifying its destructive power exponentially. The balance was shattered in an instant. The divine glow of truth idea faltered, struggling against the overwhelming surge of space-warping force. But it was futile. The chaotic black void hungrily absorbed the sacred power, rendering Cao Cao's last hope meaningless. No! Cao Cao's scream of disbelief and fury echoed through the battlefield. His eyes widened in horror as the expanding rift engulfed him completely, swallowing him whole into oblivion. With its master gone, the fragile artificial space of Dimension Lost could no longer contain the sheer devastation. Crack, boom! The dimension collapsed. A strange hum resonated in the aftermath as the three rotating blades that had sustained the fractured space came to a gradual halt. The Crimson Rift, along with its chaotic force, dissipated entirely. As the battlefield cleared, sunlight once again poured down upon the ruined ancient grounds. The shattered landscape stood in eerie silence, littered with debris and remnants of collapsed structures. Among the wreckage, George, the user of Dimension Lost, and Leonardo, the wielder of Annihilation Maker, lay unconscious. The latter, barely conscious, could only stare in stunned disbelief. His mind refused to accept the truth. Cao Cao, wielder of the true Longinus, and George, his powerful ally, had been utterly defeated by the Red Dragon Emperor. Amidst the lingering dust, a familiar figure emerged. Lia, gripping her blood-stained sword, scanned the battlefield with urgency. Her gaze locked on Blake's tall figure, and in an instant, she rushed to his side, her expression filled with concern. Before any words could be exchanged, Aya! A sudden, terrified scream shattered the silence. Leonardo, still just a teenager, could no longer bear the overwhelming fear. Trembling, he hastily grabbed George's limp body and commanded his swarm of magical beasts to charge at Blake, using them as cover while he fled into the distance. The battle had ended, but for those who remained, the echoes of destruction still lingered. Whoosh! Looking at the charging beast swarm, Leah's cold eyes narrowed, and she swiftly moved her hands to form an array, spreading outward from the two of them as the center. In the next moment, the dozens of charging magical beasts were directly suppressed and completely immobilized. Just as expected, yeah. Seeing this, Blake couldn't help but praise. This is real ancient magic arts. The moves are strange, and the array is powerful. As for him, he's only learned a bit of the basics. Ancient sensing techniques, cutting off energy pathways plus clones. Of course, these abilities were enough for him. Quality over quantity in abilities. Learning ancient techniques requires immense perseverance and talent. It's not something ordinary people can master. Although Blake was confident he could learn well, he didn't want to waste time on it. After all, starting from scratch, it would take at least 4 or 5 years to make any progress. As for Leah, she was truly a monstrous talent. She reached high class, stronger than many elders at just 16 years old. Brother, stop talking. Rest properly. When Blake praised her, Leah first smiled happily, then looked at his pale face with concern and spoke. As for chasing the fleeing enemies, Leah was not interested. To her, nothing was more important than her brother Blake. I know. Hearing this, Blake could only manage a forced smile. Though he wanted to chase George and Leonardo, he was powerless. After continuously fighting the elites of the Silva family, the 3 elders, and the 3 supreme elders, he had even used the blue sigil crystal eyes sealed Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, and then using Excalibur to kill supreme elders and EA to kill Chow Chow. By now, he had no strength left, barely able to stand. Leah, tell me why the Silva family has turned out this way. Though this family is cold-blooded, they value bloodlines above all. There's no need to please Chow Chow. Leaning his head comfortably on his precious younger sister's soft, white, tender lap, Blake enjoyed the pillow and calmly asked, as if recalling something. Brother, the public rumors outside are only the shallowest part of it. There are deeper reasons behind it. Leah gently stroked the handsome face of Blake, who lay on her lap, with her fair hand, and spoke with a cold yet pleasant voice. I know. If there wasn't, I'd really suspect if those people's heads were burned out. Hearing this, Blake was not surprised, just nodding, his eyes narrowing. Looks like brother has picked up some bad habits outside. Upon hearing this, Leah couldn't help but roll her eyes and lowered her head, pressing her finger against Blake's forehead as she helplessly said. With Leah's lowered head, her full and firm chest almost pressed down on Blake's head. Well, that's how the world is. There's nothing that can be done. Feeling his younger sister's firmness and the pleasant scent of her youthful fragrance, Blake suddenly felt a surge of heat in his heart. However, he quickly turned his face away, as if changing the topic. I'm not a siscon. I'm not a siscon, Blake muttered in his mind, trying to hypnotize himself. He wouldn't admit that he had a reaction because of his sister's recent action. Just as you said, as an ancient clan, the Silva family wouldn't easily ally with Chow Chow, not to mention forcing me, the daughter of the leader. Then, Leah explained with a composed expression. Her cold voice sounded quite pleasant. The reason it turned out this way is because Chow Chow revealed that he knows the whereabouts of the Longinus class sacred gear, Holy Grail. So a portion of the elders was swayed. Even the 3 supreme elders, who had little time left to live, were moved. Because as long as they obtain Holy Grail, they would never have to die. This caused the family's higher-ups to split into 2 factions. One side, led by the Supreme Elders, became the radical faction. The 3 elders agreed to ally with Chow Chow. The other 3 elders strongly opposed the family bloodline being passed on. However, this led to them being placed under house arrest. Leah explained with a cold voice. What about his thoughts? After taking a deep breath, Blake coldly spoke. Our father agreed to this alliance. I heard that he wanted to use Holy Grail to do something. However, after my resistance, he proposed the martial arts competition, as if giving me a chance. Later, the elders all agreed. Perhaps the radical faction of the elders also wanted to use this opportunity to make the remaining opposing family members give up. After a brief silence, Leah explained the rest with a complex expression. From childhood to adulthood, she and Blake had always been indifferent to their incompetent father. So it was like that. After hearing this, Blake immediately sneered. Upon hearing the general information, he had already deduced the rest. This so-called giving a chance was simply the same version of what happened to Rias. Brother, there's no need to be angry. Anyway, they've already received their deserved retribution. Sensing Blake's anger, Leah tidied his messy hair and comforted him. We've rested enough. Leah, let's handle the next trouble. After resting for a while, Blake reluctantly got up from his sister's lap and said as he stood, Upon hearing this, Leah also elegantly stood up and nodded. In the next moment, Blake and Leah tacitly walked forward. Clang! After walking for several meters, Blake calmly drew out the Excalibur and held it in his hand. Leah also tacitly unsheathed the slender sword from her waist. Crack! Then, without saying much, both of them simultaneously slashed toward the space ahead with cold, gleaming eyes. In an instant, a sound like glass shattering echoed. The space twisted, then collapsed, revealing its true form. There, hidden deep within, was a profound, in the collapsing ancient formation, a blood-soaked old man with a pale face emerged, the surviving Supreme Elder. Living for so many years, your life really is tough. You sure have a lot of life-saving tricks. Looking down at the Supreme Elder who seemed unable to move, Blake mocked. Do you really want to kill me? No matter what, this place gave birth to you and raised you. Hearing this, Supreme Elder's breath was weak, his eyes filled with anger, despair, regret, and unwillingness as he stared at Blake, yelling. At the moment when the Excalibur and the magic sword struck, only he, with the strongest life-saving trump card, barely survived. Then, after enduring the space's impact, he barely held on with his last bit of strength, weakening the ancient formation to its lowest point. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been discovered. The Supreme Elder regretted it deeply. They never expected that Blake would be so powerful, with the identity of the Red Dragon Emperor, incredible skills, and those two terrifying swords. Even the 3 users of the Longinus sacred gear weren't a match for him. Had they known this earlier, they would never have driven this monster out of the family. They would have either killed him in advance or trained him as a loyal successor to the family, preventing all of this from happening. If you can spare me, I will definitely handle your father properly and let you take the position of the patriarch. Seeing Blake's cold gaze, the Supreme Elder finally reacted, a bit disheveled. His life was now in Blake's hands, so he hurriedly changed his tone and begged for mercy. Swish! However, before he could finish speaking, Blake, with indifference, gripped the holy sword and, without hesitation, beheaded him. Blood spurted, and the blood flowed like a column, showcasing the Supreme Elder's desperate and unwilling expression. I have no interest in this broken family. Ignoring the Supreme Elder's head, Blake said coldly, "Yeah, let's go." Then, Blake picked up the true Longinus and tossed it into his spatial ring, speaking gently to Leah. Upon hearing this, Leah simply smiled slightly, took Blake's hand, and they walked toward the exit. "What do you think happened up there?" "I have a really uneasy feeling." At the entrance, the male guard who had previously let Blake in spoke with confusion and fear. The commotion just now was so loud, it was almost terrifying. "I don't know, but I have a feeling it has something to do with the young master." The female guard, equally nervous, said with a fearful expression. Crack! Just then, the door suddenly opened, and the 2 figures that appeared left them stunned. However, before they could react, the 2 figures vanished from their sight. But just for a moment, which was enough for the 2 to clearly see who they were. It was Blake, the young master, and Leah, the young miss. More importantly, Blake was carrying a strong, murderous aura. The guards, who had learned ancient arts, knew that this kind of aura could only be caused by killing a large number of people in a short time. Gulp! Thinking of this, they both swallowed, too afraid to think further. Not long after Blake and Leah left, a calm, yet imposing figure rushed to the scene. Upon hearing the unusual movements inside, his face showed anxiety and a dark expression. Dressed in luxurious clothes, with an imposing face and a terrifying emotion, it was Jack Silva, the patriarch of the Silva family. Why did this happen? Then, with 2 terrified guards, he appeared in the ancient residence and looked at the blood-soaked ground, the many tragic corpses of family members and magical beasts piled together, and the severed head of the Supreme Elder. Jack Silva's face twisted, his anger erupting like a volcano, and he roared out loud. He had gone out to handle something, and just returned to find the family had turned into this hellish scene. Jax's return was unknown to Blake and Leah, who had already left the mountain range. "Big brother Blake, finally we're out. I feel so uncomfortable." At this moment, the dragon pattern on Blake's right hand flashed, and Kanda's figure appeared beside him, hugging his right arm tightly. The ancient residence had many prohibitions and barriers, which would repel ordinary outsiders, so Kanna had to stay in Blake's contract. Kanna's sudden appearance also stunned Leah. She frowned slightly, her cold eyes full of curiosity and a bit of jealousy, staring at Kanna, who was intimately holding her brother. The atmosphere became strange. When did her brother lure or abduct a silver-haired, cute lowly? Moreover, she was calling him brother so intimately. That was her exclusive title. In that instant, Leah's jealousy instantly overwhelmed her. She could accept her brother having a harem, but as his sister, her position could never be invaded. "Brother, can you explain what's going on here?" Then Leah asked coldly, looking at Blake with clear eyes. "Her name is Kanna. She's a contracted thunder dragon and my familiar. Don't be fooled by her looks. She's actually very powerful." Upon hearing this, Blake calmly placed his hand on Kanna's head and gently stroked it, explaining, "I see." Hearing this, Leah couldn't help but show a relieved expression. Indeed, in her perception, the power within Kanna's body was indeed immense and of the lightning attribute. "Kanna-chan, from now on, you can't call him Big Brother Blake. Just call him Blake. That way it's more intimate." Then, Leah revealed a smile and said to Kanna. Although she was smiling, it gave off a rather dangerous feeling. "Blake, is that true?" Hearing this, Kanna blinked and then pulled on Blake's sleeve, asking with confusion, Yeah." Gazing into Kanna's adorably innocent eyes, Blake almost lost himself, but he still nodded in the end. It seemed that Leah's jealousy was stronger than he had imagined. "I understand, Blake." Upon hearing this, Kanna nodded with a confused look, changing her way of addressing him. This also made Leah nod with satisfaction. A sister's domain is sacred, and it wouldn't be good if other girls intruded on it. "Blake, brother, Layla also wants to be patted on the head." At that moment, a blood-red mark appeared on Leah's white, delicate hand, and then an azure color bird, about the size of two people, appeared and spoke in a childish voice. It also nudged its head against Blake's body. Seeing this, Blake smiled and gently patted Layla's head. Layla also showed a comfortable expression and chirped happily, flapping its wings. "Blake, can I eat her? She looks so delicious." Kanna, on the other hand, started salivating, speaking with a hint of longing. You actually want to eat me? I'm a familiar with the vermilion bird bloodline, you know." Kanna's words directly provoked Layla, who excitedly exclaimed. Her voice remained clear, giving off an impression of being quite young. "All right, Kanna, stop causing trouble." Seeing this, Blake helplessly spoke and quickly pressed Kanna's head down. "Brother, where are we going now?" Leah smiled warmly and asked with a melodious voice. "There's no point in staying here. Let's go directly to Rias's place." After thinking for a moment, Blake said seriously, the talks between the three major powers were about to begin, so they needed to return quickly. That's fine." Upon hearing this, Leah did not object. After her black eyes, like autumn waters, flickered slightly, she agreed. Indeed, now, besides Rias, there was nowhere else to go. Moreover, she also wanted to properly thank Rias and the others for taking care of her brother. "Kanna, let's go." Once the destination was decided, Blake gently patted Kanna's head and spoke softly. "I understand." Hearing this, Kanna immediately transformed into a massive white dragon. Seeing this, Leah first looked at it curiously before she jumped onto Blake's back. Layla also flew up. In the next moment, Kanna flapped her giant dragon wings and soared into the sky, flying towards the clouds and then heading in the direction of Japan, becoming a white streak of light. As for Layla, it too transformed into a streak of blue light, following closely behind. This made Blake and Leah shake their heads in amusement. Although Layla was already 12 years old, her enthusiasm was about the same as a 5-year-old human child. So beautiful. Sitting on the dragon's back, the bright sunlight didn't affect Blake and Leah. Both of them looked at the pristine sea of clouds, marveling at the view. Their eyes were filled with memories. They used to love staying at the top of a mountain to watch the sea of clouds. After a while, as if feeling tired, Blake gently closed his eyes. Leah, with tenderness, laid Blake's head on her lap, enjoying this peaceful moment. "Master, can I announce the system notification now?" At this moment, Sia's playful voice rang out, causing Blake's eyelashes to tremble slightly. However, he did not open his eyes and simply enjoyed the feeling of Leah's lap, calmly communicating through his mind. "Go ahead. I understand." Upon hearing this, Sia cheerfully responded, then began to operate the system. In an instant, various system notifications rang in Blake's mind. Ding! "Congratulations, Master, for successfully saving your younger sister. Evaluation, perfect. Reward, 1,000 luck points. Master's remaining luck points, 1657. Ding! Due to Master's perfect performance, the Sword of Rupture EA has been granted. Please check it out, host." Ding! Congratulations, Master, for completing the hidden task of slaying Chow Chow. Reward, 1,000 luck points. Master's remaining luck points, 2657. Ding! As the Master's true strength has reached the Satan class, would you like to spend 1,000 luck points to upgrade the system's functions? A series of sounds rang in Blake's mind, causing him to pause for a moment before feeling elated. It was really like striking it rich overnight. As expected, high-class world tasks like those in the High School DxD offered generous rewards. Moreover, he had obtained the EA's sword, which was the greatest gain. "Sia, what are the benefits of upgrading the system's functions?" Then Blake, curious, asked Sia, "Master, if you upgrade the system's functions, most aspects will improve. For example, the basic plunder skill will upgrade to intermediate. New abilities will also be added, all benefits and no harm." Upon hearing this, Sia quickly explained, "In that case, upgrade it." After hearing this, Blake did not hesitate and said, "You need to give to receive," and now that he had become a wealthy man, spending this 1,000 was no problem. After receiving the command, Sia immediately began to operate. In an instant, a series of system prompt sounds rang out. Ding! Consumed 1,000 luck points. System upgrade in progress. Upgrade successful. Please note the following changes for the host. Luck Plunder function can plunder the luck of surrounding individuals. A reduction in luck will cause various misfortunes, and when luck reaches 0, the person will die mysteriously. Low level can plunder 20 to 50 luck points. Once every 3 days can be stored. Mid-level can plunder 100 to 200 luck points. Once a week can be stored. PS. For the same target, only one plunder is allowed. Effect 1. Lottery function, no change. Effect 2. Luck can enhance physical strength and energy. No change. Effect 3. Can spend luck points to plunder or copy the target skills. No change. New ability. Effect 4. Can spend 2,000 luck points to distort causal futures, overturning the real and the illusion. PS. Can only be used once per world. Effect 5. Can activate the kill mode, forcibly cutting off the luck of a person, nation, or even planet. It is also effective on concepts. PS. Activating kill mode will consume 100 luck points per minute. Please use it carefully. When cutting off the luck of a race or nation, the host will also suffer a backlash and might experience counterattack. Please be cautious. Thus, to deal with this situation, the system has specially provided a shield to resist the backlash, which requires 500 luck points per use. Travel function can enter once a week with the intensity of the world randomly generated. Alternatively, luck points can be used to enter a world. 30 luck points. Change the flow rate of a beginner world. 100 luck points, intermediate. 500 luck points, advanced. If no luck points are paid, time will proceed normally. Added new ability. When the host enters a world, the High School DxD world can adjust time according to the host's preference, either pausing time or choosing a specific day within the next month to return to. Really changed quite a bit, especially those 2 new system abilities. After reading it carefully, Blake couldn't help but feel a bit excited. After carefully reading through the information, Blake couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Rewriting causal facts, severing the luck of entire nations, or even conceptual forces themselves. The sheer power behind such abilities was beyond imagination. However, the abilities are strong, but they often cost hundreds or even thousands of luck points. They really are luxury items. After the excitement, Blake came back to his senses and couldn't help but think helplessly. Looking again at his 1657 luck points, Blake suddenly felt that it was pitifully low. Using the causal abilities costs 2,000, and kill mode consumes 100 luck points per minute. Along with the lottery and other uses to improve himself, luck points are clearly not enough. By the way, Sia, doesn't the kill mode conflict with the plunder ability when used on people? After a brief moment of contemplation, Blake asked Sia, "Master, it won't. The plunder ability forcibly takes another person's luck, turning it into system points, and also lowers that person's fate. When kill mode is activated, as long as you sever a person's luck thread, it will directly weaken their luck and sever their fate, but it won't become yours." Sia quickly explained. This kind of ability seems rather useless when it comes to people. It's not as good as plundering. After some analysis, Blake raised his eyebrows and spoke. It's not useless. To give an example, the heretic gods in the world of the Campioni that the master once wanted to visit. The power called authority is similar to the force of fate. If the master severs their fate, that authority will be greatly weakened, and they may even be unable to use it. Sia explained playfully. I see. So it's worth the huge luck points after all. A slight smile appeared on Blake's lips as he finally felt satisfied. As Sia said, if the heretic gods or the super devils were to have their fates severed and their authority rendered useless, it would be almost like completely disabling them. Just then another notification appeared. Ding! Ding! Letter from your lovely mother. Blake's eyes widened in shock at the next notification. Suddenly, a woman surfaced in his mind. A breathtaking woman with long black hair and deep black eyes, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Leah, only older. At that moment, memories of the last time he had seen her flooded back, sending a shock down his body. His heart pounded as he asked Sia, "Sia, what is this?" "A letter from my mother." His voice was laced with disbelief. It had been nearly 6 years since he lost her. 6 long years believing she was gone forever. "I believe you should read it, Master," Sia replied, her tone unusually serious. "There are many things I've wanted to tell you, but I couldn't. However, this letter, this might finally bring you some clarity." Her words only deepened his confusion. As far as he remembered, his mother had been a prodigy, brilliant, almost on par with Leah in talent. Yet she had always detested violence. She had stopped training entirely after reaching high class, preferring a peaceful life. Blake took a deep breath, steadying himself. "Open it, Sia." Whatever was in that letter, he needed to know. For the next period, Blake continued lying on his sister's lap and chatting with Sia and trying to understand what his mother told. Meanwhile, Kana continued flying at a moderate pace in the air. As the sun began to set, the clouds gradually turned yellow, and with the presence of the dragon and phoenix, the golden boy and jade girl's ethereal appearance, it looked magnificent. Unfortunately, this scene was destined to be unseen by anyone else. Kuo Town, Blake's house. Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, and Asia were all sitting anxiously on the sofas in the living room. Zenobia and Irina also looked restless. Blake was their lifesaver, and they truly didn't want anything bad to happen to him. In the morning, Blake left with Kanna, looking determined, and it had already been a day. They had no idea how he was doing far away. Creak! Just then, a sound came from the front door, followed by it being pushed open. The girls all jumped up in surprise, their expressions filled with joy. With the sound of footsteps, Blake, along with Leah and Kanna, appeared in front of them. Looking at Blake, Rias and the others first sighed in relief, then noticed the girl next to him, wearing a white long dress, resembling a goddess with an ethereal aura. They couldn't help but stare in astonishment. In terms of appearance, none of the girls there were inferior to Leah, and each had their own attributes. However, Leah's temperament was so ethereal that it made them freeze in awe. Rias was the noble princess, Aquino was the seductive S-type queen. Kaneko was a cute, powerful silver-haired petite girl. Asia was a delicate golden-haired saint. Zenobia was a cute and bold girl. And Irina was a lively and energetic young girl, while Leah was like an ethereal being, untainted by the world. She is Leah Silva, my only sister. You could just call her Leah. Seeing the girls stunned, Blake rubbed his face and spoke, breaking the odd atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Rias and Aquino woke up and exchanged nostalgic glances with Leah. It had been over 2 years since they last saw her. Leah's temperament had grown even more ethereal, leaving them in awe. I am. Asia also looked at Leah with shy eyes, a little embarrassed. For the younger sister of the man she liked, it felt somewhat like meeting the parents. Asia Argento, right? Thank you for taking care of my useless brother. Seeing Asia in this state, Leah smiled lightly, extended her hand to Asia, and spoke softly. Ah, yes. Upon hearing this, Asia was first stunned, then blushed, and shook Leah's hand with an excited expression. My dear sister, when was your brother ever useless? As for Blake, he rolled his eyes and silently glared at Leah. Then, Leah called out everyone's names one by one, introducing herself to each of them. This allowed Leah to nod in satisfaction. Though the exchange was brief, she had already observed each girl's character clearly, and there was no anomaly in her perception through her ancient arts. Appearance, posture, temperament, and character were all top-notch, deserving to be one of her brother's harem. This was Leah's evaluation. I thought Leah's cold personality wouldn't blend in, but it seems I overthought it. Watching his younger sister chatting and laughing with the girls, occasionally letting out a bell-like laugh, Blake muttered. However, Blake didn't know that his sister was simply helping him review his potential harem members. Leah, it's been 2 years, and you've changed a lot. The feeling you gave me back then was like cold and unattainable. My invitation to become my peerage member was rejected without hesitation. Sitting on the sofa, Rias looked at Leah, who had successfully blended into the group of her peerage, crossed her legs, and spoke to her. Rias, along with the other girls, didn't ask about the events that happened at the family today, but instead talked casually. It was just the situation that forced me. Who would want to wear a cold face? Upon hearing this, Leah's eyes flickered slightly. She had met Rias and Aquino 2 years ago. Rias had, of course, invited her to be one of her peerage member, but being born into this cold family and as an heir to it, how could she have become Rias's peerage? It would have only brought trouble to Rias. In the end, they only traveled together on the continent for a while, forming a bit of friendship. Later, she asked Rias to help take care of her brother, who was about to leave home. That frost whisper was also purchased at that time. As the conversation continued, the atmosphere gradually became warmer. Leah, become my servant. When the topic of servants came up, Rias mentioned she had 3 pawn pieces and 1 bishop piece left. She then extended her hand to Leah. Seeing this, the other girls also looked at Leah with expectant expressions. Sorry, I want to maintain the closest blood relationship with my brother. Upon hearing this, Leah's eyes flickered for a moment before she gently declined. Well, in that case, there's nothing we can do. You 2 siblings are really the same. Hearing this, Rias wasn't surprised. She just gave a strange glance at the close pair of Blake and Leah and said helplessly. Rias was well aware of Leah's brother complex. The other girls, like Asia, showed disappointed expressions. You all chat. I'll go take a bath. Sensing the slightly awkward atmosphere, Blake raised his brow, stood up, and said softly. After killing 15 people today, there was still a strong smell of blood on him. Although he dealt with it on the way, there was still some residue left. Okay. Upon hearing this, the girls were all stunned, then nodded at Blake. Ah, what a fulfilling day. Standing under the shower, Blake felt all his pores opening in relief, and a comfortable sensation spread through him. Click! Just as Blake closed his eyes to enjoy the moment, the bathroom door suddenly opened, and Leah, wrapped in a white bath towel, appeared in front of him. Looking at Leah, whose fair skin glowed under the light, Blake's expression froze, and he stared blankly at Leah's slightly flushed face. Seeing Blake's reaction, Leah seemed quite pleased. A smile appeared in her eyes as she walked toward him, her face slightly red. Leah, Leah, what are you doing in the bathroom? If you want to bathe, I'll leave. Looking at Leah's expression, Blake hurriedly covered his lower body with his bath towel, awkwardly trying to leave the bathroom. Although he had fantasized about it, actually being in a bathroom with Leah made his heart race. However, just as Blake tried to pass by Leah, she grabbed his arm with her delicate little hand. Don't go, I want to help you scrub her back. Seeming to be nervous herself, Leah lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. She no longer had the pristine, untouchable snow lotus demeanor, but resembled a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world, making Blake's heart race. Watching Leah's trembling, flawless body, Blake's eyes widened slightly, and a trace of desire rose within him. Feeling the abnormal reaction in his body, Blake quickly shook his head, awkwardly withdrawing his arm from her hand, turning off the shower, and sitting silently on a nearby stool. Looking at Blake's fair and strong back, Leah's eyes gleamed with a hint of infatuation. Then she walked over and took a bath towel to wipe Blake's back. Feeling the soft touch of Leah's delicate hands occasionally brushing against his skin, Blake's heart stirred, and he trembled as he asked, Leah, why did you suddenly want to scrub my back? Hearing Blake's question, Leah paused for a moment, then softly hummed without replying. Just as Blake was confused and about to turn around, two beautiful jade-like arms appeared in front of him, and he felt the softest touch on his back. This caused Blake's body to stiffen, unable to respond. I just simply wanted to do this. It feels unreal to meet again after more than 2 years. Just as Blake was feeling extremely uncomfortable, she spoke in a voice as sweet as a warbler's. It's not unreal. From now on, we will live happily together forever. Hearing this, Blake turned his head and said seriously, Hearing this, Leah couldn't help but reveal a beautiful smile and nodded. Just as Blake had let out a sigh of relief, Leah suddenly rested her head on his shoulder, hugging him tighter, her soft back pressing closely against his. But brother, why are you so stiff? Feeling Blake's stiff body, Leah's eyes began to show a moist sheen, and she hummed. Leah, although you're my sister, you're also a stunning beauty. As for me, your brother, I'm just a normal teenage boy. Having such a reaction is completely natural. Hearing this, Blake's corner of the mouth twitched a little. Then he straightened his tone and defended himself. Brother, hearing you say that makes me happy, because it means I'm still quite charming. Upon hearing this, Leah actually smiled and kissed the side of Blake's face. Once again stimulated, Blake, feeling some difficulty controlling his impure thoughts, could not help but say a sentence. Leah, can you leave for now? I'm feeling uncomfortable. Before he could finish speaking, his expression froze as he came to his senses. Brother, I thought you were just a pervert who would react to me, but I didn't expect you to be so blunt about it. I really underestimated you. Leah was also stunned for a moment. Then her exquisite face turned as red as the evening glow, and with a tremor in her voice, she said. Thus, the atmosphere became silent, with both Blake and Leon not knowing what to say, the only sound being the water droplets falling with a crisp noise. Hey, Bucho, have they always been like this? Looking at Leon walking towards the bathroom, Irina asked in a daze. It's always been like this. Their relationship exceeds your imagination. Rias, you're in danger. Upon hearing this, Aquino smiled at Rias with narrowed eyes. Aquino, stop that. Hearing this, Rias rubbed her head with a headache. She hadn't thought about this issue before because she hadn't fallen for Blake. But now that she liked him, didn't that mean there was now a little sister with a strong threat factor? Having a little sister as a rival for her boyfriend. Life sure is colorful. However, Leah, I won't lose. Rias thought helplessly. She then pulled herself together, full of confidence and fighting spirit. Even if she was a friend and the boyfriend's sister, she had to defeat her. Time gradually passed in this strange atmosphere, with Rias and the others chatting. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded, and under the astonished gazes of Rias and the others, the previously graceful Leah appeared, wrapped in a white bath towel, her body damp, face flushed, covering her mouth anxiously as she rushed to the living room, grabbed a bottle of water, and with a slap, rushed into her room. Looking at this scene, Rias and the others exchanged glances, completely puzzled as to what had happened to make Leah act like this. Blake, what exactly happened? After Blake, in his sleepwear, walked out looking refreshed, Rias, Aquino, and the others all looked at him with strange expressions as they asked. Irina and Kaneko had sharp eyes. Finally, Zenobia and Asia looked confused, silently watching. Ahem, nothing happened. I was just too tired today. I'm going to sleep now. Upon hearing this, Blake's eyes subtly shifted, and he spoke with an even tone as if nothing had happened. He would never reveal that Leah had finally relented and knelt in front of him, using her hands to help him solve the problem. Eventually, he couldn't control his impure thoughts, forcefully pressing her head down. Looking at Blake's hurried back, Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Irina all showed skeptical expressions. Even Zenobia and Asia felt something was wrong. Something definitely happened. Morning came, and the birds were singing. On the left side lay Rias, and on the right side lay Aquino. As for Asia and Kaneko, they were squeezed next to Blake's waist. Is it morning? At this moment, Blake opened his eyes and murmured, and it seems like I can't move even if I wake up. Looking at the girls occupying his body, Blake couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. After falling asleep yesterday, his body had been claimed. As for Zenobia and Irina, they were sleeping in another room. Good morning, Blake. It seemed that Rias woke up from Blake's voice. She lazily sat up, stretched, and her full chest gently swayed, enough to attract the attention of any normal man. Good morning. How about a good morning kiss? On the side, Aquino also woke up and immediately sat up to kiss Blake on the cheek, using her ample chest to push Blake's arm in between. Again with the first move? Really can't let my guard down, Aquino. After giving a dissatisfied hum, Rias immediately covered Blake's head with her hands and kissed his lips. As expected of the boot show, no hesitation at all when doing such things in front of us all. Rias, Aquino, you're so sly. You stole a kiss while I was sleeping. I want one too. Suddenly, Asia woke up, puffing out her little cheeks, her green eyes sparkling as she looked at Aquino and Rias. No way. Asia's always clinging to Blake. At times like this, Blake is mine. I've been very tolerant already. I don't want to be excluded, Blake. Asia's gotten bolder, huh? I support you. Aquino smiled seductively, then teased. Clearly, Aquino was on Asia's side now. It seems I've been quite nice to you all. In that case, you are not allowed to sleep with Blake tonight. This is the order as your master. Rias stroked her crimson long hair before speaking with authority, startling Asia. How unfortunate. I must go against the master's wishes. If the master wishes to punish me, I will leave, master. I believe someone as gentle as Blake would certainly take me in. Saying this, Aquino rubbed her large bust against Blake's arm. I'm the same. Asia, observing this scene, directly embraced Blake from the front and firmly said, Oh ho ho, looks like I must teach you what the master's authority is. Rias was surrounded by a destructive aura, clearly looking angry. It's so lively so early in the morning. You all really have a lot of free time. At that moment, the door creaked open, and it was the previously serene and cold-looking Leah who appeared in front of the girls. Looking at Leah's delicate figure, Blake's crystal blue eyes couldn't help but tremble. After what happened last night, he felt a little nervous about seeing this precious little sister. Rias, Aquino, Asia, if you want to become my brother's wife, you must master cooking. Hurry up and get up for your wife training. Leah, after giving Blake a glance, spoke coldly to the three girls. Upon hearing this, Rias, Aquino, and Asia were all stunned. Rias's mention was understandable, but Leah's words were also directed at Aquino and Asia. Although Aquino and Asia had been quite affectionate with Blake recently, they hadn't made their intentions clear yet. If they responded to Leah now, wouldn't that mean they wanted to become Blake's wives? Aquino's eyes flickered, and Asia's face turned bright red. Leah, you really are helping me out this morning. Looking at Aquino's strange expression, Blake couldn't help but smile with amusement. Although Aquino always competed with Rias, she had never seriously expressed her feelings before. I will do my best. In the tense atmosphere, Asia blushed and said. Her affection for Blake was quite evident. Since I said so, I guess I'll test my cooking skills. After all, it's been a while since I've cooked. Aquino, having regained her composure, smiled gently and calmly began putting on her clothes by the bedside. Seriously, why is this happening? Rias looked speechlessly at Leah and sighed, pressing her forehead. Although she already knew that Asia, Aquino, and the Kaneko had feelings for Blake, she didn't oppose it. However, making it so clear wasn't good. If it continued like this, her position as the main wife would be in serious jeopardy. Aquino was one threat, but there was one even bigger than her. Rias looked at the figure at the door and shook her head with a sigh. However, since things had come to this, it was no use saying anything more. She decided to prove her own charm with actions to win. With that, Rias quickly dressed and got out of bed. Now then, brother, just wait for your meal. As Leah, Rias, Aquino, and Asia left the room, Leah glanced at Blake and then at his bed before leaving those words and shutting the door. Senpai, you're so perverted. After everyone left, the Kaneko finally pulled off the blanket, sat on Blake's waist, and looked at him with her golden eyes, saying silently, Kaneko-chan, I don't remember doing anything perverted to you. Blake scratched his face and looked at the Kaneko. My nose is very sensitive. Last night, I could smell the same strange scent on both Leah and you. It was very odd. Staring at Blake, the Kaneko spoke with a cold tone. Hearing this, Blake couldn't help but twitch his mouth and look helplessly at the Kaneko, who was staring at him with an expressionless face. Kaneko-chan, you're not a canine, but a cute cat girl. How can your nose be so sharp? Senpai, although I don't know what you did with Leah, remember to be mindful of the occasion. Otherwise, I'll be in a difficult position. After saying this, the Kaneko stood up from Blake's waist, lightly hopped off the bed, put on her cat's slippers, and walked out. Well, Blake, was that enjoyable? I want to try it too. At that moment, Blake's dragon-shaped contract glowed, and Kanna's figure appeared beside him, tilting her head as she spoke. Having a contract with Blake, Kanna clearly felt his joyful mood from last night. Plus, being from the dragon race, her instincts were starting to awaken. Cough, cough. Kanna is still young. Let's not talk about such things. Blake replied with a bit of exasperation. Ding. Congratulations, master. Your malicious heart has led you to make the first move with your sister, completing a hidden achievement task. Reward, 100 luck points. Remaining luck points, 1757. Please continue working hard, master. There will be more rewards as you progress. System, don't add fuel to the fire. Hearing the message in his mind, Blake rolled his eyes, feeling speechless. When he kissed his precious disciple Ace, there was also this hidden achievement task. This system doesn't want to turn me into some kind of emotional devil. Anyway, the chaotic morning finally came to an end. Half an hour later, under the efforts of Leah, Rias, Aquino, and a novice Asia, a hearty breakfast was prepared. At a large table, with the two who had just been woken up, Zenobia and Irina, they all sat down to enjoy the meal. On both sides of Blake were Leah and Rias, and on his lap sat Kanna. As for Asia, she could only sit on the outer side with envy. After finishing a good breakfast, Rias began discussing the handling results of the Kokobile incident received from the underworld. I received news from my brother regarding this incident. Both the church and the fallen angels have made statements. First, the church, because the fallen angels caused quite a bit of trouble, wishes to communicate with us devils regarding this matter. They also apologize for the Valper incident. After all, it was because they turned a blind eye to the situation that such a result occurred. As for Zenobia and Irina, at this point, Rias looked at Zenobia and Irina, whose faces were slightly tense. The church has only labeled you as heretics, but considering the Gremory family, they didn't pursue further investigation. Upon hearing this, Zenobia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as she had already mentally prepared for being labeled a heretic. "My lord, thank you," Zenobia muttered in relief, but suddenly a sharp pain made her wince. As for Irina, she crossed her hands in prayer, once again getting herself into a troublesome situation. In response, Blake and the others couldn't help but laugh. Even Leah let out a small laugh. "By the way, Rias, what you were saying earlier, what is that all about?" Then, Leah suddenly recalled some things Rias had said earlier, and with a slight furrow of her brows, she asked. Well, hearing this, Rias paused for a moment and then began to explain with a wry smile. "Fallen angels." After hearing this, Leah's black eyes revealed a chilling light. The fallen angels actually dared to lay hands on her brother and friends. If it weren't for Kokabeel being killed by Blake, Leah might have taken matters in her own hands. But even so, she was still deeply dissatisfied with the fallen angels. Seeing this resolute expression on Leah's face, Aquino's eyes darkened slightly, becoming somewhat gloomy. Aquino. Noticing Aquino's abnormality, Blake froze for a moment and then gently held Leah's delicate hand, shaking his head. "Sorry, Aquino." Seeing Blake shaking his head, Leah came to her senses and also noticed Aquino's mood. With an apologetic expression, she said, "Aquino, I'm sorry." "Leah, I'm fine." Before Leah could finish speaking, Aquino interrupted her, smiling and shaking her head to indicate it was no big deal. "Rias, you should continue with the rest of the story. It's bad to leave things half told." Then, Aquino turned to Rias, who seemed to have relaxed, and smiled, prompting her to continue. This made everyone's gaze focused again. Seeing that everyone was now looking at her, Rias paused briefly before continuing her explanation. As for the fallen angels, the fallen angel governor, Azazel, sent the truth to both the Angle and Devil factions. The theft of Excalibur fragments was entirely Kokabeel's unilateral decision. The other higher-up were unaware of this matter. As a result, they have charged him with attempting to destroy the three-faction balance and starting a war, sentencing him to permanent freezing in the lower layers of hell. Permanent freezing sentence? Hearing this, the women all frowned. After all, they had seen Kokabeel get killed in one strike by Blake, with not even dust remaining. Well, this is just the result of Azazel wanting to give the outside world an explanation. Looking at her family, who appeared puzzled, Rhea spoke in a deep voice, her face showing clear displeasure. She obviously had strong feelings of discontent about Azazel's so-called explanation. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed displeasure. Even Leah and Aquino's expressions turned cold, causing the temperature around them to drop slightly. "Azazel, I've got an account to settle with him too." Blake narrowed his eyes in contemplation. He had not forgotten that this guy, Azazel, had somehow arranged for Rainier to monitor him. Also, recently, the representatives of the Angel faction, the Devil faction, and Azazel will hold talks. It seems Azazel has something important to say. I've heard that he might apologize for Kokabeel's incident at that time, though an apology from Azazel. Rhea shrugged her shoulders with an expression of disbelief, clearly showing she did not trust the apology. It wasn't surprising since everyone knew that Azazel, the fallen angel governor, was a person without principles. No one would easily believe what he said. Including Blake, we were all invited to attend. Since we were directly involved in the incident, we must give a detailed report. Then, Rhea dropped a bombshell. No way. After hearing this, except for Blake and Leah, the others were left stunned. After all, it seemed unrealistic for them, mere servants, to attend such an important meeting. Well, not only us, but even Sona has been invited. Since we were direct victims of this incident, we have to give a thorough report. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Rhys nodded and explained, which was a reasonable explanation that everyone could accept. Anyway, even though the upcoming talks are important, don't worry too much. Blake and I will handle it. Today is the weekend. Everyone can relax. We only have work in the evening, so enjoy your day. Then, Rhys clapped her hands and said softly, and this caused the girls to relax. Indeed, with the head and Blake around, there was nothing more reassuring. "Blake, Irina, and I would like to ask you about swordsmanship." Just as the girls were about to go about their own activities, Zenobia suddenly spoke up, pulling the somewhat embarrassed Irina along with her, causing everyone to look over. "Swordsmanship, huh? Sure." Upon hearing this, Blake paused for a moment, then smiled and agreed. "By the way, if possible, could you help me have a child? I've thought about it, and as a woman, having a child seems like a good option. And with your powerful genes, I'm sure it would be a great idea." Then, as if remembering something, Zenobia spoke with an easygoing expression, as though the shocking thing she had just said didn't matter at all. Huh. Not only Asia and Irina, but also Rias, Aquino, and Liao were all stunned, staring in shock at Zenobia. They never expected her to be this bold. Zenobia is really bold," Aquino said with a smile, looking at Rias with a bit of schadenfreude. "Zenobia, how can you actually ask something like that?" Irina, who had been pulled along, said in a daze. Kaneko just scanned between Zenobia and Blake with her golden eyes. Asia was frozen, unable to react. Only Kana remained calm. "Seems like I can't let my guard down. I thought only Lia and Aquino were competitors," Rias said with a headache. Her position was becoming more and more dangerous with so many new competitors. On the other hand, Lia looked at Zenobia with an appreciative gaze. It was rare to see a girl who would speak so directly and take such bold actions. "Let's forget about making a child. Let's go practice swordsmanship first," Blake said, trying to change the subject as the atmosphere became awkward. If this kept going, it would be a battlefield, and that was terrifying. Upon hearing Blake's words, Zenobia nodded, showing an expectant expression, as if the explosive comment she just made had never happened. In the following time, Liao was taken by Rias and Aquino to go shopping, familiarizing herself with the town, while also bonding with them. As for Zenobia and Irina, they were being taught by Blake. Blake did not teach them swordsmanship, but instead taught them the meaning represented by the knight class, a symbol of speed and technique. Of course, Blake also considered that both Zenovia's previously used Holy Sword of Destruction and Durandal were highly destructive, pursuing a Force-type destruction approach. So he simply taught her how to control Durandal and used a sword spirit to calm Durandal's sword spirit. As for Irina, her fighting style was similar to Kiba, more technique-based. So Blake only taught her how to improve her swordsmanship and use the holy Sword of Mimic more flexibly. Teaching someone to fish is better than just giving them fish. After spending a whole morning dealing with these issues, Blake allowed them to practice on their own. Meanwhile, Blake leisurely took Kaneko and Kana out to the shopping street. More accurately, they went to an arcade to compete and buy some snacks for Kana. However, when the three of them arrived at the arcade, they encountered someone unexpected, which immediately made both Blake and Kaneko lose interest in playing. "Kaneko, are we playing fighting games again today?" Standing at the entrance of the arcade, Blake lightly patted Kaneko's head and gently asked. I must defeat you today," Kaneko said without hesitation. She pushed the glass door open with her small hand and entered. Seeing this, Blake could only smile helplessly before following Kana inside. It seemed that Kaneko felt she couldn't win him in simple controller games, so she brought him to the arcade for joystick games. Originally, she thought she could defeat him, but as expected, Blake once again easily defeated her, just as he had in the past. After all, whether it was controller games or joystick games, Blake had quite a bit of experience. Getting beaten so easily stirred Kaneko's competitive spirit again. Whenever she had time, she would drag Blake back here. And since it was the weekend, they were already regulars. Blake came with the thought of playing with Kaneko and reliving some childhood memories. When they entered the arcade, there was a noisy atmosphere with excited shouts everywhere. Since it was the weekend, there were quite a few people around. "Here, Senpai," Kaneko said, skillfully finding her spot before waving at Blake with her golden eyes. Even though it was crowded, not many people played fighting games in Japan, so it was mostly Blake and Kaneko among a few others. There was no concern about losing their spots. Just as Blake was about to walk over with a helpless smile, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura, and his crystal blue eyes narrowed. He looked toward a game machine in front of Kaneko. There, a middle-aged man dressed in an unusually odd traditional kimono was holding a joystick, gazing at Blake with an expression full of amusement, as if trying to see through him. He had the appearance of a born villain, dressed in a dull gray kimono, completely out of place in the arcade, yet emanating a destructive aura. Senpai. Noticing Blake's strange reaction, Kaneko was taken aback. She then followed his intense gaze and noticed the odd man. However, unlike Blake, who only felt this person was strong, Kaneko felt as though she was facing a wild beast. The instant she sensed this, she was terrified, her small body trembling uncontrollably. The governor of the fallen angels, Azazel, casually invading our territory and threatening member of Gremory family. Are you planning to declare war on us? Just so happens, I have some matters to settle with you, Blake said coldly, stepping in front of Kaneko to block Azazel's aura, his crystal blue eyes filled with killing intent. Figured you'd recognize me. Well, kid, don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. I don't have any special intentions. I'm just here to apologize for what happened last time. Feeling the killing intent from Blake, Azazel shrugged and waved his hand, casually saying. However, his expression and actions were utterly insincere. Governor of the fallen angels, Azazel. Upon hearing the conversation between Blake and Azazel, Kaneko was stunned, her heart filled with shock as she looked at the man with a wicked smile. Azazel, is this your idea of an apology? And invading our territory for no reason, not to mention sending fallen angels to spy on me and the whole Kokobeel incident. This isn't something that can be settled with just an apology. Seeing Azazel's unscrupulous demeanor, Blake coldly said. At the same time, the system's scan of Azazel's information appeared clearly in Blake's eyes. Fallen Angel Governor, Azazel. Age. Power, Peak Satan. Luck Value, 1670. Evaluation. An important character in the High School DxD world, boss of the Fallen Angel faction, an enthusiast of sacred gears, has extensive knowledge of various sacred gears, not very interested in combat. Though his personality is quite unscrupulous, he is still considered a good person. Peak Satan class, huh? Blake's crystal blue eyes flickered slightly, and he murmured, if I wanted to feed him, it would still be a bit challenging for me. Furthermore, based on the scan, his sensory can only be reduced by half, and neither Satan's nor someone like Chow Chow with a Longinus class sacred gear can be affected by his perceptual distortion ability. Well, the three factions are about to meet, so I came here for a little fun, check out some places, and play some games. Overall, I'm here to apologize, and as for sincerity, I don't have much to offer. But since I do have some research on sacred gears, how about you lend me your Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet to study? Azazel smiled at Blake, his eyes filled with deep shock and curiosity. To be honest, when he heard about the incident at the Silva family yesterday, and the news that someone had massacred most of the family members spread to the world powerhouses, he was shocked at the time and even ruined the sacred gear he had just crafted. At first, when Rainier reported the news to him, he just chuckled and didn't pay much attention. He had only been monitoring Blake, the young master of the ancient magic arts family, by chance after discovering the fluctuation of the sacred gear on him. However, he still remembered Blake's warning. He found Blake to be a strong, or kingly, and interesting human being, as most people didn't dare to speak to him in such a manner. Later, when Blake forcibly suppressed Kokobeel, Azazel became even more intrigued. Until late last night, a piece of news completely stunned him and the entire higher-ups of the Fallen Angels. The current Red Dragon Emperor had appeared, and it was the very young man he had monitored before, the one who killed Kokobeel. Not only had he appeared, but he had directly destroyed his own family, even killing Chow Chow, the holder of the true Longinus spear and the key figure of the Cow's Brigade, and heavily injuring the Dimension Lost host, causing the Annihilation Maker to flee with him. This news spread like a tidal wave among the fallen angels. No, it should be said that it shook all the powerful forces in the world. All the gods and top powers were shocked, and collectively concluded that there was now a new monstrous existence in a world who should not be provoked lightly. So Azazel couldn't wait to arrive at this town, eager to meet Blake, the person he was extremely interested in. Give you the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet for research. Blake raised an eyebrow, a little surprised inside. He had only visited the Silva family yesterday and used the gauntlet once. Yet today, Azazel had already gotten the news. Don't look at me like that. Someone must have spread your information completely. There are a lot of people who are very interested in you. Noticing the change in Blake's expression, Azazel still wore a wicked smile, speaking carelessly. I see. Upon hearing this, Blake immediately understood everything. He had killed Chow Chow and taken the true Longina spear, so it was no surprise that the Cows Brigade couldn't sit still. Perhaps they wanted to attract some powerful people interested in him to either kill or trouble him. The mad sacred gear enthusiast in front of him, Azazel, was one such example. Now I understand the situation. However, such matters are of no concern to me. Then Blake gave Azazel a sharp look, and his aura began to rise, making the surrounding space feel somewhat oppressive. If this is your sincerity, then I don't mind taking some interest from you right now. Today's youth, such a hot temper. Upon hearing this, Azazel immediately sighed. However, Raynair's matter and Cocabeel's affair, plus this sudden visit, are indeed my fault. How about this? I'll fully assist you in forging 3 artificial sacred gears as compensation. How about that? Then Azazel became unusually serious, raising 3 fingers, and said solemnly, "Sacred gear can still be forged." Hearing this, Kaneko was stunned, surprised. Although only gods could forge them in the past, after studying sacred gears for so long, I have developed related abilities. Of course, things at the Longinus class sacred gear and some powerful complex sacred gears are still beyond my capability. So Blake, how about you join me in research? With the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet information, I'll definitely forge even stronger sacred gears. Azazel said confidently, and at the end, he looked at Blake with fervent eyes. This made Kaneko silent for a moment. She suddenly recalled what Cocabeel had said. Azazel was obsessed with sacred gears, and collecting and forging them had become a pathological obsession. Fine, I'll believe you once, but you won't get my cooperation for free. One last thing, 3 sacred gears are not enough. I want 6 sacred gears. At this moment, Blake finally spoke, his tone firm and unyielding. You really are asking for a lot. Sacred gear aren't easy to forge, and those rare materials aren't easy to find. I said 3 pieces is already generous, but you're asking for double. Upon hearing this, even the unscrupulous fallen angel governor couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling a pang in his chest. That's your problem. It must be 6. 1 that can carry and enhance destruction-type magical power, 1 to enhance lightning attributes, 1 for strength-enhancing gauntlets, 2 to enhance speed, and the last one, an automatic defense-type sacred gear. That's all my demands. Before Azazel could finish speaking, Blake interrupted him, stating his requirements in a calm and unhurried manner. This made Azazel's face darken. This was basically a robbery, as if Blake thought forging sacred gears was just assembling toys. Knowledge, materials, and energy were all essential. Even for him, successfully forging 1 moderately strong sacred gear would be quite an accomplishment. But now Blake had laid out so many demands, it was as if he wanted to bankrupt him. Azazel, I heard from Cocabeel that you've studied sacred gears, collected and forged various kinds of them. I think these shouldn't be a problem for you, right? So let's settle on this. In the next moment, Blake spoke again, causing Azazel's face to stiffen, feeling his stomach churn, and his grin disappeared, replaced by a frustrated expression. Hey, Blake kid, when did I agree? Seeing that Blake was getting more unreasonable and cutting off his escape routes, Azazel quickly tried to interrupt. He feared that if he let it go on, he would be left with nothing. Today is my lucky day, meeting the sincere apology of the fallen angel governor. In that case, at the upcoming meeting, I won't bring up Kokobeel's matter or cause trouble for the fallen angels, and I'll just keep observing. What do you think? However, before Azazel could recover, Blake smiled again, speaking with a tone that made it clear he had already trapped Azazel. Today's youth really don't understand how to be considerate of their elders. Really, with such strong power, you don't care about the consequences, but even your words are so sharp. Saying this, Azazel's face was full of sorrow. The implication was clear. He had given in. He was afraid that if he continued, Blake would make even more demands, and he would be totally wiped out. He didn't expect that after all these years, after flirting with Valkyries, and even Odin not being able to do anything to him, he would be completely dominated by a 17-year-old brat. What a twist of fate. Azazel looked at the smiling Blake and weakly thought to himself, "Since it's settled, let's play first." "Well, dear Governor, would you like to play? 1 sacred gear per game, quite a bargain, right? Perhaps you could win them back." At this moment, Blake, full of energy, looked at Azazel and said, "No need, I have things to do. I'll be leaving now." Upon hearing this, Azazel's face immediately darkened, and with a twitch of his mouth, he fled the scene. He had decided there was no need to stay. He needed to avoid this cunning guy. "It's a pity. I was hoping to get a couple more sacred gears as backups." Looking at Azazel fleeing, Blake murmured, "Thank you, Senpai." Hearing this, Kaneko couldn't help but show a smile, then sincerely tugged at Blake's sleeve. "Kaneko, we don't need to thank each other. All right, although something unexpected happened, let's play now." Blake gently patted Kaneko's head, then sat down in front of the game machine, removing the barrier around them, and said with a smile, "MM." Upon hearing this, Kaneko's usually expressionless face broke into another smile as she nodded and sat next to Blake. Meanwhile, Kana sat on Blake's lap. Thus, the very noticeable silver-haired trio began to happily play in the joyful atmosphere. At dusk, after a day of playing, Blake, Kaneko, and Kana finally went to the Occult Research Club. Once everyone had gathered, Blake calmly explained the events from his encounter with Azazel that day. What a joke! Although the talks between the devil, fallen angels, and angelic leaders are to be held in this city, the fallen angel governor suddenly invading my territory is simply too rude. After Blake explained the situation, Rias, with her crimson red hair, furrowed her brows and exploded in fury. It was quite understandable. Kaneko and Blake had directly met the leader of the fallen angels. If Azazel had ill intentions, both Kaneko and Blake would have been in danger. Although he apologized and left their base in the end, just sneaking into their territory without notifying Rias, the owner, was enough to label him with malicious intent. "No, we must discuss this with Big Brother. Blake, be careful. After all, he's the governor of the fallen angels. Even you would be in a tough fight against him, right?" Rias was so angry that she was about to lose control of her destructive magical powers. Her red hair fluttered as she angrily spoke. After the matter with Kokobeel, Rias had already been quite displeased, and now, with the arrival of the fallen angel governor, was the fallen angels really planning to wage war against the devils? Or were they targeting her, the Grimoire? It wasn't just Rias. The other girls, led by Leah and Aquino, all expressed dissatisfaction. "Rias, don't get so angry, it's fine, don't worry. That shameless governor definitely wouldn't make a move against me." Seeing the girls were all furious, Blake quickly reassured them. "Anyway, that governor didn't get anywhere with me. I even made him give me 6 sacred gears. This should greatly improve your strength." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions lightened. Such a domineering prince. I'm liking him more and more. Aquino covered her face with both hands, showing a look of infatuation. The large movement of her chest made Blake's heart stir slightly. The other girls also had shining expressions. However, it seems a bit strange that Azazel is so interested in you, Blake. After all, doesn't the fallen angel governor have a rather twisted obsession with collecting sacred gears? Rias spoke again, and Aquino and the others nodded in agreement, all looking puzzled. Even though Blake's strength was immense and he could slay Kokobeel, someone of Azazel's caliber wouldn't specifically come see Blake just for that reason. especially to apologize and make amends. Actually, Big Brother is the current Red Dragon Emperor. At this moment, Leah slightly smiled, her lips curling into a proud expression. Upon hearing this, the girls first nodded instinctively and then froze, their eyes wide in shock as they looked at Blake. More accurately, I'm half of it. Seeing that the girls were all staring at him in confusion, Blake lightly laughed. Half. Hearing this, the girls were all puzzled. Even Leah shot a questioning glance at him. Just as Rias and the others were about to ask further questions, Blake suddenly raised his eyebrow and glanced to the side. At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice sounded. Rias, it's true that Blake is the Red Dragon Emperor. There's no mistake about that. However, could you tell me why you say he's only half of it? The sudden voice made everyone pause. Then they all turned their gaze to where it came from. There stood a smiling red-haired man. Upon seeing him, Blake and Leah's eyes immediately showed signs of fluctuation. Both of them had practiced ancient arts and could clearly sense the terrifying power within the newcomer's body. Meanwhile, Aquino, Kaneko, and Kiba instantly kneeled. As for the newcomers, Zenobia, Irina, and Asia, they looked confused. The man who suddenly appeared had a striking resemblance to Rias, and based on the information they had, Zenovia's expression turned shocked. Are you Satan's Surzek's Lucifer? Indeed, the person who arrived was Rias's older brother, Surzek's Lucifer, one of the 4 great Satans of the underworld. Big Brother, what are you? Looking at Surzek's in front of her, Rias revealed an astonished expression. You two had that kind of event the day before yesterday. How could I, as your older brother, not come and take a look? Besides, I also want to see my future brother-in-law. Surzek said with a smile. Though he was a Satan, he gave off a rather approachable aura. Big Brother? What are you saying? However, the shocking words that came from his mouth caused Rias's face to flush red. She snorted in dissatisfaction. The other girls, with varied expressions, seemed to want to say something but ultimately didn't, feeling conflicted. Clearly, the fact that the legendary Satan had already recognized Blake as his brother-in-law made them feel like the competition had become even tougher. Blake, I wanted to meet you for a long time. You're quite impressive. Surzek then turned to Blake, his face filled with admiration. Some of the events that had happened the day before, Surzek had heard about, and his reaction was the same as Azazel's. He hadn't expected that Blake might be the reincarnation of King Arthur, in addition to having the identity of the Red Dragon Emperor. Surzek, Satan. Blake hesitated slightly as he looked at Surzek, his future brother-in-law, and after a moment of hesitation, he called out, No need to worry about the titles. You could just call me by my name. Noticing Blake's hesitation, Surzek lightly smiled and patted Blake's shoulder, saying casually. This made Blake breathe a sigh of relief. Lord Blake, Miss, and all the others, good evening. At that moment, following behind Surzek, and finally seizing the opportunity, Grafia showed a serious expression and respectfully greeted them. Now, as a maid of the Grimmery family, she had to observe proper etiquette. Hopefully, there won't be another terrifying incident like Kokabeel this time. Azazel's visit was likely just out of interest in Blake, the Red Dragon Emperor. But the governor came earlier than expected. Surzek elegantly walked with Grafia to the sofa, while Aquino started preparing tea. Big Brother, why do you all know that Blake is the Red Dragon Emperor, yet the outside world has no idea? Sitting on the opposite sofa with Blake, Rias first glanced at him, then turned to Surzek with a questioning gaze. This matter. Upon hearing this, Surzek looked at Blake with an inquiring expression, not saying more, clearly respecting Blake's wishes. Actually, I only used the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet for the first time yesterday, and it was immediately spread by someone with ulterior motives. Blake said calmly, I see. Upon hearing this, everyone understood a little more. They guessed that it was probably because when borrowing Leah from the family, the enemies were too strong, which forced the use of it. My little sister, speaking of which, this clubroom really ruins the atmosphere. There are so many young girls here, yet there's only a magic circle, nothing else. Surzek glanced around the room, then said with a wry smile. Clearly, he cares deeply about his sister, Rias. By the way, big brother, is it really okay for you to come to the human world like this? As if remembering something, Rias asked with a puzzled look. She knew that her brother, standing at the top of the underworld as a Satan, had very little time. What are you talking about? As your brother, it's my duty to visit you. Besides, the educational tour is coming soon, right? I thought I should check it out, so I came to see how my sister is doing with her studies. Upon hearing this, Surzex smiled and casually took out a flyer from somewhere, waving it in front of Rias. Surzex looked at Rias with an interested smile, clearly waiting for her reaction. Is it Graphia? Did you tell brother? Hearing this, Rias gave Graphia a displeased look. Yes, all the reports from the academy will be sent to me, as I am in charge of the schedule for the Gremory family. Of course, as Lord Surzek's queen, I am obligated to report to my master. Upon hearing this, Rias became frustrated. Even though I have many duties as a great Satan, I still took time off to attend my sister's educational tour. Don't worry, Father will be coming too. Huh, Father will come too. Yeah, Father is even more concerned than I am. He's bringing along the regrettable mother's part and is preparing to film your entire educational process for you. Surzek smiled at Rias's exclamation, hitting her with another blow. This can't be. Aren't you one of the 4 great Satan? You can't just leave your work behind like this. Great Satans can't have double standards with devils. Upon hearing this, Rias replied with a sad rebuttal. Looking at this scene, Blake and Leah exchanged knowing glances. Rias's family was really interesting, full of warmth, unlike their cold-blooded family. No, this is part of the job too, Rias. Actually, the summit of the 3 major leaders will be held at this academy. I came to inspect the venue. What? Upon hearing this, Rias and the others couldn't help but show a very surprised expression. Even Leah was momentarily stunned. A summit of the 3 major factions? This was certainly a high-profile event, and they didn't expect it to be held at this school. Only Blake seemed unfazed, as he already knew about it from his past life. Here? Really? Rias widened her eyes and asked again, clearly still in disbelief. Yes, I don't know why, but this academy always seems to be so connected with such events. Even the younger sister of Satan, Seraphal Leviathan, was involved in the Kokabeel incident, and White Dragon Emperor was attacked as well. This is not something that can be categorized as just coincidence. All sorts of powers have gathered, and things have become turbulent. Surzek shrugged and softly explained. I can't believe it's at this school. Big brother, I really don't know what you're thinking. Rias said with frustration. There were already so many issues here, and now this. She had a bad feeling. Don't worry. This time, the 3 major factions are well prepared. Even if some small fry try to interfere, we can handle it. Surzex said with a smile, completely unfazed. Blake didn't comment on this either. After all, even if there were attacks by the old Satan faction, as long as the top leaders like Surzex took things seriously, those descendants of the old Satans were nothing but small fry, not worth mentioning. After that, Surzex greeted everyone, setting aside his noble Satan status, and asked Zenobia and others to assist Rias with everything. Zenobia, Irina, and Asia were initially at a loss, especially since they had once been part of the church, and they were nervous facing their former enemies from the Bible. However, Surzex's extraordinary charisma made it easy for them to adjust their mindset, and they solemnly pledged to help. This made everyone smile at each other, creating a warm atmosphere. Well, continuing with these complicated topics won't help. But, although we're in the human world now, it's already late at night. I'm not sure if there are any vacant accommodations at this hour. Afterward, Surzex looked toward Blake and gently asked, There aren't any. My house is full. Blake replied, without changing his expression, refusing. He was joking, but he wouldn't allow anyone to stay at his house, especially not his brother-in-law. He wouldn't let anything inappropriate happen. Oh, really? I was hoping to spend the night chatting and bonding with you, Blake. Upon hearing Blake's refusal, Surzex showed a regretful expression and shook his head. I have no interest in bonding with you all night. I'm a normal man. Blake raised an eyebrow inwardly, thinking to himself. When Blake unhesitatingly refused the Satan's request to stay, everyone looked at him with strange expressions, unsure of what he was thinking. Only Leah smiled gently, as if she already knew. Lord Surzex, although my house is small, there are still a few vacant spots. At that moment, Kiba suddenly spoke up respectfully. I see. Thank you, Kiba-kun. Surzex smiled gratefully and nodded. Thus, Surzex and Grafia followed Kiba back, while Rias and the others continued with their daily work. After finishing work, they all went to sleep together. A week or so passed. During these days, Kiba took Surzex on a tour of the school and the town. As for Blake, he continued enjoying his fulfilling days. Leah also successfully transferred to Ku High School, amazing the students with countless admirers. White Dragon Emperor Valley, are you looking for me for something? At the school gate of Kahai, just as Blake was about to enter, he suddenly paused and turned around to greet. Already spotted? I barely appeared for a second. Valley, wearing an eye-catching outfit, leaned against the railing, a wry smile on his face as he spoke. Not long ago, I met you once. For someone like me who has practiced Senjutsu, your aura is as conspicuous as a beacon. Hearing this, Blake spoke calmly and unperturbed. Then, to specially pick a time to come looking for me, what exactly do you want? Blake's eyes turned sharp as he asked. Nothing much. I just wanted to see you again and have a little chat. Valley also replied with an unchanged expression. At this point, Vala paused for a moment, his expression turning serious, and he asked with doubt, Are you really my rival, the Red Dragon Emperor? Why can I sense the aura of a rival from you? Valley looked at Blake with confusion. As the White Dragon Emperor, he was supposed to have an innate enmity toward the Red Dragon Emperor. Whenever the other appeared, he should be able to sense it. However, the recent information had left Valley and Albion puzzled. They had met Blake twice, once during the brief encounter when rescuing Kokobeel, and the second time just now. Yet neither time did Vala feel the aura of the Red Dragon Emperor on Blake. Does it really matter whether I'm the Red Dragon Emperor or not? Hearing this, Blake raised an eyebrow and looked at Valley with a half-smile. It matters a lot to me. Before this, you were an opponent I considered very challenging. And now, if you truly are the Red Dragon Emperor, you would become an opponent I must defeat. When the strongest White Dragon Emperor of all generations defeats the strongest Red Dragon Emperor, my power will undoubtedly ascend to a higher level. Vala stared at Blake with eyes full of fighting spirit, speaking each word clearly. Despite knowing that Blake had defeated 3 Satan-level individuals from the Silva family and had even killed Chow Chow, the person Valley ranked as his #1 target to surpass, such feats were not enough to intimidate Valley, who sought to dominate the battlefield. Ding! New task issued. Defeat the strongest White Dragon Emperor, Valley, and earn 1,000 luck points. Forget it, Valley. If it becomes necessary, I will temporarily assume the role of the Red Dragon Emperor and engage you in a rival's duel. For now, that's all. Today is the day of the open teaching session, and dangerous individuals like you should stay away. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Blake raised an eyebrow, waved dismissively at Valley, and walked toward the academy. Temporarily assumed the role of the Red Dragon Emperor? Hearing this, Valley frowned deeply. Blake was too enigmatic, giving him the feeling that he couldn't see through him at all. Valley, it seems like something has gone wrong on Drake's side. At this moment, Albion's voice suddenly rang out, sounding incredibly grave. Yeah, I think so too. Otherwise, such a strange situation wouldn't occur. But the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet on him should be undeniable. As long as I can make him use the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet in combat, the truth will come to light. Valley spoke with wavering eyes. That's true. Hearing this, Albion said no more. Carrying doubts and caution, Valley eventually left. The meeting was approaching, and he needed to prepare thoroughly and bring himself to peak condition. Not long after Blake entered the academy, he heard the sound of cameras clicking. Click, click, click. Flashlights kept flickering as a group of men with cameras were gathered in a corner of the hallway, taking pictures of a stunningly beautiful girl dressed as magical girl Milky, Spiral 7 alternative. Looking at this breathtaking girl hiding immense power within, Blake's crystal blue eyes rippled slightly. So, it's Seraphol Leviathan, one of the 4 great Satans and Sona's older sister. While Blake was musing, a student council member, Saji, barged into the crowd with some other female students from the council. Hey, do you think you can just hold a photography event here? Saji's voice rang out, filled with authority. All right, break it up. Today is the open teaching session. Don't cause trouble here. Upon hearing Saji's commanding tone, the group of men reluctantly dispersed. Nice job, Saji. If you'd let them continue, things would have gotten messy. Seeing this, Blake shook his head, walked over, and patted Saji on the shoulder with a smile. Naturally, Blake knew Saji, not from seeing him in his previous life's TV shows, but because, after witnessing Blake's one-sword annihilation of Kokobeel, Saji had come to acknowledge him as his boss. Initially, Blake ignored him, but later, he tacitly accepted it and occasionally taught him some combat techniques. Boss Blake, you're here. Feeling a pat on his shoulder, Saji froze for a moment before greeting Blake respectfully, his tone full of admiration. Oh my, so you're Blake. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. At this moment, Seraphol, who had been watching from the side, suddenly locked her eyes on Blake. As if confirming something, her eyes sparkled, and she pounced into Blake's arms, speaking in a sweet and curious voice. Not only Saji, but even Blake was stunned. Could it be that his charm had reached the level where even a great Satan would throw herself into his arms? Excuse me, do we know each other? Feeling Seraphol tightly hugging him, Blake, though finding the physical contact quite pleasant, still asked formally. Hey, can you teach me that flashy move you used earlier? It's so cool. As a magical girl, I'm just missing a finishing move like that. Instead of answering his question, Seraphol ignored it entirely and excitedly spoke while her eyes sparkled. Boss Blake, this. Saji stood frozen, staring at the scene in disbelief as his brain went into overdrive trying to process it. Elder sister, what are you doing? Let go of Silva already. At this moment, a voice filled with helplessness yet commanding presence rang out. Sona walked over with her vice president Tsubaki, her face full of exasperation as she looked at Seraphol. Sona-chan, found you. Hearing this, Seraphol's eyes lit up as she mysteriously disappeared from her spot and reappeared not far away, hugging Sona tightly and snuggling up to her. See, sister, the president's sister isn't. Saji stared at Seraphol in shock, gasping in disbelief. Just as you've guessed, Seraphol is Sona's sister, and one of the current 4 great Satans, Seraphol Leviathan. Patting Saji's shoulder, who was still in shock, Blake calmly explained. Although Seraphol's status as a Satan was highly revered by Saji, to Blake, she was just a lively and charming young girl. Sona-chan, how have you been? Sister has really missed you. Seraphol tightly hugged Sona, who wore a troubled expression, and snuggled against her, completely ignoring the odd looks from those around her and Sona's pale face. Why are you here, sister? Unable to endure Seraphol's clinginess, Sona questioned her in a stern tone. Sona-chan, that's so mean. You didn't even tell me about today's event. You're so heartless. I was so hurt. I almost wanted to declare war on heaven. Seraphol pouted like a little girl, playfully sulking in response to Sona's question. Though her words were concerning, her demeanor was anything but serious. Seraphol, declaring war on heaven is not something you can joke about. At that moment, a deep and magnetic voice interrupted the scene. 2 figures with striking crimson hair walked over, their presence commanding attention. Surzek-chan and Rias-chan. I was just kidding. Seeing the 2 approach, Seraphol released Sona and grinned mischievously, showing none of the dignity expected from Satan. Indeed, the current generation of the 4 great Satans was notably unique, each with distinct and unconventional personalities. Recalling details from the original work, Blake silently mused to himself. After a cheerful conversation, the group dispersed. Sona ultimately failed to escape Seraphal's grip and was dragged away. Meanwhile, Surzex, exhausted by the attention from recording videos, could only sigh as Rias, left behind, reluctantly guided the tour of the school. As for Blake, he casually skipped classes, wandering around the different grades. Kaneko and Leah were in the same class, and while it was supposedly a classroom observation event, most of the visitors had their eyes glued to the two girls, captivated by their beauty and grace. The teachers could only sigh in frustration at the situation. Blake couldn't help but smile. With Kaneko's demeanor and Leah's elegance, it was no surprise they garnered such attention. As Kaneko's caretaker and Leah's elder brother, he felt a sense of pride at their charm. In the second-year classes, Asia, Zenobia, and Irina also found themselves in similar situations. However, when it came to observing Akino, the atmosphere was different. Under the stunned gazes of the teachers, students, and parents, Akino suddenly stood up, confidently addressed the teacher, and walked out. "Blake, let's go." Approaching Blake with a radiant smile, Akino grabbed his hand without hesitation. Are you sure this is okay?" Looking at the stunned faces in the classroom, Blake asked awkwardly. "It's fine. There's something important I need to discuss with you." Without giving him a chance to refuse, Akino pulled Blake along. Contrasting the dilapidated church in the town, a similarly abandoned shrine existed elsewhere. A long staircase led to the shrine with its red torii gates, a traditional structure in Japanese shrines. Despite being deserted, the shrine was surprisingly clean. "Welcome, Blake." Upon reaching the shrine's main hall, Akino displayed a bittersweet smile, tinged with nostalgia. "Akino, what is this place?" Looking around at the shrine's decorations, Blake's crystal blue eyes flickered as he feigned ignorance. "This shrine is my home. It's where I lived with my mother during my childhood." Akino's eyes glazed over with a faraway look as she recounted her past. Her usual queenly demeanor faded, replaced by a fragile aura that evoked pity. "Blake, I am a child born of a fallen angel and a human. My mother was the daughter of a shrine maiden here in this shrine. One day, she saved a wounded fallen angel cadre, Barakiel. Through that chance encounter, I was conceived. Because I hated my fallen angel wings, I became a devil after meeting Rias. However, the result was horrifying, a creature bearing both devil and fallen angel wings. Perhaps such a form suits someone like me, born of filthy blood. Blake, I imagine you must despise someone with my tainted lineage." On Akino's delicate face were complex emotions, confusion, self-loathing, and despair. She unfolded her wings, one pair black and feathery, belonging to a fallen angel, and the other the demonic wings of a devil. The moment her wings were revealed, Akino's body trembled, her usually confident demeanor replaced by vulnerability, her face etched with pain that stirred compassion. Akino. At the moment when Akino Himejima was drowning in self-loathing, Blake suddenly spoke and embraced her. He directly stole her lips, causing her wide eyes to open even further in surprise. "Akino, how could I possibly hate you? If anything, I like you." Holding her tightly, Blake gently whispered after Akino finally calmed down. He released her lips, leaning his forehead against hers with a warm voice. "Oh my, Blake, your sweet-talking skills have improved so much. You're even confessing now without blushing." Akino's face turned slightly red as she looked away, speaking with a hint of shyness. Clearly, she had regained her composure. "I'm nervous too, you know. If you rejected me, I'd be in big trouble." Seeing that Akino wasn't resisting, Blake let out a sigh of relief and chuckled awkwardly. "Rias is your girlfriend. So, by saying you like me, are you planning to abandon her and become my boyfriend?" Akino looked at Blake with a teasing smile. Although her tone was lighthearted, a closer look would reveal the seriousness in her eyes. It was a choice. If Blake answered wrongly, he could end up on an irreversible path. "You're all my wings. I'll never let go of any of you." With emotional intelligence above the average, Blake didn't hesitate to respond, his tone domineering. "Such greed, but I like it." Hearing his answer, Akino's expression finally softened. She was a clever woman and understood that monopolizing Blake wasn't possible. Securing a place by his side was the best choice. After all, if Blake were to give up on Rias for her, she wouldn't feel happy either, because a man like that might one day abandon her for someone else. Noticing Aquino's pure and joyful expression, Blake was momentarily stunned. His declaration of openly wanting a harem wasn't that supposed to trigger anger or resentment. Her reaction seemed off. "Blake, the real reason I brought you here is that an important figure wants to meet you." Aquino's smile softened as she gently broke away from his embrace, adjusting her slightly disheveled shrine maiden attire. An important figure. Blake's crystal blue eyes flickered as he glanced towards a particular direction. "Yes, someone from heaven. A distinguished guest, Michael." Aquino interjected at the right time. Today's main purpose was to welcome this guest. But during their rare time alone, she couldn't help but share her past with him. "Michael, the Archangel? Haha. No wonder they call you the reincarnation of King Arthur, the strongest Red Dragon Emperor in history. You noticed my presence as soon as I arrived." A golden figure appeared in the sky, radiating divine brilliance with 12 shimmering wings. Descending gracefully, the figure was adorned in an elegant white robe with a golden halo above his head. His soothing, beautiful voice echoed. "Aquino, is this the one you wanted me to meet? The esteemed guest from heaven?" "Yes, Blake. This is Michael, the Archangel and current ruler of heaven." Aquino smiled as she introduced him. "Nice to meet you, Blake." Michael extended a hand, his movements composed and graceful. "Archangel, it's a pleasure. But let me clarify, I'm not the reincarnation of King Arthur, so don't get it wrong." Blake shook his hand briefly, his expression calm. "My apologies for the oversight." Michael seemed momentarily startled before apologizing sincerely, showing no hint of arrogance. "Archangel, what brings you to me?" Blake wasn't petty. After expressing his indifference to the mistake, he directly asked about the reason for Michael's visit. "I came to present you with this." A golden, holy aura gathered in front of Blake as Michael summoned a long sword radiating holy energy, a holy sword without a doubt. This is the dragon-slaying holy sword, Ascalon, once wielded by St. George. It has been specially enchanted to allow even devils to wield it. I believe it might give you an advantage when facing the white dragon. Michael's voice remained calm as he explained. "Why give this to me?" Although Blake didn't particularly care about the sword, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "I see this meeting as an opportunity for the three factions to unite and advance together. You're probably aware that our creator, God, perished during the previous war. The opposing Old Satan faction was annihilated, and most of the fallen angels' leaders remained silent. Of course, Kokabeel is an exception. This is a rare chance to eliminate unnecessary conflicts. Otherwise, if smaller skirmishes continue, the three factions will eventually destroy one another. If not that, we may even face attacks from other forces. This holy sword is my gift to the devils. Naturally, I prepared a gift for the fallen angels as well." Noticing Blake's furrowed brows, Michael explained with a serene smile. "I see. I understand now. But is it really okay to give this gift to me, a human, instead of a devil?" Blake nodded in understanding, but remained puzzled. "It's fine. I've already obtained Surzek's approval." Michael chuckled softly in response. "In that case, thank you." Hearing this, Blake was momentarily stunned before expressing his gratitude. Though he didn't particularly value the sword, it was still a gesture of goodwill from Michael and his brother-in-law, Surzek's. There was no harm in accepting it. "Good to hear. The time for our formal meeting is approaching. Let's save the deeper discussions for then." Pleased with Blake's understanding, Michael nodded with a smile before vanishing in a burst of light. "It feels lonely again, doesn't it?" After Michael's departure, Aquino's slightly strained expression finally relaxed. Although the Archangel hadn't released his aura, his mere presence was enough to create pressure for a nearby devil. If he had unleashed his power, even his radiant light could have purified an ordinary devil. Well, now that we have this rare opportunity, why not do something meaningful? Aquino smirked, loosening her shrine-maiden attire slightly to reveal her elegant collarbone and smooth, fair skin. Her eyes sparkled with irresistible charm. Her actions sent Blake's heart racing uncontrollably. Something meaningful? What kind of meaningful thing? Despite his rising frustration, Blake could only endure it. After all, the task specified, he had to be forced by Aquino. If he initiated it himself, the mission would fail. My, Blake, do you really not understand? It seems I'll have to teach you properly. As she spoke, Aquino leaned over Blake, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. Suddenly, she decisively pushed him down to the ground and straddled his abdomen. Aquino, what are you trying to do? Feeling the soft and wonderful sensation of Aquino's hips, Blake suppressed his discomfort but feigned a look of confusion. You're already reacting so much, yet you still refuse to give in. Looks like I'll have to get serious. While I can't claim the position of the main wife, taking your first time isn't bad at all. This thrilling feeling of an affair, it's so exciting. Leaning dominantly over Blake, Aquino whispered seductively while her warm breath caressed his ear. She even swayed her hips slightly, pressing against him, making Blake take a deep breath. It felt too good. However, in the next moment, Blake let out a bitter laugh. He had already detected a familiar presence just outside the door. Aquino, how dare you sneak around? I'll have to properly teach you how to behave. Sure enough, a furious Rias, radiating her destructive aura, stormed into the room with her crimson hair flowing. While leading her brother Surzex on a tour earlier, she noticed Aquino and Blake were both absent. Sharp as always, she quickly abandoned Surzex and began searching. Hearing their earlier conversation was intolerable. She hadn't even taken Blake's first time herself, yet Aquino was trying to beat her to it. Rias vowed to be more cautious going forward. She couldn't let herself get outmaneuvered like this again. My, Bucho, your skill in catching people red-handed is truly maxed out. You even discovered this, Aquino teased, looking at Rias with a smile. However, if one observed closely, there was a trace of disappointment in her eyes. This had been a rare opportunity, after all. Blake, your first time belongs to me. Don't you dare give it to anyone else. Hearing this, Rias glared at Aquino before assertively turning to Blake. Clearly, she was satisfied with his earlier rejection of Aquino's advances. As a result, she wasn't mad at him. Bucho, you're quite greedy, Aquino said with a sweet smile, unwilling to back down. Aquino, allowing you to be with Blake is already an act of generosity. Don't think you can claim more. Equally strong-willed, Rias responded with a huff. Blake could only shake his head helplessly at the intense standoff. As expected, love triangles were terrifying. And then there was one other thing Blake dared not say. His first time had already been given to Aerie. Well, if it's about this world's first time, then perhaps. Amid the commotion, the trio eventually returned home. Upon seeing Rias and Aquino's ongoing rivalry, their family members were left visibly stunned. Only Leah gave Blake a sharp glare. As a master of magic arts, Leah had, of course, sensed Blake and Aquino leaving the school together, as well as Rias rushing out afterward. With her sharp intellect, she could piece things together effortlessly. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Today was the important day for the conference among angels, fallen angels, and devils. Knock, knock. Rias knocked on the door of the meeting room. Excuse us. After softly speaking, Rias opened the door and entered side by side with Blake, accompanied by their group: Aquino, Kaneko, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, and Kiba. Leah, however, remained outside. Although she was Blake's sister, she wasn't directly involved in the incident prompting this conference. Of course, if Blake had wanted to bring Leah along, no one would have objected. After all, she was the sister of someone capable of influencing world, and her strength wasn't lacking either. However, Leah herself wasn't interested in such gatherings, so she opted to stay out. Meanwhile, Kana remained within Blake's contract. Inside the meeting room, a luxurious table, specially prepared for the occasion, stood at the center. Familiar faces were gathered around it, the atmosphere silent and their expressions solemn. From the devil faction, Serzex, Seraphol, and their attendant, Graphia, who stood by a tea cart nearby. From the angel faction, Michael, with his golden wings, and a beautiful female angel with four pristine white wings, marking her as a high-ranking angel. From the fallen angel faction, Azazel, with 12 black wings, and none other than the white dragon emperor, Valley. This is my sister, Rias, and her fiancé, Blake Silva, along with her servants. Serzex introduced Rias and Blake to the other faction leaders. Oh, fiancé? But I don't recall them being married or having held an engagement ceremony, Azazel said with a mischievous smile. Rias-chan and Blake Cohen are getting married, Seraphol exclaimed in surprise. Michael and the female angel also appeared puzzled. The intelligence they'd received only mentioned they were dating. They've only decided on the engagement. The actual wedding can wait until after they graduate, Serzex replied with a laugh. Seeing that Blake didn't seem uncomfortable, just annoyed by Azazel's teasing, Serzex found the situation amusing. Meanwhile, Rias blushed furiously, and the other girls could only watch in frustration. All right, let's get down to business. Regarding the Kokabeel incident, it was thanks to their efforts that a major catastrophe was averted. Shifting to a serious tone, Serzex brought the conversation back on track. I've already received the report. Please allow me to express my gratitude once again, Michael said, bowing slightly to Blake and Rias. Both of them nodded calmly in acknowledgement. I'm sorry for the trouble caused by Kokabeel on our end, Azazel added, though his tone was anything but apologetic. This made Blake raise an eyebrow, tempted to teach him a lesson. Azazel's shamelessness was unparalleled. He'd been extorted by Blake not long ago, yet here he was acting nonchalant. Even Vala beside him wore, all right, since everyone is here and aware of the critical secret that God is no longer present, let us officially begin the conference. Ignoring Azazel's antics, Serzex led the discussion. The talks progressed smoothly. Serzex, Seraphol, and Michael engaged in diplomatic exchanges, probing each other's intentions. Meanwhile, Azazel remained utterly uninterested, only occasionally interjecting. His laid-back demeanor left everyone frustrated, even earning a helpless glance from Valley. Next, let's have Rias and Sona talk about the events from a few days ago. At that moment, Azazel suddenly looked at his sister Rias and spoke in a soft voice. Yes, Lord Lucifer. Hearing this, Rias and Sona, who had been standing in the back, stepped forward. Clearly, it was time to discuss the Kokabeel incident. After scanning the room, Rias calmly began to explain in detail what she knew about the Kokabeel incident. That concludes the report from Rias Gremory and her partner regarding the incident. Sona Citri also attests that this report is completely accurate, Sona added, adjusting his glasses calmly. Once the report and confirmation were complete, the leaders of the three factions had different expressions on their faces. Good work. You may leave now. Thanks, Rias-chan, Sona-chan. Azazel nodded, and nearby, Seraphol blinked her cute eyes. Even in such a formal meeting, this devil girl showed no sign of restraint. All right, Azazel. After hearing this report, I would like to hear the thoughts of the fallen angel governor. With Azazel's words, everyone's gaze turned to Azazel, who had been maintaining his calm expression the entire time. In response, Azazel smiled fearlessly and spoke. A few days ago, Kokabeel, a member of our fallen angels faction, acted unilaterally, keeping his actions hidden from other leaders and from me, as the governor. He was already been handed to me by the White Dragon Emperor. After capturing him, the organization judged Kokabeel and sentenced him to be sealed in the lowest level of hell, where he has been subjected to a permanent freezing punishment. After Azazel finished speaking, both Blake and Rias, along with others, furrowed their brows and showed displeasure. However, since this person had privately apologized, Blake and Rias didn't bother to expose him. After all, peace was the most important thing. That way, they could enjoy doing other things. I see. The problem is Kokabil's motives. He should be quite displeased with you, right? Upon hearing this, Michael sighed helplessly. Yes, because I have little interest in war. Kokabil also disparaged me for this, and those points were mentioned in the report earlier. Even with his casual tone, the fallen angel governor always had a way of making people want to punch him. Azazel, what I want to ask is, why have you been constantly gathering sacred gear users over the past few decades? Initially, I thought you were trying to strengthen your forces to wage war on heaven and us, but following Michael, Azazel's eyes narrowed as he looked at Azazel sharply. Despite all this time passing, you've never launched a war. Even when we heard that you had obtained the White Dragon Emperor, we increased our vigilance. TCH, we originally thought you guys were more formidable than the gods, or even the former Lucifer, but you're just as troublesome. Secretive research isn't my style. I get it. In that case, let's settle on peace. Whether it's the angels or the devils, I suppose that was always the plan, right? Upon hearing this, Azazel made an astonishing declaration, which stunned everyone in the room for a moment. Shocked by Azazel's words, Michael smiled and gently spoke. Indeed, I had plans to establish peace with the devil faction and Grigori. If the three factions continue to oppose each other, it will bring harm to the world we live in. Though it may seem somewhat inappropriate for me, as the leader of the angels, to say this, since both the god and the previous four great Satans have been eliminated, is all the more reason we should aim for peace. After hearing Michael's words, Azazel immediately laughed. The usually rigid Michael Sama actually says something like that? Always so obsessed with God this and God that. After all, too much has been lost already. I don't want to lose anything more. We feel the same. We also need to consider the survival of our species. Both Michael and Azazel said in unison, and their meaning was clear. That's right. If war breaks out again, the three factions will truly be wiped out, and it will have a massive impact on the human world, potentially leading to the world's end. We cannot afford another war. Hearing this, Azazel, who had been joking moments ago, immediately turned serious. After this, the meeting continued, focusing on future matters regarding military strength, relations between the factions, and the new power structure moving forward. In the ancient war, the three factions were severely weakened. Heaven lost its god, hell lost its great Satans, and the fallen angels nearly lost all their combat strength. In this context, the three factions needed to focus not only on reproduction and survival, but also on protecting themselves from other mythological systems. So, if they could coexist peacefully or even collaborate, despite their losses, the remaining strength of the three factions could still hold back any invasion from other mythologies. Finally, when Blake questioned why Asia was exiled, Michael sincerely apologized for the decision and cleared up any misunderstandings within the church's trio. He also expressed regret over the reincarnation of Zenobia and Irina into Devil, as they were rare individuals with pure hearts. In response, everyone exchanged smiles. The fact that someone of Michael's stature would apologize for ordinary reincarnated devils spoke volumes about how sincere Michael's attitude was. That's about it, right? Azazel scanned the room and noticed that the leaders seemed to exhale a collective sigh of relief. It was clear that hosting this kind of meeting was far more exhausting than engaging in a battle. All right, the discussion has gone quite well. It's time to hear from the Red Dragon Emperor, Your Highness. Azazel stroked his chin and spoke meaningfully. The gazes of the others didn't cause any change in Blake's expression. Honestly, among all present, his words carried as much weight as those of the great devils, the archangels, or the governor. Even the current White Dragon Emperor, Valley, had to take a back seat. Now, Governor, I have a question for you. Under everyone's gaze, Blake's crystal blue eyes slowly turned toward Azazel. What question do you have for me? Azazel scratched his chin and responded casually, though he had a nagging feeling that something bad was about to happen. But, given the occasion, Blake surely wouldn't do anything out of line, probably. Nothing much, just wanted to ask, can I punch you? After Blake's words, not just Azazel, but everyone in the room froze. Boom! As everyone was stunned, Blake immediately became a blur, disappearing from his original position and reappearing in front of Azazel. He landed a punch directly on Azazel's left eye, causing it to swell. Normally, with Azazel's strength, even someone as powerful as Blake would have trouble landing a hit. However, Azazel was caught off guard. "Damn it, what are you doing?" "Blake, don't be impulsive." After everything happened, Azazel became flustered, while Surzex and the others were shocked and called out in surprise. "Well, don't worry. I wasn't planning on doing anything. It's just a little personal grudge," Blake replied calmly. The punch just now was for Asia. This one is for Zenobia and Irina. Bang! Ignoring the shock of everyone around him, Blake clenched his fist again and struck Azazel in the right eye, giving him a pair of black eyes. Seeing Blake strike again, and hearing his reasoning, Surzex, Michael, Seraphol, and even Valley, the White Dragon Emperor, who stood behind Azazel, all showed strange expressions and fell silent. They even stifled laughter, while Valley helplessly covered his face. As for Rias and the others, their eyes flickered intensely, especially Asia, Zenobia, and Irina, who couldn't help but show touched expressions. They never expected that Blake would dare to beat up the fallen angel's governor like this, even in such a formal setting, all for their sake. "All right, you've done it. Can you let go of me now?" Azazel's weak voice sounded. There was nothing he could do. As the boss, he had to take responsibility for what his subordinates did. He was also helpless against Blake, who clearly held a grudge. Even though he had already apologized privately, Blake didn't give him any face in front of everyone. "I've settled my personal grudge. You all continue," Blake said calmly as he released Azazel's collar and returned to his place. Meanwhile, Aquino, with a playful smile, started drawing circles on Blake's back, making his heart stir. It had to be said that Aquino was quite bold, daring to tease Blake in such a serious situation. So I forget it. Let's get back to the main topic. With his black eyes and twitching mouth, looking extremely distressed, Azazel once again steered the conversation back on track. It's time to hear from someone who can greatly impact the world. First, Valley, how would you like the world to change? Azazel then turned his gaze to Valley. "I just want to fight strong opponents," Vala declared, his eyes filled with battle intent, staring at Blake. "So, the fiery red dragon emperor, what about you?" Azazel asked, clearly not surprised by Vala's answer, shrugging before looking at Blake. "Me? Peace comes first. Although wanting peace is quite a luxury," Blake said, his voice calm as he met the gaze of Valley. Valley was taken aback by the deep, almost piercing look in Blake's eyes, as if he could see straight through him. "I see. Although your words don't quite fit the usual fiery dragon persona, peace is indeed the most important," Azazel said, finally relaxing when Blake gave a neutral response. Just as Azazel was about to sigh in relief, the space around them seemed to turn gray, and the surrounding dust appeared to freeze, as if time had been stopped. "Time stopped," Blake murmured, quickly regaining his composure, his crystal blue pupils glowing with an unusual aura. Everyone in the room, except Blake, was caught off guard by the stasis. Only Surzex, Seraphol, and Michael immediately broke free, followed by Azazel and Valley. Soon after, Zenobia with Durandal and Kiba with the Holy Demon Sword also freed themselves, confusion and doubt written all over their faces. "Troublesome things really do keep happening," Surzex said helplessly. "This was predictable. There are always crazy terrorists in any era," Azazel responded calmly, his voice low. As the higher-ups discussed the situation, Blake moved, using his blue seal crystal eyes to help the others break free from the time-stopping effect. Your power?" Azazel raised an eyebrow, curiosity creeping into his expression. Before he could ask further, a huge explosion sounded from outside, causing everyone to raise an eyebrow. "Boom! What happened?" Azazel, Surzex, Seraphol, and Michael all furrowed their brows. Meanwhile, Rias, Kana, and the others, just regaining their senses, were shocked. "It's just some unexpected developments," We were first trapped in time, then surrounded, Azazel said, walking to the window to observe the situation outside, sneering. At the same time, Serzex, Michael, Seraphal, and the others all stood up from their seats. Time stopped. No, Gasper is in danger, Rhea said, her green eyes narrowing in worry. Gasper? Azazel asked in confusion. Serzex frowned. My bishop, who possesses the scared gear forbidden Baylor view. However, because of his personality and inability to control the scared gear, I had no choice but to seal him away. The only possibility for what just happened is that he was controlled and the scared gear went out of control. We need to save him, Rhys explained concisely, worry etched on her face. Forbidden Baylor view? That's truly a dangerous scared gear. If it's been controlled by the enemy, it's a real problem. But before we rush to save him, let's stay calm, Azazel said, narrowing his eyes as he looked outside. After all, we're surrounded. It won't be easy to get out, he added. Just as Azazel had said, the situation outside was exactly as he described. They were surrounded by countless individuals in black robes, attacking with magical energy blasts that were blocked by the strong barrier surrounding the academy. These people should be magicians, right? Sona, adjusting his glasses, asked calmly. Correct, they're magicians. They come from the branch of the legendary magician Merlin Ambrosius, analyzed the devil's magic system, and created this kind of magic. Based on the magical energy released, each of them seems to be at the level of a mid-class devil, Azazel explained with an unbothered expression. In terms of knowledge in this area, no one in the room, not even the Satans or the Archangel, could compare to the idle, ever-researching governor of the fallen angels. As Azazel spoke, Rhea's expression darkened. After all, because of this attack, her servant had been kidnapped and controlled, placing his life in danger. Well, don't worry. Those guys' attacks can't harm this school building because Serzex, Michael, and I already set up a powerful defense barrier. I believe there is no one in this world who can break the barrier we three set up together. His words were full of confidence. The barrier set up by Lucifer, the strongest mouse in the underworld, Michael, the strongest archangel in heaven, and Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels, was indeed something few could break. TCH, so annoying, especially at a time like this. As Azazel said this, he impatiently frowned. After casually opening the window, he waved his hand, and countless terrifying light bullets instantly wiped out all those annoying magicians. However, not long after, another group of magicians appeared within the barrier. TCH, looks like they have plenty of manpower. After clicking his tongue, Azazel once again wiped them out, but the situation remained the same. The magicians seemed endless, constantly appearing inside the barrier. No matter how many were wiped out, new ones kept coming. Seems like this isn't just a simple terrorist attack. Watching this, Serzex, who was observing the situation, spoke in a serious tone. To quietly take out the standby forces from all three factions, the enemy leader is no simple character. Moreover, they've calculated that we can't remove the barrier, or else the surrounding towns, or even larger areas, would be instantly destroyed. As expected of the leaders of their respective factions, each one made a correct analysis and judgment in the shortest time possible. Listening to their analysis, Blake couldn't help but show an admiring gaze. Didn't expect to find a traitor here. Blake casually glanced around, then said with determination, "A traitor?" Upon hearing Blake's words, most people, except for a few, looked at each other in confusion. No wonder the Red Dragon Emperor. Not only strong, but also sharp in analysis. Azazel showed a look of admiration, nodding in agreement with Blake. Exactly. No matter how many times we eliminate them, they just keep coming. If there were no one here connected to the teleportation array, how could these small fry possibly get in? It seems the governor didn't quite understand what I meant. Didn't you just say that the enemy leader is very powerful? Moreover, who here outside could possibly be the traitor? After Azazel spoke, Blake continued, secretly glancing at Valley before narrowing his gaze and questioning Azazel in a low voice. Such a troublesome guy. I've already told you, I'm not interested in war. I'm just a simple scare gear enthusiast. Really, how much do you not trust me? We've already signed a peace agreement. Hearing Blake's suspicion, Azazel could only smile bitterly and shake his head in explanation. Azazel, since we're talking about this, I have to ask, what exactly are you planning with these scare gears? It seems you've already gathered a few owners of Longinus. The god is gone, so why do you still want Longinus users? Serzex asked sharply, his eyes fixed on Azazel. Upon hearing the question, Azazel shook his head, his expression turning serious. It's for preparation. Preparation? Just now you denied war, and now you're saying something unsettling like this. Michael said in surprise. I told you, right? If you don't want war, I won't start one. But self-defense is necessary. It's not to attack you. Then who is it for? The Cows Brigade. Cows Brigade. Upon hearing the name of the organization, only Blake's expression remained unchanged, while Serzex frowned. The rest, including Michael, looked confused and puzzled. I only learned about the name and background of the organization recently, but my vice governor had already discovered that there was a group of people with suspicious behavior. They seemed to be gathering dangerous individuals from the three major factions. It even includes those who possess forbidden scared gears. We've confirmed that several of them possess Longinus class. Among them, 3 are the holders of the sacred spear, true Longinus, Chow Chow, the Annihilation Maker, Leonardo, and the Dimension Lost George. Azazel spoke up to this point and looked at Blake with an admiring gaze. Blake, this kid, had an encounter with them half a month ago. He even killed Chow Chow and repelled Leonardo and George. He should be the one with the most authority to speak on this matter. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Blake, who remained calm. Aside from Serzex, Seraphal, Michael, and Valley, the others were unaware of what Blake had done when he returned to his family half a month ago. If what the governor says is correct, then Chow Chow must have come to the Silva family to pull them into the Cows Brigade. Later, I returned to the Silva family to pick up my sister, and we fought them. I accidentally killed them, but it seems my choice wasn't wrong. As everyone looked at him, Blake casually spoke, as though discussing an ordinary matter. He didn't even care how shocking this news. Fight! Accidentally killed him. Hey, is this for real? These were 3 holders of high-level Longinus users, and their combined forces were renowned worldwide, not to mention the Silva family's alliance. Although you did accomplish it, is it really okay to speak so casually about it? Hearing Blake's words, everyone, including the 3 big bosses, Serzex, Azazel, and Michael, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Rias and the other women, though proud, could only smile wryly. This really fit Blake's personality. So fine, let's get back to business. Now you should believe me, right? Azazel sighed helplessly and continued. He truly had no way to deal with Blake. Then what are these people's goals? Michael asked. Destruction and chaos. Quite simple, right? They can't stand the peace in this world. They're terrorists, and the worst kind. So, this terrorist attack might be their doing. The leader of the organization is a dragon more powerful and cruel than the red dragon and the white dragon. Azazel's words left everyone stunned. A dragon more powerful than the red and white dragons? They couldn't even imagine how terrifying that would be. So it has begun. The Ouroboros dragon, Ophis, a dragon feared even by the gods. A dragon that has ruled the position of the strongest since the beginning of the world. Serzex's face darkened as he spoke in a grave tone. It was clear just how terrifying the Ouroboros dragon was. But in reality, there was no existence stronger than the Ouroboros dragon. At most, some might be on the same level, but those were monsters among monsters. However, while others were terrified of Ophis, to Blake, she was just a lowly. The Infinite Dragon. Oh no, the Infinite Q Dragon was a character Blake had adored in his past life. So, while everyone was filled with dread, even the 2 Satan, the Archangel, and the Governor of the Fallen Angels, Blake showed an expression of anticipation. The infinite dragon god is indeed something to be cautious about. However, that's something to consider later. Right now, the task is to deal with the immediate problem. Michael said with a wry smile. True. It's time to discuss the plan to rescue Rias Gremory's servant and defeat the terrorists. Azazel also responded affirmatively. In that case, I have a plan. We'll use the ability of the chess pieces to teleport to a rough location and have Rias and Sona form a secret rescue team. Meanwhile, we'll go outside to draw their fire. Upon hearing this, Blake spoke up at the right moment. That's a good idea, just as expected of you. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Given the current circumstances, this approach seemed like the best solution. Then, let me join as well. I'm confident in my ability to sense energy signatures. Just then, the door to the meeting room suddenly opened, and a woman with an ethereal presence, Leah, appeared. Her voice was as sweet as a nightingale's. Miss Leah, there's no one more trustworthy than you. Seeing Leah, Azazel cheerfully called her with respect. The others had great confidence in Leah's abilities. After all, when it came to magic arts, apart from the ancient monsters in the world, Leah was one of the strongest. Moreover, she was Blake's sister. Then, Valley, please go outside and draw their attention. The appearance of the White Dragon Emperor should cause some chaos among the enemies. Afterward, Azazel gave an order to Valley, who was behind him. This is such a hassle, but I've been bored for so long, so letting off some steam isn't too bad. Upon hearing this, Valley, though visibly displeased, sighed with relief. He always had the feeling that Blake had him completely figured out, making him feel exposed. Valley then donned his magnificent armor in less than a second, charged out through the window, and started wiping out the large group of mages in an overwhelming manner. Now, Rias, Sona, you may begin. After Valley made his move, Surzex turned his gaze toward Rias, Leah, and the others, speaking gently. Rias and Sona simply nodded seriously and disappeared through the crimson magic circle with the composed Leah and the others. As for us, just as Surzex was about to speak, an orange magic circle suddenly appeared in the meeting room, leaving everyone stunned. This is quite the ugly scene. The leaders of the three major factions gathered together. After the magic circle appeared, a strange voice suddenly echoed in the room. A beautiful woman, dressed in a seductive, exquisite gown, stepped forward. When she appeared, the two Satan of the underworld showed bitter expressions. The heir of the previous Leviathan bloodline, Kateria Leviathan. Gazing at the woman, Blake's eyes shifted, and he recalled her identity. She was part of the old Satan faction, ousted by the current Satans and the government, and was a pure-blood descendant of the previous Leviathan. She held a significant position in the old Satan clan. However, when it came to strength, she was no more than an ultimate-class devil. What's going on here? After a moment of silence, Surzex spoke up. Most of the old Satan faction has already decided to ally with the Cows Brigade. In response to Surzex's question, Kateria Leviathan gave a provocative smile. Sister, who gave you the courage to act so arrogantly in front of beings who are above the ultimate class, or even above the level of the Satan class? After Kateria Leviathan's words, Blake couldn't help but give her a strange look. So, you're officially going to start a war with a new Satan faction? Devils really do have it tough. Watching this unfold, Azazel revealed a mischievous grin, causing everyone to want to give him a good punch. Kateria, are you declaring war? That's right. We're the main force in this attack. A coup. That's right, Surzex. Today's talks should make you think differently. With the god and the previous great Satans gone, this world has reached a point where change is needed. That's our conclusion. Kateria raised her magic wand slightly and declared this, making Blake laugh. You really know how to make excuses. It's so disgusting and fake. If you had just said you wanted to seize the great Satan position that rightfully belongs to you and take back what was yours, I might have praised you for your honesty. Blake's sudden voice made everyone turn to look at him, and Katria's expression froze. You brat, what did you just say? Inside the meeting room, Kateria Leviathan showed a furious expression as though Blake had triggered her anger. Isn't it true? Ignoring Kateria's fury, Blake calmly pressed on. Very well. You've angered me. With that, Kateria raised her magic wand, which began to glow with massive magical energy. Boom! In the next moment, a violent explosion rang out within the small meeting room. Everything was wiped out, and thick smoke enveloped the area. Ha, you deserve it. By the time Kateria laughed, her body hovering in the air, it seemed as if she had wiped everything below out of existence. Gah! However, before she could laugh for long, the smoke cleared, revealing the situation below. No one was injured. A faint golden barrier enveloped everyone. This is such an ugly scene. The leaders of the three major factions united to cast a barrier like this. However, as if to regain her dignity, Kateria laughed mockingly at the sight of Serzex, Michael, and Azazel jointly maintaining the barrier. Serzex, Michael, I'll take care of her. No objections, right? Azazel spread his 12 wings, blacker than the night, and spoke casually to Serzex, descendant of the former great Satan Leviathan. You're not a bad opponent. Kateria Leviathan, let's have a big showdown. Kateria, undeterred by Azazel's intimidating challenge, responded with a fearless smile. I've been waiting for this, governor of the fallen angels. Boom! Kateria and Azazel flew off into the sky, engaging in a battle of light and magic above the schoolyard. However, while Kateria was pouring all her energy into her attacks, Azazel, the pesky governor, kept one hand in his pocket and wore a relaxed expression. As expected of a Leviathan descendant, your strength is impressive. In midair, still with one hand in his pocket, Azazel formed a green magic circle with one hand to block Kateria's orange magic beam. He commented lazily, though it was obvious he was toying with her. Damn it, Azazel, you dare mock me. In response, Kateria took out a bottle from her hand. She quickly opened it and poured something resembling a serpent into her mouth. The moment it entered her mouth, her magical power exploded, reaching Satan class. However, while her quantity of power had increased, the quality was clearly lacking. Boom! Feeling Kateria's force, Azazel finally became serious. It seems like Ophis gave you something impressive. Yes, he's a dragon with infinite power. For the sake of world change, I borrowed a bit of his strength. Thanks to this, I can now fight you. I might even have a chance to defeat Serzex and Michael. They are fools, and so are you, Governor. Perhaps. I might be foolish. Without my vice-governor, I couldn't do anything. I'm just a scare gear enthusiast. But I believe Serzex and Michael are not as foolish as you. They're far more capable than you. Azazel's words twisted Kateria's face with anger. Foolish talk. Fine, I'll end you now. I'll make your death the first step toward creating a new world. With that, Kateria unleashed her expanded magical energy toward Azazel. He raised an eyebrow and blocked the attack once again. Instantly, the air was filled with green and dark orange energy clouds, causing the space to tremble. It was terrifying. If not for the joint barrier cast by the three great Satan, the real world outside would undoubtedly be destroyed. After a few seconds of intense fighting, just as Azazel was about to strike and end the boring battle, a figure clad in white armor appeared behind him, releasing a light blue magic circle aimed directly at him. Azazel sensed the attack just in time and defensively formed a shield to take the blow head-on. Ding! However, things did not go as Azazel expected. At the last moment, countless large sword beams struck the figure, sending it flying. The sound of metal clashing and sparks flying filled the air. Valley, you're the insider, huh? And to do something like a sneak attack, this is not something the White Dragon Emperor would do. Once the dust settled, Blake, wrapped in green wind, swiftly flew to Azazel's side, looking directly at Valley, who was covered in silver armor. This caused everyone to look on in shock. The White Dragon Emperor is the insider? Looks like you suspected me all along. Valis spoke with a hint of helplessness. Don't forget, I have learned sense-type magic arts. Naturally, Rias, Sona, and the others can't be insiders. Though Azazel might be a bit out of line, he's not lying. And neither the Satans nor the Archangels have any ill intentions. As for the last archangel, she's not a threat either. So, by process of elimination, it can only be you. Blake analyzed Valley without a care, his expression calm. Strong in power, and your analytical abilities are impressive. You're really a troublesome opponent. After hearing Blake's analysis, Vala smiled. It was the excitement of facing a strong opponent. The others looked at Valley with solemn expressions. The betrayal of the White Dragon Emperor was no small matter. At this moment, Azazel, who had repelled Kateria with some force, also turned with a wry smile. So, Valley, you've been coaxed into this. When did this happen? When did it all change? It happened while we were bringing Kokabeel back to the headquarters. Apologies, Azazel. This situation is just more interesting. Valley replied casually, his body radiating powerful magical and dragon energy, causing the space around them to destabilize. This made everyone, except for Blake, frown deeply, and the atmosphere grew perilous. Valley, did the White Dragon submit to Ophis? Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Azazel furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Not exactly. It was more of a helpful arrangement. It was a very enticing offer. Don't you want to try battling the Norse gods? When he asked that, I couldn't refuse. Azazel, you dislike battling the gods, don't you? After all, you hate war. I told you to become stronger, but I never said create something that could destroy the world. It's fine. I just want to fight forever. I see. Actually, I probably already knew you'd leave me. From the moment we met, you've always craved fighting strong opponents. Azazel revealed a bitter expression as he said this. This time, all the preparations and intelligence were from the White Dragon Emperor. Understanding his nature, it's unlike you to just let him go unchecked. In the end, you've only harmed yourself. From behind, Kateria also spoke mockingly, clearly displeased that she had been suppressed by Azazel after taking Ophis' serpent. Valley, I sense the demonic energy in you, but you're not a fallen angel. So, which old devil clan are you a descendant of? At that moment, Blake suddenly spoke, causing everyone in the room to freeze. Valley is a descendant of an old devil clan? As expected of you. My real name is Valley. Valley Lucifer. As Blake spoke, Valley removed his helmet, revealing his true face, his voice full of complexity. What? Lucifer? I am the one who inherited the blood of the deceased previous Satan. But I am a half-blood, born from the grandson of the old Satan and a human mother. Because I am half-human, I was able to obtain the scare gear of the White Dragon. Though it was accidental, but as a true bloodline of Lucifer, and as the White Dragon, I was born. If there is such a thing as fate or miracles, then perhaps I am that. As he spoke, a devil wings appeared from his light wings on his back. After Vala's words, everyone revealed an expression of disbelief. That's true. If there is a joke-like thing in this world, it's about this guy. As far as I know, past, present, and probably future as well, he is the strongest White Dragon Emperor. Although this generation's Red Dragon Emperor is even more terrifying. Really, the Longinus users are already dangerous enough, and their hosts are such strong existences. This joke is a bit too much. After acknowledging Vala's words, Azazel glanced at the indifferent Blake and smiled wryly. Yeah, that's right. I originally thought I was favored by fate and miracles, but it turns out the opponent, the Red Dragon Emperor, is an even greater miracle. How wonderful. This is the kind of opponent I want to surpass. At this moment, Vala showed an excited expression, looking at Blake, and his whole body exploded with overwhelming battle intent. Hearing Vala's words, the people present all showed strange expressions. As Vala said, Blake was indeed such an existence. After all, half a month ago, Blake became famous in a battle, defeating 3 Satan-class beings and 3 Longinus hosts, as well as the entire elite of the Silva family. Such a feat would be difficult even for the leaders of the 3 major forces to handle. However, Blake had won, and he won without injury. Blake, let us have a fateful duel of the 2 heavenly dragons. As he spoke, Vala's aura once again surged to a terrifying degree. Unlike Kateria, who had only reached the early Satan class due to using the Serpent of Ophis, Valley, in his forbidden form, was undoubtedly at the Satan class, far beyond Kateria level. A fateful duel, huh? It feels very exciting, but it doesn't suit me. However, since I've obtained this Longinus, resolving grievances is also a necessary matter, right? Upon hearing this, Blake's right pupil quickly turned crimson, and a red gauntlet appeared on his right hand. Unlike the first time when he needed to unlock it, Blake could now use it directly. Valley, this feeling, Albion said in a deep voice. Though I don't know why, the dragon's aura suddenly surged. It seems to be related to those eyes. Valley, similarly excited, spoke, keenly noticing Blake's change. Those eyes. Below, watching the battle, Surzex, Michael, and Seraphal all noticed Blake's change and couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. At this moment, a domineering voice suddenly echoed from the gem on the gauntlet, shaking the surrounding space. Welsh Dragon Overbooster. Then, a red flash was released from the jewel on the gauntlet. The entire space was covered by the red flash. Blake's body was enveloped in deep red energy. Blake's body was covered in red armor. It resembled a full-body armor shaped like a dragon. The entire armor had sharp angles. Usually, the gauntlet was only on the left wrist, but now both wrists were equipped with them. The jewels on the gauntlet appeared on the backs of both hands, wrists, shoulders, knees, and even the center of his body. Behind him, there were also rocket-like propulsion devices. After the red flash disappeared, Blake, now resembling a red dragon, appeared in the space. The enormous aura emanating from him made the space continuously shake. Surzex, Seraphal, and Michael's expressions all changed slightly, shocked by Blake's sudden use of Balance Breaker. Because just the forbidden form alone seemed to be too much for such a commotion. The Balance Breaker of the Longinus class Sacred Gear, although I've never tried it before, it's not really that difficult. At this moment, a calm voice rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. Then their mouths twitched slightly. The Balance Breaker of a Longinus class is not difficult. Are you joking? Even though the previous Dragon Emperors were all crazy and would unleash their full power in an instant before they became strong, who wasn't secretly training for a long time with great difficulty. Forget about Longinus users. Even with ordinary scare gears, achieving Balance Breaker is as difficult as reaching the Balance Breaker. Now, this is interesting. Valley, staring at Blake covered in red armor, his eyes flashed with excitement, brimming with fiery battle intent. Then, I'm coming. In the next instant, Vala's wings behind him shook, and he shot through the air, forming a brilliant silver beam, charging at Blake. His fist, covered in silver gauntlets and surrounded by immense dragon attributes, broke through the air, creating a white circle unmatched in momentum, shaking the sky, demonstrating the power of this punch. Facing this punch, Blake also punched back, his fist entwined with green wind energy and red dragon power, collided heavily with Valis. Bang! In an instant, a sharp and ear-piercing roar rang out, making people's eardrums hurt, while the surrounding air seemed to be shattered, turning into a strong wind that blew all the mages around, crashing them into the surrounding walls, causing painful moans. In the center of the battle, silver energy and red energy each occupied half of the sky, and the terrifying energy storm was blinding, making it difficult to approach. Strong. But Blake still hasn't used his true strength. I wonder if the White Dragon Emperor is holding back. Below, Surzex watched the battle with admiration, unable to help but mumble. The techniques Blake had shown, energy swords move, the Excalibur, and the newly acquired Ascalon. And now, Blake had not yet used these 3 trump cards. Of course, against the heavily armored and defensively amazing White Dragon Emperor. While the energy sword was powerful, as a group killing skill, its attack power will be much lower and probably wouldn't break through his defenses. That could be discarded. However, if the other 2 holy swords were brought out, Valley would fall into an absolute passive position. After all, for the White Dragon Emperor, who was both a devil and a dragon, the Excalibur, which was at the pinnacle of the holy swords, and the Ascalon, which carried both dragon-slaying and holy attributes, could be considered the greatest enemies. I hope the White Dragon Emperor won't be pushed into a berserk state. Michael also thought of this, and, after a moment of admiration, seemed to recall something, her expression turning somewhat gloomy. "Michael, are you talking about the Juggernaut Drive?" Upon hearing this, Surzex frowned and said, "The Juggernaut Drive, that berserk power, was indeed troublesome. If the White Dragon Emperor used the Juggernaut Drive and forced Blake into a berserk state as well, the barrier here might break, causing catastrophic damage to the outside world. It might even sink all of Japan. The so-called Juggernaut Drive was that terrifying. In the past, every time the two heavenly dragons used the Juggernaut Drive, it brought about catastrophic destruction, with other forces cleaning up after them multiple times. This was also the reason why all world powers were afraid of the White Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, because these individuals were madmen with world-destroying power. Don't worry, Blake won't be so impulsive. Moreover, I believe he can easily defeat the White Dragon Emperor." At this moment, Seraphal suddenly spoke, her words filled with strong confidence in Blake, which surprised everyone. Surzex and Michael also showed strange looks, not understanding why Seraphal thought this way, especially since she hadn't seen much of Blake before. Boom! Just as the others were about to say something, the battle between the old enemies changed once again. A silver flash streaked through the air, and the sound of sonic booms rang out as Valley was blasted away, crashing into the barrier of the field, causing intense ripples, making everyone worry that the barrier might break. What? Seeing his confident attack being so easily destroyed, Vala's expression changed. There's actually this kind of usage. I thought those energy sword were just for mass killing moves. Below, looking at this scene, Surzex also showed admiration, praising repeatedly. Although, during Rias's match, Blake had also fused Sword Key, but it was only a few dozen at that time, with power of the high class. Now, however, it was a fusion of thousands of sword, and it seemed the Dragon Slayer's Holy Sword's attribute had been added. What was originally an ultimate class devil attack, now had its power boosted to a high-level Satan class. How could this not shock the Surzex? This kind of power is indeed strong, but Michael also showed a surprised expression, muttering. Although Michael's sentence wasn't finished, Surzex and Seraphal, both great Satan, naturally knew what Michael was going to say. However, they had no intention of answering. After all, after the collision, the 30-meter-long giant sword had already cut through space, pierced the electric serpent, and caused a turbulent roar to strike Valley. Haha, as expected of you. This move is truly powerful, but it's too slow. Although he was shocked by the giant's sword, Valley, being a battle enthusiast, immediately noticed the weakness of the energy sword. Laughing loudly, he dodged it. The power had skyrocketed countless times, but without speed, it didn't mean much against an all-around opponent like him. Oh, is that so? However, in the next instant, Vala's spine froze, because behind the giant's sword, Blake, who had been concealed by the sword's shape, suddenly appeared in front of Valley, casually saying. The next moment, Blake's Dragon Slayer Ascalon flipped, and after a dazzling flash in the air, it swung towards Valley. Faced with this strike, Vala finally lost his composure, his face changing dramatically. At this distance, if the Dragon Slayer Ascalon struck him, even he would be in danger of losing his life. After all, the Dragon Slayer's holy sword was his greatest nemesis. Divide, 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 divide. So, in this life-and-death situation, Valley exploded with power, and the light of the magic circle glowed on his hands, activating the halved ability of the White Dragon Emperor. Boost, 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 boost. However, as if already anticipating what Valley would do, Blake's magic circle also began to emit waves of domineering sounds, shaking the surrounding space. It was the doubling ability of the Red Dragon Emperor, directly negating the White Dragon Emperor's halved light wings. Poochie. Without giving Valley a chance, Blake's piercing blue and crimson eyes flickered with cold light. Holding the dragon slayer Ascalon, he slashed at Vala's torso, sending silver shards and crimson blood flying. Facing the dragon slayer sword with the dragon slayer attribute, Vala's usually impressive defense, the dragon armor, was torn apart effortlessly like paper. At this moment, Valley, enduring the soul-crushing pain, pressed both his hands, covered in the magic circle, toward Blake. Unable to avoid it, he chose a mutual destruction without hesitation, no doubt, with resolve. Boom! However, in terms of reaction and perception, Blake was far superior. Before Valley could unleash his magic, Blake, having just finished slashing, acted with precision. His legs moved in motion, delivering a whiplash kick that sent Vala flying like a shooting star, crashing into the barrier with a deafening crash. As Valley was kicked and crashed into the barrier, the 30-meter-long giant sword, having been preemptively aimed, shot toward the crash site. It gave Vala no opportunity to escape. If Valley were hit by this 30-meter-long giant sword, filled with Dragon Slayer attributes, he would undoubtedly be killed, with no chance of survival. Boom! In the face of this life-or-death situation, Vala's pupils contracted to a pinpoint. Instinctively, he threw a small magic bullet with his right hand toward the rear side, using the explosion shockwave to barely dodge. Crack! The moment Vala moved, the giant sword crashed into the barrier, emitting a huge sound, then exploded into pieces, and the barrier formed by the three Satan class showed cracks resembling spider webs. Boom! Poochie! However, as if anticipating that Valley wouldn't die, before Valley could even catch his breath, Blake, with terrifying speed and sonic booms, shot up above Valley, delivering a split-legged kick to his back. This sent him crashing to the ground like a shooting star, creating a meteor crater. His armor shattered, revealing Vala's pale face as he vomited a mouthful of crimson blood, his face full of pain. If it weren't for the combined intervention of Serzex, Seraphal, and Michael, the entire academy might have been destroyed, leaving only the teaching building standing. This guy's so strong. Lying helplessly on the ground, Vala stared at the motionless Blake hovering above, finally letting out a bitter smile, a feeling of unwillingness rising in his heart. In their first clash, he lost. Then, in a magic department, his magic was destroyed by the giant sword. When he thought his speed was too slow, Blake used the giant sword's massive form to deliver a fatal blow, completely reading his next moves. Had it been a regular fight, even with Blake as a strong rival, he could have fought for a long time. However, after losing that one move, everything afterward was lost. Perhaps from the very beginning, Blake had predicted the course of this battle. This terrifying combat talent had caused the once-strong White Dragon Emperor to be defeated in an instant. Ghoul! Not only Valley at the center, but even Serzex, Seraphal, Michael, and those who had already rescued Gasper, Rias, Azazel, and others, all stared speechless in shock at Blake. The opponent wasn't just any small fry. He was the strongest White Dragon Emperor in history. Yet, Blake easily crushed him in a moment, as if it were an art of battle. How could they not be shocked? No one expected things to develop like this. The long-awaited battle between the strongest two heavenly dragons of all time was decided in just a few seconds. Serzex, Seraphal, Michael, and others like Rias and Azazel looked at the crater where Vala lay, then at Blake flying in the air like a deity, all feeling sorry for Valley. As the strongest White Dragon Emperor in history, Valley was undoubtedly powerful, but Blake was even stronger. He suppressed all the prodigies of the same era. Cao Cao fell, and now it was the White Dragon Emperor's turn. Thinking about this, everyone fell silent. Valley, Albion's anxious voice echoed from within Vala's body. The situation was dire. Valley had been severely injured, and now, with Blake and the three Satan class staring at him, he might truly die here. Cough, cough, I know. Albion, given the situation, I have no choice but to use the Juggernaut now. Hearing this, Valley, gritting his teeth through the pain caused by the Ascalon's heavy strike, firmly spoke. But Albion was startled. The Juggernaut mode had a great cost. It was a berserk state that absorbed life force to unlock their peak power from the time of the two heavenly dragons. While it was usually impossible to obtain all their power, surpassing the peak of a Satan class was still achievable. However, Vala's magic power was immense, and he could use magic to replace life force to sustain the Juggernaut mode in the past. But now he was severely injured. If he activated Juggernaut mode in this state, there was a high chance he would die. Even if he didn't die immediately, he would likely be crippled. Given the current situation, if I don't do this, I'll definitely die. I might as well take the gamble. If Albion could think of it, Vala surely could as well. But without hesitation, Vala made his decision, showing his resolve, not only to survive, but also to defeat Blake, his destined adversary. The battle between the enemies of the two heavenly dragons is over. The atmosphere grew heavy. Just as Surzex was about to say something, Vala's entire body emitted a strange aura. Could it be? Noticing this movement, Surzex, Seraphal, Michael, and even Blake frowned. Even Azazel, who was fighting in distance, had stopped and stared over at this side. As if confirming everyone's suspicions, Vala's body erupted with an overwhelming, ominous aura, filled with curses and negative energy that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Finally use Juggernaut mode. Huh? Seriously, can't you let me off easy? Looking at this scene, Blake muttered. He had had the chance to kill Vala directly, but didn't, because the mission required him to defeat Vala in Juggernaut mode. And as he muttered in annoyance, ominous incantations spilled from Vala's mouth. I, who am about to awaken, they will be blown away. Yes, everything will be blown away. Am, the heavenly dragon who has lost everything to supremacy. The dream ends here. The illusion begins. I envy the infinite, and I pursue the dream. Everything. Yes, give us everything. I shall become the white dragon of supremacy, and I shall take you to the boundaries of innocence. Ah! As the incantation finished, Vala let out a painful groan, and his aura surged to a terrifying level. His silver-white armor and light wings shimmered even more dazzlingly. Juggernaut mode, huh? What a mess. Seeing this, everyone present couldn't help but smile bitterly. Blake, let's continue the fight. As soon as the words were spoken, Vala vanished from the ground and appeared beside Blake, delivering a punch imbued with terrifying power. This punch wasn't just a sonic boom that shattered eardrums. Even the surrounding space seemed to be drawn in, letting out pained groans. Boom! Facing Vala's attack, Blake's expression changed for the first time. He tightened his fist to meet Vala's. When the two fists collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted, sending white smoke rings spreading outward, destroying everything in their path. Even Rias and the others felt uncomfortable and quickly retreated back into the barrier maintained by Surzex, Michael, and Seraphal, watching the battle above intently. The red and silver energy dominated half of the sky, forcing even Azazel and Kateria to move away from the two heavenly dragons and continue their battle elsewhere. Such powerful energy! Feeling Vala's terrifying power, Blake's expression grew serious. He quickly reinforced his magic to its maximum, converting energy into air to barely hold his ground. Ugh, hi! In the next moment, Valley roared again, and the light wings on his back flickered brightly. His halved abilities activated, weakening Blake's strength. Although Blake also used his powers to amplify his own strength, facing Valley in Juggernaut mode, he was still at a disadvantage, with his power halved. He was sent flying. Seeing this unexpected turn of events, everyone below was shocked, especially Rias and the others, who showed deep concern.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.